Turn the bass up just a notch. What's good, Silva? Sitting sideways. Sitting sideways. On a Sunday night, I might bang you someday. Yeah. You see them ladies chopping. You see that truck hopping. What's good, Faustino? Bobby, what's happening, man? Silva said, chilling, digging your hair. Yeah, this that I woke up like this, you know what I mean? Yeah, this that I woke up like this, dude. You know, they be like, is that a perm? You wish this was a perm. How's everything going with y'all today? Bobby and Faustino? Ooh. Yeah, like the video, guys, if you don't mind. Like the video. How's everything going with you guys today? Should we play our theme song today? It's been a minute since we played the theme song. You know, I've been going live so randomly. On a Sunday night. Bobby said, going good today. Nugget said, where do I get a wig like that? It looks fantastic. Honestly, I don't think you can get a wig that looks like this, if I'm being honest with you. I don't know if that's possible. What just happened? Whatever. Kakad, what's good, Kakad? Kakad said, I look like an astronaut from the Artemis mission. User said, are you saying all these things are true? Yes, user, that is correct. Speaking of, everybody take a screenshot of this if you want to, you know what I mean? This is a picture of the members of the legislation in the state of Mississippi from 1874 to 1875. Kakad said literally true at 99%. What's good, Rock fan? Manifestation. Faustino said, do you know the atheist experience 24/7 chat? Rock fan said, subscribe and like the channel. It is about freeing your mind in the truth. Yeah, I brought this up the other day. Just talking about how if you look at the actual pictures of the legislation in the mid 1800s, in Alabama and especially Louisiana, it was still mainly all dark skinned people. Now I know it looks like light skinned people because the picture is basically black and white, but if you look close enough, you will see that it is mainly black people on here. Especially over here. Look, it's all black people right here. These is all black people. Go up here. These is all black people. You got like a few non-blacks here. Over here, you got more white people here, but look, what's this? Who's that? Who's that? That. Look, that. Look, that. Come down here. You got a lot of white dudes on this side right here. Like I said, you come over to this side, it's all black people over here. I mean, I thought black people had just gotten out of slavery, though. You know what I mean? Black people were supposed to be just out of slavery, non-educated. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I said, take a screenshot and zoom in if you need to. Look, and this is the same years. If I'm not mistaken, this is the exact same years in Louisiana. Yes, Buster, that is correct, except for, well, you're semi-correct. Semi-correct. Scale said George Washington was a black man. That is a fact. That is actually a fact. Somebody asked what happened since then. Oh, hold on, hold on. Hold on, let me find the article I was looking for. Here you go. Yeah, it didn't get bad for black people. See, that is a myth that you guys need to stop buying into. It did not get bad for black people. You want to know what happened to the black Indians? Well, let's look at this article from the 1900s. Intermarriage of Indians and whites. By the way, if you're white in the chat, this does not mean that we have anything against you, all right? I'm just telling you what the facts say. Here you go. That the Indian race is about done, for there is no doubt. It all came about, it all came about by intermarriage with whites. For the most part, white men are responsible for it because they have married Indian women more than Indian men have wedded white women. Dang, so the Indian men are loyal to the soil. The Indian women, they like white guys. No problem with that, right? No problem with that. Let's keep reading. In the first place, the Indian women have quite a fortune. And that has attracted some white men to them, while Indian men are notoriously unkind. While Indian men are notoriously unkind and can seldom get an Indian. Wow. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, this was written in 1990. This is a contemporary article telling you what the state of sociological relationships were here in America in the 1900s. Remember, I showed you the legislation from the 1800s. Look, this is 1874. This is pretty much, it's like mainly black people in here. You go to Louisiana, say years, it's all black people. And they ask what happened in between then. Well, I'll tell you what happened between then. This is 1900s. The thing that I want you guys to focus on that I love so much in this article, because I always talk about how wealthy the Native Americans were when the Europeans got here. Don't I always talk about that? I'm like, first of all, when the Europeans got here, not only was there agriculture, not only were they basically living a life of leisure, but they were wealthy. They had quite a lot of gold and property because that was the state of events here. It was just wealthy leisure. And they're like, oh no, the Indians were living in huts. Oh no, the Indians, they were all poor, barely wearing, they didn't even know anything about clothes. They didn't know nothing about clothes, right? But if you look at the 1990s, the quote unquote Indian race is almost depleted because the white men are marrying the Indian women because they're so damn rich. Look, in the first place, the Indian women have quite a fortune. Do you understand that the Indian women and the Indian men are rich at this time, and the Europeans coming over here are so dirt poor, they don't even know how to grow food? Yeah. So you know what the white men did? They're like, we need to marry in, like I told you they did. I told you that's what happened. They didn't come over here and conquer anybody. No, they did not conquer anybody. They came over here, they married in to wealthy tribes, and then used that influence to pit the tribes against each other. There you go. That's literally what happened. Oh, where's your evidence of that? I don't know. Newspapers from the time. I don't know. Newspapers from the time that we're talking about. I don't know. I was saying, y'all be saying I'm lying about stuff, and I'm like, listen, I don't have it right now, but next time I come in, I'll show it to you. That's simple. Oh, he's lying. No, it wasn't. Yeah, I. Ariel said in Argentina happened the same. Lots of Afro descendants interraced, and nowadays it's unnoticeable. But we are all Afro descendants. Yeah, we're not from Africa, if that's what you mean by Afro. Unless you're talking about this Africa. Unless you're talking about this Africa that was in Brazil and other parts of North America, then no, we are not Afro anything. No offense to the Africans. Shane said, would you ever consider going to Africa and living there? Absolutely not. I would never consider going anywhere and living there. God put me right where he wanted me, trust me. What's good, Cornball? Thank you for the 10 jewels. I appreciate that. Coca-Cola said black people come from the Americas. That's a fact. Listen, if you guys think that I'm wrong, telling me that I'm wrong does nothing for anybody. Do you know how you help people out? You tell them why they are wrong. Coca-Cola said the slave trade was a lie. Yeah, more accurately, it was told in reverse for the most part. The slave trade, especially the Atlantic slave trade, was pretty much told in reverse. Again, it's okay if you guys disagree with me. I really welcome that. But just tell us why you disagree. All right, tell us what you're basing it on. Where is your evidence from? Again, I pull up an article from the 1900s. Does that mean that what I'm saying is 100% true? No, it doesn't mean that. But there is plenty of evidence that backs up what I'm saying, for sure, for sure. Fustino said, "Can we intermarry?" Chris said, "I like your content and what you stand for, bro." Thank you, Chris. I like you, man. Pause. Uh, Buddy said, "Go touch grass." Hey, Hood, I just got done cutting your grandmother's grass, if you understand what I mean. You know, your grandmother's grass, it needed trimming. I was just over there handling that. DL said, "I can't take you serious with hair like that." Well, I can't take you serious with a name like DL. Larry said, "Y'all nasty." uh, Guilty. Yeah, guilty. I can't even hide it, man. I'm not modest. I am not modest. Kakad said the slave trade is not a full lie. Why you say that? Why you say these things? Why are you saying these? Why are you saying these things about me? Uh, SY or sire. Every one of those statements is a laughable lie, especially the debate record. Well, I disagree with you on that. Dia said, "Why are you gay? Why are you gay?" Gavin said, "We was kings and built the pyramids." I never said we were kings. That's actually a European concept. Yeah, people aren't meant to rule over other people. That's a very primitive way to look at stuff. You know, black people, we don't necessarily see ourselves as rulers over each other like you guys do. Yeah, kings is more of a European thing. When they came to America, there were no kings here. Okay, yeah, that is a primitive way to think about society. I need to rule over other people. You are a primitive ape. No offense, but you are. Phil said, "Can we talk about the Atlantis part?" Yeah, of course. Yeah, America used to be called Atlantis, bud, based on tons of old stories and tons of old maps. Would you like to see those maps? Well, too bad. So this is one of such ancient maps where ancient explorer, well, not ancient, but explorers from like the 1600s were trying to find Atlantis. Period. They were looking for America, but it wasn't called America to them. It was called Atlantis. It only became called America after they came here and realized that people who lived here were calling themselves Amaru Khans in some cases, the land of the feathered serpent or the plumed serpent. So Amaru Khan is a name that was here, but when they were looking for it from Europe, they were calling it Atlantis because they considered America to be an ancient land of technology and gold. And when they got here, you know what they found? They found gold and they found technology 100%. I've pulled up some of the writings that prove that the Native Americans, by the time the Europeans got here in the 1500s, they were already living in these large stone buildings that are here to this day. You know, these large stone buildings that they say were built in the 1800s? They was already here when they got here, and the Native Americans were living in these buildings. Not just living in these buildings, they were practicing agriculture, barely even eating meat like that. Like in some of the passages that I read, they would hunt food just for sport, but that wasn't really a part of their diet like that. Their diet was fruits, vegetables, and fish. Do you understand? Highly educated, highly advanced people. And they were wearing, what would be considered today like $10,000, $20,000 furs. You know what I mean? This is the type of luxurious lifestyle that the Native Americans were living here. And so, again, along with the gold that they found here, along with the agricultural technology, the architectural technology, if you look at the World's Fairs between the 18 and 1900s, there was also a bunch of what would be considered today futuristic technology that was displayed here in America at the World's Fairs. Think about it, they just invented all this technology for 1 or 2 days and then it disappeared forever. So this is what I'm talking about when I say America's Atlantis. They were looking for Atlantis, an ancient land of technology and gold, and that's exactly what they found when they got here. Technology and gold. That's why immediately they all started making plans to move here to America. And not only was there a mad dash for everybody at the time to move to America, there's still a mad dash today. Everybody trying to move to America. Think about all these people from other countries in my chat. All these dumb Americans. All these buddies would hop at any chance to come over here and move to America. They would move to America in 10 seconds, leave their family, their kids, their wife, their everything to come over here and live where it's actually nice. No offense, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying. So that's what was going on at the time. That's why all the Europeans wanted to move to America or Atlantis. That's why you all want to move to America or Atlantis to this day. Thank you for that. To this day. Shout out Mystic Owl. Listen, thank you for that, Mystic Owl. Even though I don't consider myself to be a teacher, I'm just reporting the news. All I'm doing is reporting the news. You ask a question, I'll tell you what we learned in the class. All right. A lot of you guys like to miss class. I don't miss class. All right. I don't miss class. I go to class every day. I read every day and I learn. And so if you got some questions, I can help you out. That's it. Shout out Mystic. Robel said we're all students. Creating the dream said to this day. Look at I Dream Maker. LOL, typical US citizen believing they are the center of the world. You're only showing North America, SMH. Typical non American don't know how to critically think or reason properly or use your eyeballs. And I'm being sarcastic, guys. I'm just talking about him, okay? Not everybody else. All right. If the shoe don't fit, don't put it on. I showed this map first, idiot. All right. Shut your stupid non American mouth. Again, I'm not saying there's wrong with people being non-American, but he's trying to make fun of me for being American. So, like, what am I supposed to? How am I supposed to respond to that? Oh, this dumb American. Yeah, you wish you were American. You wish. Honestly, come on. Like, honestly, let's be real. I don't know anybody over here in America that's like, oh my God, my entire life, all I want to do is make enough money to move to Europe. All I want to do is make enough money so I can go to Asia. Now, there are some people that do that, but that's not their dream, though. They do not wake up like, oh my God, there's nothing I want to do more than leave America. Never. I guarantee you, I could throw a rock and hit 10 people in your country whose entire life plan it is to move to America. Entire life mission. Yeah, I'm going to move over there first. I'm going to get established. Then I'm going to send for my wife and kids. I could throw a nickel and hit 10 people. That's their entire plan. I'm going to move to America, establish myself, get my wife and kids out of this shithole. Shut the hell up. And I don't like doing this, but stop it, all right? Stop it. Miles said, I want to travel to India. Miles, but do you want to move to India? Are you going to give up your American citizenship and become an Indian national? You're going to give up the most valuable passport that exists on the planet to become an Indian national. That's what you're going to do. I didn't think so. I ain't got to wait for you to answer. Captain Black said, please don't come to my country. What country are you from, Captain Black? What country are you from? And what passport is more valuable than the American passport? Please let me know. Let me know. The Netherlands passport is more valuable than an American passport, really. Buddy said a Japanese passport is more valuable than an American passport. Listen, not that I condone what went on over there, but I mean, are you guys even allowed to have a military? I mean, if something happens to a Japanese national, what military is going to come save them? I'm not saying the American military is going to come save me. They're definitely not. But I'm just saying, if you're a Japanese national, they definitely not coming. What? Nobody's coming to what? I mean, like, did you see what happened in the Middle East? Hey, think about what just happened in the Middle East last year. There was only one group of people that they allowed to leave the Middle East when those two countries started fighting last year. What was that one group of people? I'm just curious. I forgot. What was that one group of people that was allowed to leave a certain country in the Middle East while everybody else had to stay? Exactly. Yeah, no, that's not true at all. Actually, no. Yeah, yeah, tell them, Bobby. Hey, and not just the Americans, the black ones. Y'all forgot that quick, didn't you? Didn't y'all forget that quick? Yeah. We don't hold black American hostages because they're going through do the exact same thing with their own government that we are going through from their government out here. The black Americans are just as much victims. Exactly. That's literally what they said. Now I don't know if they released all the Americans, but I know for a fact they came out and made a statement about black Americans. Anyways, I love you guys, all right? Robel said Americans can go anywhere without visas and blank on their turfs, making territories. I mean, that's just 100% true. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not saying it's right that people do that, but as an American with an American passport, you can pretty much go to any country. And if you commit a crime there and you're an American, they're going to turn you over to the embassy for the most part, unless it's a serious crime. Unless it's a serious crime, I'm not saying you're going to get off scot-free. I'm just saying if it's not a serious crime, the Americans are going to deal with you. They're not going to turn you over to them. I don't like talking about this. All right, let's get back to the subject. By the way, guys, if you want to call in, the Discord is open. All right, join the Discord, join the Discord and jump in the live show tab, and then I'll bring you up at my own discretion. Yeah, Robel, they can't come to America without visas unless they're white. No offense. You guys know I love white people. Nothing against you. I'm just telling the truth. I want to say in this last year, they're the only group that has been able to send refugees to America are white South Africans. I'm pretty sure that's in the entire year too. Jason said, all right, you know what? Shout out Jason. What's good, Fishaholic? Yeah, hey, Robel, like I said, It's definitely true. Of course, they're gonna deny it, but hey, if they had an opportunity to get one, what do you think they gonna do? Exactly. You know exactly what they gonna do. Barney said, but they were actually refugees. Well, I don't know if that's true, Barney. I don't know if that's true, actually. Yeah, I don't know if that's true, but was good. Lunar Mist, America Atlantis connection. Where do I find more on this? You can go read Francis Bacon. You can go read Plato, what Plato said about Atlantis. You can go. You can also go look up the Nahalt language. I don't even know if that's how you say it. That's how I say it, though. But there's a Nahalt language that has the ATL word grouping in. This is where the quote word Atlantis or Atlanta comes from. That's why this word is used so often in American places, to this day, or that letter grouping. You know what I mean? Like even Seattle, or is that the same thing, right? Yeah, Seattle is Seatl. You know what I mean? Like that ATL, word grouping or excuse me, letter grouping or sound that comes from America in general. So it's impossible that anybody outside of America even came up with the word Atlantis. Coca-Cola said the gorilla enclosure at the zoo, they had no poop. And so he believes that they made that up to push evolution. Jabron Lane said, how about them Knicks? I told you guys what was going to happen after the first game, didn't I? Jabron, were you in here after the first game? After that first game, I said the Spurs is over already. I'm like the Knicks bodied the Spurs. They're too little. You know what I mean? They're little kids. I mean, like literally, Carter Bryant is 20, Wimby is 22. Cat is a 30-year-old grown man. You know what I mean? Not gonna happen, bro. I was going for the Spurs too, but after that first game, I'm like, oh, it's over. Yeah, this is over. They're not gonna be able to get over this. To get over this hump. Rock fan said, I'd like to see a person live. Take a compass and circle around the magnetic North Pole. That would be nice if we could do that. Yeah, let's calm down with that though, just Jabron. Bird said Nixon 4. It's looking like Nixon 4. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Unless the coach gets smart and starts playing De'Aaron Fox more minutes. I know De'Aaron Fox just came off an injury and he hasn't been playing well, but he is the only person that's going to save them. De'Aaron Fox is the only one that's going to save them. Period. Stephen Castle getting outplayed. Never mind. Listen, this is not a basketball live, all right? Harris Seed said people think parroting their indoctrinated propaganda makes them smart. Meanwhile, it just displays their gullible ignorance and Stockholm syndrome for our captors. Very well said. Nixon 4. I wonder why the connection with vocalist sing with mid-Atlantic accent so cheers. No idea what that was. Yeah, I believe that's it. Chemistry Nahalt. I don't know how to say it. But you can go look up that actual. I mean, look, it has the ATL word grouping in the actual language. Do you see? That's the name of the language. Nahuatl. The name of the language has ATL in it. Atlant. All right, it comes from America. Period. Jeremy said, I also think a blank is a girlfriend. Jeremy, in this day and age, how could you deny that that's true? I'm just saying, for most people, unless you are, corporate, you're a corporate yamp. Unless you're really on the other side of the game, if you're in a relationship with a woman under 30, you're a provider male or a trick. Or worse. Hopefully not worse, but provider male or a trick, those are the best case scenarios. Burger Gang said Wemby is mid. You're out of your mind. Wemby's not mid. He's a 22-year-old kid. And he's in the national championship. He's the first unanimous defensive player of the year, second runner-up to MVP. He's a mid. He was second runner-up to MVP and unanimous defensive player of the year. He was literally almost MVP and defensive player of the year this year. And he's in the championship at 22. You're out of your mind. Wemby's the best player in the NBA. Well, I mean, not pound for pound, but he's the most valuable player in the NBA. Jalen Brunson is the best player in the NBA, pound for pound. At 6'1", Jalen Brunson is the new Kyrie. He's today what Kyrie was when Kyrie won the championship. Bobby said going to win. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, Wemby is going to win a championship. It's not even a question. Like, come on now. He'll win hella championship. He's already in it. They're not winning this year, but, he'll be fine. Chemistry said, imagine sailing on the sea, then zoom out to view the earth, then you are sailing on the side of a globe. How dumb. Dude, Chemistry, I just thought about this. Chemistry, think about, I don't know if you guys have ever played Mario World or is it Mario Party? I don't know. But if you've seen the new Mario movie, they represent this in the new Mario movie. Like in Mario World, when they're like walking up a wall, literally like they'll be walking regular and then you walk up a wall and then the camera changes, right? The camera angle. That's how these idiots think gravity works. They literally think that when you are walking, like, straight and then you turn vertical now, that gravity basically turns the whole world angle that you're on facing sideways now. Anyways, like I said, they show this in the new Mario movie. But I'm like, this is how dumb you guys are reasoning. This is what you guys think is going on the earth. Like in they also did this in the movie Inception. Inception, when they were walking, then they started walking up a wall, then the camera angle just changed. That's how they think gravity works. This is so stupid. Jason said, facts, cheaper than a girlfriend. Yeah. I mean, come on. Look, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, if you have a girlfriend, it's definitely that, except for it's worse. Because you're more like a simp. You know what I mean? I don't even know if we can say it on YouTube, but you're like, when you have a girlfriend, you're basically just a simp. You're not even a trick. You're worse than a trick. You're a simp. No offense to all those dudes out there with girlfriends, but you like give money and get nothing in return. At least if you're a trick, you know what I mean? Like when you give money, you get what you want afterwards, and then you get to go about your day and shit. You know what I mean? When you got a girlfriend, you got to give money. You might not get what you want, and then you still tied up for the rest of the week. Hell no. Coca-Cola said free Martins are male cows that have non-identical female twins. Sometimes they get female hormones and become similar to blanks. They are prized by blanks. Very interesting. Harris said, Jabron said this is a black pill channel. I don't know what that means. Oh, you basically mean like I'm a nihilist? Jabron, I am the opposite of a nihilist. Have you ever listened to me before, bro? I'm the most optimistic person that exists on the planet, literally. And I don't believe people when they start talking, but I'm still incredibly optimistic. Heresy said gravity is a misnomer. The effect can be explained by relative density or disequilibrium. That's a fact, Heresy. Oops. Heresy, that was an accident. Listen, I keep doing that because I'm so used to just blocking people that sometimes when I'm trying to, pin their comment, my mind automatically just blocks them. Heresy, I made you a mod, all right? My bad. Fishaholic said, "Fa." Chemistry said, "I always ask if they're a glowtard on the first date. Separates the wheat from the chaff." Shout out Chemistry. What good, 1517? Chemistry, I'm gonna make you a mod too, all right? Don't make me regret it. Alonzo, what's good, Alonzo? Yeah, we're definitely not that over here, Jabron Lanes. I'm like, we are the happy movement over here, okay? We are. It literally. I don't give a. It's literally muscle memory at this point because I'll be blocking like 10 people in a row sometimes. But yeah, no, we're very optimistic over here, man. I believe that the world is an amazing place. I say that all the time. Like, you guys need to stop being so mad. Jabron said that I am black pill because I don't like women. Jabron, you, like I said, you don't listen, obviously, because yeah, no, I don't like dudes. All right, yeah, at all. I don't like dudes. Yeah, yeah, I actually only like women. I don't know. Yeah, no, it's the exact opposite, as a matter of fact. Yeah, no, I love women too much, actually. Yes, honestly, sometimes yeah, the happy movement. I like that. You know, sometimes I wish I was black pill when it comes to women and stuff. Then I probably wouldn't spend so much time not working. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm an N word just like everybody else out here. So if Heresy said quantum, that's your indoctrination talking. Yeah, definitely not, Jabron. Maybe you're projecting though. I mean, do you have a problem with women in your life, Jabron? Right. Yeah, I'm the Mystic Owl has been listening to me for at least a few days. I'm sure she didn't heard it slip a few, yeah. Yeah, I'm like, if there's one way that the enemy is gonna be able to come get me, trust me, it ain't gonna be from you dudes. Yeah, you dudes ain't gonna be able to, yeah, not even close. If the enemy wants to get to me, they know how to get to me, trust me. They know that it's one clear path to victory to get somebody close to me. That's a fact. Oh man. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, have you heard the song "I'm a Flirt" before? Yeah. I don't want to promote the dude who made the song for the obvious reasons. Shout out R. But have you heard the song "I'm a Flirt"? Let's just say that the women in my life know me very well. Yeah, the women in my life know me very well, and they ain't gonna bring me around their friends unless they ain't gonna bring me around their friends unless their friend asks for it. Cause ain't no telling. uh, you keep dissing the idea of having a girlfriend. I did not diss the idea of having a girlfriend at all. I just agree with that dude's statement that he said having a girlfriend these days is worse than basically, you know, being a TRICK. And I agree with him. That's 100% true. That's 100% true. That don't mean that I don't deal with women. What? I said having a girlfriend ain't the move. That's a fact. No, that's not the move. No. And most women don't even want to be in a relationship. I'm like, most women, if you mess with them, they ain't trying to be your girlfriend. Are you serious? That is not what the women is on out here. That's the point of what I'm saying. That don't mean that I don't like women. Hell no. Egypt said Atlanteans were black. Yeah, they were black. That's why they were from America, because the original Americans were black. The Atlanteans were not African, unless you're talking about this Africa. Unless you're talking about this Africa right here in Brazil. Yeah, if you're talking about this Africa, then yes. Yeah, this Atlantis was definitely in Africa. Huh? Egypt said Mauritania was Atlantis. You're making all that up. There's no maps that show that. There's not even any ancient stories that show that. You're literally making all this up out of your ass. Well, these maps say differently. I'm going to trust these maps that are in Harvard Library instead of you, Egypt, all right? Egypt was black. Yeah, Egypt was in America, just so you know. Hey, Egypt was black. Did you know that the real Egypt is in America? Buddy said, have you ever flown on a plane? Yeah, I've flown on a plane, but since you brought it up, plane flights, just so you know, are pretty much the most critical debunker of the globe that exists. And the most critical debunker of the fact that the earth is moving. Not just plane flights, but the actual plane manuals themselves warn against flying the plane like it's curved or like it's moving. Egypt says Egypt wasn't Egypt, duh. Well, we learned nothing from that. Yeah, the entire world was dark skinned. But the real Egypt was in America, bud. That's right, the pyramids in America predate the pyramids in Egypt. Hey, did you know that the pyramids in America predate the pyramids in Egypt? What do you think about that? Buddy said, prove it that no curvature. Like I said, plane flights prove that the earth does not curve. Plane flights and plane manuals. All right. They do not fly the plane as if it's curved or moving. That is direct evidence. No, you don't, Egypt. You're lying. You can't name one ancient Greek text that says that. You are a liar. As a matter of fact, name one. I dare you. Go ahead, name one. Name one so I can be done with you. Robel says South American pyramids. That's a fact. The American pyramids predate the pyramids in Egypt. What do you say? What do you have to say to that? Egypt was black. Why are you calling me an idiot? You're supposed to name a book. Why are you calling me an idiot? What book did you say that you have from the ancient Greeks? You said you have ancient Greek text. Name the ancient Greek text. Idiot isn't the name of an ancient Greek text. Jonathan said, please don't bring up Eratosthenes. Please, God. Robel said, there are pyramids under Greenland. Do you want to bet? Hey, where did you go, Egypt? Egypt said his info was on Reddit. Reddit, guys, Reddit. All right, fine. Why don't I actually bring up some ancient Greek text since we ain't gonna get shit from you. Buddy said he has ancient Greek text. I actually have the text. Now, this is a secondary document, but they are referencing the ancient Greek text, and they tell you exactly where they are reading this from. So this is what Plato actually said in Timaeus. Plato never said Atlantis was in Africa. See, this is real ancient Greek text, you idiot. Real ancient Greek text, not your bullshit. But he said Diodorus. Ah! Oh, how hilarious. Diodorus, where art thou? Buddy's like, oh, I read Diodorus. I brought Diodorus with me. You don't even know Diodorus like that. I got Diodorus right here. Hell is wrong with you? Diodorus didn't say it was in Africa either, idiot. He was talking about Western Ethiopia. Western Ethiopia. He specifies that, idiot. Diodorus said it. Yeah, Diodorus said Ethiopia. Yeah, see? But he was talking about Western Ethiopia. That's why the Atlantic Ocean used to be called the Ethiopian Ocean, because it led to the real Ethiopia, which is also in America. You're welcome. Here you go. Don't come in here making shit up again. Yeah, he said the Atlanteans came from Ethiopia. That's what he said. Ethiopia, the Western Ethiopia. Yeah, and like I said, this is not what you said in the comments. I showed you the actual text. Username said Atlantis is mythology. Egypt, you're lying, all right? You don't bring up any text. You didn't even name the text. All you did was name a person. You have no idea what he actually said. You didn't read it, and I know that for a fact. I know what he said. I read it. That's why I brought the text actually up. You see how I have the reference ready to go, and you have nothing? By the way, guys, if you want to call in, the Discord is open on my page right now. Join the live show tab, you can call in. Nope, you're a liar, Egypt. You never read that anywhere. You're making all this shit up. I appreciate you for, at least lying in my chat, but you're lying. You didn't read it. You have no idea what they said. Jason said, the ancient civilizations left us clues and told us about our past. But we were too close-minded to accept it as fact, and we dismissed it as myth. Miles said, what about the fact that airplane pilots take the curve into account? That's just not true, Miles. They do not take that into account. Buddy said, all the texts are in my publication. Well, I don't trust you, bro. I don't trust you. I'm going to get the actual reference to what Diodorus said, like I just brought up. Yeah. Mad Ahmed said they don't take the curve into account. I actually asked a pilot on here that the other day. Let me see if I still have that photo. I can't see it because of all the chat is on the screen. But yeah, a pilot was in here the other day, and he was disagreeing with us that the Earth is not curved. This pilot thinks the Earth is curved. But I asked him point blank, do you take the curve into account when you are flying or when you're landing? And he admittedly said no. He said that doesn't mean it's not curved though, but He admits that when he's flying, he does not nose down over the curve to keep parallel with the Earth. And when he lands, he does not take the curve or the movement of the Earth into count. Like I said, I have the screenshot, but I can't see it because of all the text. But this is a pilot that was in my chat. And the reason why he said that is because every pilot around the world agrees on that. Every pilot says the same thing. Which doctor said flying and landing doesn't need it because of simple math, or they don't need it because it's simply not there. That's another option. It's just not there. Atlanteans and Egyptians were black, point blank. Yeah, you're right. They were black, and that's because they were from America. And if you're saying they're African, then you're right. But that's because Africa is in America. Yeah, Africa was in America first. So yeah, you're right. Egypt, we agree 100%. Atlanteans and Egyptians were black, right? Because they're from America, and they were African because Africa is originally in America, not in modern day Africa. Stupid. No, they were from America. Yeah, they were. I appreciate your comment though. Hey guys, double tap the screen, like the video, please. Double tap the screen, like the video, sub if you like the content. Yep, they were. I appreciate you. Yeah, you know, you're right. They were from Africa, but this Africa, the Africa that's in Brazil. You see how Africa and Atlantis are the same place? Look. You're right. Africa and Atlantis are the same place. Look. See, Atlantis, Africa. See, look. Atlantis, Africa. It's just beautiful, isn't it? Isn't it beautiful? Yeah, I know. I agree with you, Egypt. Atlantis was in Africa. Africa was in America. Yeah, America, Africa. Yeah, Egypt, you are right. You can't fix stupidity. Because I can show you ancient maps and ancient texts that agree with me, and you'll still come up with your own opinion. Like a stupid person. You know what I mean? There's no problem with that. I don't mind people being stupid. I'm just saying, like, yeah, you're right about yourself. You are right about yourself. You're totally right about what you just said about yourself. Hybrid said, I will agree, history is full of lies. Bubba said, nah, the earth is flat. Skid said the moon is fake. Egypt said Greek text support my views, not yours. You're just lying because I am the one that brought the Greek text up physically. So you said Greek text, but I physically brought the text up and showed them. So nobody agrees with that, bud. And even if they did agree with it, it wouldn't matter because it's a fact. I brought the text up. I brought them up, not you. You didn't bring that shit up. I asked you what the name of the text was. You couldn't even name the actual name of the text. Not only could I name the name of the text, I physically brought it up. All right, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, cabrón. Guys, like the video, please. Double tap the screen, please. Sub if you like the content, please. Okay. Your mama said, when has gravity ever been observed, guys? When and where was gravity ever observed? USM said, I agree with you, brother. All this shit is fake and all lies to keep us sheep. Thank you for that comment. Harris Seed said, your guys' education / propaganda is the real problem here, okay? Guys, like the video, double tap the screen, sub if you like the content, please. What's good, Zachary? The Amaze said Mr. Bruno Mars. I think that's the first time somebody's called me Bruno Mars, but I'll take that. I'll take that. That's not bad, especially with my hair like this. Choco Latte said more than 50% of history we learn is a lie for propaganda. I agree with that. But now, at that point, when you realize 50% of it is just propaganda, how do we go from, like, where do we go from there? How do we start accepting the other 50% as true when we know for a fact 50% of it is propaganda? We got to check out every single inch of it, don't we? Ugh. Guys, if you want to participate in the conversation, you're more than welcome to, but nobody gains anything from you telling me that I'm wrong. Just so you guys know, if you tell me that I'm wrong, nobody gains anything from that. If you tell me how I'm wrong and you prove it, that's when people start to learn and gain from your participation. But if you are participating and you're just telling people they're wrong, your participation is useless. It's meaningless. Do you want your life to be meaningless? Is that what you like doing? Spending your time doing nothing? Don't come up here and do nothing. Show us how I'm wrong, and then you will have enriched everyone. Telling me that I'm wrong does nothing. Again, if you guys aren't participating in the conversation, then I'm just going to get you out of here right away, all right? Sub said, today's biggest viewership is controversy. Even if you're not saying you are or aren't wrong, I respect the hustle. Speak to educate, yes, but you have to be willing to listen also. I don't have to be willing to do anything, all right? I'm going live on my page right now because I have the freedom to do that. I actually don't have to do nothing. If I read your comment, then hey, I read it. If I don't read it, then who the hell are you? I don't know you, nor do I owe you anything. If you disagree with me, then again, you can come in here, you can disagree with me, and you can prove me wrong. I have my Discord open so you can call in and prove me wrong. Or more important than that, you can go on your own page and go live and prove me wrong. I'm not gonna go over there and stop you. I'm not gonna go over there getting your comments and try to, tell you, oh my God, you're this, you're that. I won't do none of that. I'm gonna mind my own damn business. You know why? Because I actually like myself. I like myself so much that I focus on my own shit. You guys apparently hate yourselves and you love me, and so you're over here focusing all your attention on me. Sub said respect gone. Well, watch your cheek. Nobody worry about that. Respect from who? You? Who the hell are you? Channel rage bait? Hey, watch your cheek. If it's rage bait, then you can leave. You think I'm rage baiting for your viewership? I'll prove it to you by banning you from the chat completely. That way you know for sure that I don't want your engagement. You know for sure I don't want your engagement. You know why? Because I prevented it. There you go. Bishop Dylan said, waiting for you to talk about Earth. Well, you can hold your breath until the cows come home. All right. If you got a question, then ask me a question. I don't know what the hell you think this is. Eva said, is Earth in a firmament? Eva, I would have no way of knowing that for sure. Yeah, I've never been up there, so I honestly don't know. 20 Days said, why isn't the Earth a globe? Well, thank you for that question. There are plenty of reasons why the Earth is not a globe. I brought one up earlier when I talked about how plane flights basically prove that the Earth is not curved. We talk about the way that planes fly. They do not nose down over a curve to keep parallel with the Earth. So when they're flying, they don't take the curve into account. And when they are landing, they do not take the curve into account. This is just a fact. Another one is the fact that compasses do not work on a globe. Do you understand? These are two definite debunkings of the globe. Plane flights and compasses. You cannot navigate on the Earth using a quote unquote globe and a compass. That's why they invented the magnetic declination chart. Do you understand? The magnetic declination chart is evidence that the globe is not the accurate map, because you can navigate on the Gleason map with no problem without a magnetic declination chart. You cannot do that on the globe. That's how you know it ain't a globe. Because when we try to use it in real life, it don't work like that. Plane flights and the physical compass. Here's an excerpt from a book. Here's an excerpt from a book of people that actually navigated the ocean saying this exact thing. Do you understand? The references are in here if you guys want to take a screenshot. Go find the book and see if that's not what they're saying. They're in here saying, we tried to navigate as if the Earth were a globe. It's not. It's clearly not a globe. We almost crashed like 100 times. All right? This is a fact. This is why they made the magnetic declination chart. All right, they made the magnetic declination chart to fix the fact that navigators could not use a compass with the globe, period. All right, there's no way around that. The Earth is not a globe. Because when we try to navigate on it in boats or in airplanes, it don't work, period. Thank you for that question. Yeah, and like the video, guys, all right? Like the video, sub if you like the content. Buddy said, bro, why you sound so mad? You asked me a question, I gave you an answer. You don't have a response, and now I'm upset, right? Listen, bro, we all know what that means. You think you're fooling us with that? You're not fooling us with that. What's good, her unpopular opinion? I see a bunch of comments in the chat, but, you know, her unpopular opinion is the only one that stood out to me for some reason. Nate said, the facts of the facts are the facts. Nate also said, we are in a snow globe. Joel said, the military does not take the curve into account when they use ballistic weapons systems. Do you understand? Compasses don't work on a globe. Military ballistic weapon systems don't work on a globe. Airplanes, flights, and landing do not take the globe into account. What the hell are these people talking about? What the hell are you guys even, like, what are y'all even talking about at this point? Like, for real, like, what are you talking about? Like, what the hell do you even have to combat that? How do you even combat that shit? No, they don't. Like, Bryson. Yeah, you're just lying, bud. The other day, a young man came on here. Not only did he present the argument for the military ballistic weapon system, he gave you the document name and number. He said the document number is FTC.3578534. He said that's literally what he said. He's like document number F5334. Go look it up and see if it don't say what I'm telling you. All right, you guys are all cooked. All right, military ballistic weapon systems, airplane flights and landings and takeoffs, and the compass itself. None of these things work on a globe at all. All right, this is direct evidence in real life that the Earth is not curved, is not a globe. Now, what do you have? Mystic Owl, I appreciate that. Mystic Owl said, thank you guys for the gifts. Sorry if I'm not seeing all of them. You know, I try my best to see everything. Matter of fact, let me just call them out right now. Let me call them out. Hold on. All right, we got Cornball sent the 10 jewels. Moot sent the 2 jewels. OVO Sweatshop with the 2 jewels. Shout out OVO Sweatshop. Moot sent the 2 jewels. Eric, thank you for the 2 jewels. And then we got 2 more jewels from Moot. I appreciate you guys so much, man. And thank you everybody who tuned in. Whether you're a hater or not, you know I love and appreciate you. All right, I really do. All right. Mr. Block said, where is your working and verifiable flat earth model? The word flat earth ain't even up here. We are debunking the globe right now. And we debunked the globe so bad that Buddy deflected into talking about flat earth. You ever seen somebody get slapped so hard, they start talking to somebody else about something completely different? You like, hey, bro, hey, you know what, man? So I wanted to talk to you earlier. You know what I mean? That's y'all right now. That's y'all. No evidence, so you're just completely deflecting. What about the flat earth? Yeah, that's what I thought. Get that coin out of my face. Yo, Mama, Mystic Owl, all the mods, I love you guys so much. Nate said he's trying to tell you the truth. See how mad they are getting for you actually trying to help them? Exactly, Nate. That's why I don't help them. I mainly just make fun of them. I answer their questions, you know, if they're being honest. But for the most part, I just make fun of them. You know, they're all idiots. Mystic Owl, you already know we love you so much. Heresy said that proves a negative shit is what? What in the hell? Heresy, I need you to get that together. Your mama said W. Nate said respect. Nate, respect right back to you, man. I appreciate all the truth seekers and the truth repeaters and the truth learners. Anybody that has anything to do with figuring out the truth, I'm on your side, all right? I'm on your side. Yo, mama, thank you for the 200 jewels. If you're trying to figure out the truth, I am on your side. If you are against the truth, we are mortal enemies. Mortal enemies. Okay, Heresy said, people keep trying to get you to prove a negative. Yeah, that's how, you know, they're idiots. They don't understand how, my bad. Yeah, they don't understand how logic works. Yeah, you can't prove a negative claim, guys. $20 Days said, bro, am I an idiot? Probably. Yeah, probably. I don't know you that well, but if I had to guess. $20, thank you for the 30 jewels. I'm glad you can enjoy my joke and not take it personally. Yeet, thank you for the 200 jewels. I appreciate that. Buddy said flat earth is a psyop. I might agree with that. Yeah, flat earth maybe is a psyop. But the reason why flat earth is a psyop is because you guys don't want to talk about the fact that the earth is not a globe. You are allergic to this conversation. I come in here every day, like I just did a few minutes ago, and debunk the idea that the earth is a globe, and you know that that's true, and you don't want to participate in that conversation. So you know what you do? You talk about flat earth. That's right. Flat earth is exactly what you say it is. It's a ruse. It's a distraction. It's a deflection because you know we've debunked the globe and you don't want to feel like an idiot, but you are. All right. You are an idiot. There's no way around that. It don't matter if you deflect and say the earth is flat. I debunked the globe already. Cooked. Not just me, but plenty of people have done it. Every time somebody takes a flight, they debunk the globe. Every time you take a flight, globe debunked. Every time you use a compass, globe debunked. Every time the military uses their high-range ballistic weapon systems, globe debunked. Guys, like the video, please. Sub if you like the content. You already know why they're so mad. You know why they mad. You know why they mad. He won't talk about flat earth. Oh, shut up. Said, do you actually believe that? It's not a matter of what I believe. It's about what's provable in actual real life. Airplanes do not fly as if the earth is curved. Okay. Compasses do not work on a curved surface. Fact. Okay. Military ballistic weapon systems, they do not take into account the curve. So this is actual, real physical evidence that the earth is not curved. There you go. Physical evidence. You think I'm lying? Go look and see if I'm lying about that. Go look and see if I'm lying. Linda, what's good, Linda? Linda said, every day you look up at the sky, spinning ball debunked. Debunked. Guys, if you're not participating in the conversation, if you think that I'm trolling or rage baiting, I'm just going to get you out of here so that way you know for sure that I'm not trolling and I'm not rage baiting, all right? I do not want you to participate with me in any kind of conversation at all. Master said the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect proves nothing. It proves nothing. Like I said, ballistic weapon system used by the military. Buddy said confirmation bias. Airplane flights is confirmation bias. The actual way that a compass works is confirmation bias. Military weapon systems, confirmation bias. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I ain't scared of no ghost. Jordan, thank you for the 200 jewels. I appreciate that. Linda said, we have a way to go before these blind souls get it. I pray for them. Linda, that's all we can do. You pray and I'll keep making fun of them, all right? You pray and I'll joke. You see, good cop, bad cop. Mr. Max said, even a NASA scientist quoted the Bible on his tombstone, talking about the firmament. Man said, can you provide a source? Provide a source for which part? Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff up here. So what specific do you want a source on? Snoogan said, bro ignores every question I have. It's probably because they're stupid. Let's read them right now. Why is the moon a ball if we ain't? Huh? I look at the moon, and the moon looks like a basketball. Right? The moon is a basketball. How come we're not a basketball? That's his question that he wanted me to respond to. That's literally what you said. That's not what you, okay, that's not what you said, huh? Buddy said that's a straw man. Somebody please look at this pinned message and tell me that I just straw man him. Did I just straw man him? Did I just do that? Buddy literally said, the moon is a ball. How come Earth ain't? That's what he said. Why are you lying? This is why you're losing credibility when you come here and lie like this. You did a funny voice like I'm stupid. You are stupid. That's not a straw man. You're physically stupid. I read what you said in the exact way that you said it. I know you said it like that. Stop lying. You are stupid. Buddy, like, no, you read it in a stupid voice. I don't talk like that. Do you hear yourself? That is how you talk. Look, I don't talk. You see? That's how you talk. Ah. Oak said, why do people like you exist? Because your girlfriend used to dream about me at night. She created me like Timmy Turner with his imaginary friend. You know how Timmy Turner created his imaginary friend? That's how your girl, mom, and grandma created a dude like me. I'm saying, they went to sleep, they're like, oh, it would be so nice if there was a good-looking, intelligent man. And now look, and now I'm here. Thank your mom. Eric said, getting an education is why you guys are stuck on stupid. Shane said, I'm a raised man. Well, Shane, watch your cheek. Oh, yeah. Somebody asked me for a source earlier, and then I asked them which part. I completely forgot who that was. I ain't gonna lie. I forgot who that was. If you guys want a source for something, you're gonna have to be specific. Give me a source on this, that, and the third. All right. Man said military weapons. Military weapons, okay? The beginning said it's not education, it's really indoctrination. That's a fact. What's good, Josie? Hey, you guys, like the video, please. Okay, double tap the screen. Sub if you like the content. Mark said, why is it not a globe? The reason why it's not a globe is because compasses don't work on a globe, period. This is what a magnetic declination chart is. Air flights do not take the globe or the movement of the earth into account while they're flying, on takeoff or landing. And military ballistic weapon systems do not take the fact that the earth is curved or moving into account. These are physical representations of a technology that would theoretically have to depend on the fact that the earth is a globe, and they do not, because it is not a globe. It is not. Man, source. Source for what? I just named 3 different things. What source? Like, what source? You know what? Here you go. Here you go. This is a book called His Pronouncement with a bunch of excerpts from actual sea navigators who were trying to navigate using a compass and a map. This is when they realized that the earth was truly not a globe, and these were the events largely that contributed to them creating the magnetic declination chart. So you can go through this book and you can see all the different references of different books of people that were documenting their sea voyages. And for the most part, when they would try to navigate using the earth as a globe and a compass, they would end up sometimes hundreds of miles off from where they thought they were. Hundreds of miles sometimes. Do you understand how great of a discrepancy that is when you are traveling by sea? So this is what the magnetic declination chart was created to prevent. the idea that people cannot navigate on the Earth if it's a globe using a compass. All right. But if you use the Gleason map, which is technically, I guess, a flat Earth map, this Gleason map does not require magnetic declination to navigate on it. As a matter of fact, you can look up airplane flights and see that their emergency landings follow this Gleason map to the T. Do you understand? Without a magnetic declination chart. Master of Puppets said, no, it's because they failed to understand how the magnetic field works. Well, there's another, that's one option. But you know what the other option is? The map is wrong. Because guess what? When you use a Gleason map, the magnetic field works just fine. There you go. You see how that's incorrect? Because if that was true, then it wouldn't work on any map. But no, we navigated just fine using the Gleason map for thousands of years without the magnetic declination chart. All right. Gary said, how do you explain satellites if the Earth is flat? Gary, I never said the Earth was flat. But since you asked about satellites, yeah, I don't actually know that much about satellites in the space program. So, I have to rely on the information of the PhDs in those fields and what their assessment on the situation is. So, I am guilty in this instance of what is the word? Appealing to authority. All right. So I am appealing to authority on this one. Does that mean that this is correct? No, not necessarily. But I mean, who am I going to trust in this instance? Am I going to trust what a PhD astronomer says about satellites, or am I going to trust what you say about satellites? Shall we read? Again, once more, for the record, it has been shown at least 6 different ways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ways this century alone that the equations in physics used by NASA to launch satellites are identical to the equations derived from a geocentric universe. Thus, if the space program is proof of anything, it proves geocentricity and disproves heliocentrism. The evidence for heliocentrism is even weaker than the evidence for evolution. That's a PhD astronomer, You asked about satellite. How do satellites work? Well, my friend, if you're looking at the equations and the physics used by NASA to launch satellites, according to a PhD physicist, these equations of physics are consistent with a geocentric universe. So if satellites prove anything, you know what satellites prove? Satellites prove the Earth is not moving. Do you know what satellite? Shadow said, what is geocentric? Geocentric basically means the Earth is not moving, sir. All right, satellites prove the Earth is not moving. Buddy is sick. What is geocentric? PJ said, this is hurting my brain. Yeah, critical thinking usually hurts the average person's brain. I don't want your brain to be hurt though, so. Ukon said cherry picking. Is that what I don't have cherry trees at my house, Ukon. Thank you for that though. There's a peach tree here, but no cherry trees. Your mama said they could easily do their calculations on a globe map. They deliberately choose to do it on a flatter one. It's because that's the only one that works. Linda said evolution is a theory only. If anyone still believes it's reality, you're welcome to prove it. Yo mama said MFers using NASA as evidence is hilarious. Heresy said, see, only ignorant people believe in heliosorcery. Mr. E said rainbows curve because of the firmament. Buddy said this dude has zero evidence. Yeah, all I do up here is show evidence, bud, all damn day. Just because you don't have any evidence, don't project on me, all right? Me Sambala said this effing guy again. Well, it don't have to be that, you know what I mean? You can take off and never return. As a matter of fact, Fox said I have zero evidence. Zero evidence of what? Earth is obviously round. Yeah, no, I already pulled up how actual sea navigators prove that the Earth was not a sphere based on their actual travels. They had to make a magnetic declination chart to remedy the situation. Not only that, but let's talk about our electromagnetic field. Our electromagnetic field on the Earth is only consistent with parallel flat plates. That's correct. For all of you people that are talking about the firmament, well, here you go. In order to have the electromagnetic field that we have on the Earth, in order to replicate that in the lab, we need two plates on the bottom and the top. Parallel, horizontal. So this completely debunks the idea that the Earth is a sphere. Because if the Earth was a sphere, our electromagnetic field would not look like this. It would be radial. It would be radial, and it would get weaker as you go away from the Earth, not stronger. So because the electromagnetic field gets stronger the further you go away from the Earth, that is direct evidence that the Earth is not a globe. We've brought up like 5-6 different irrefutable things at this point. 5-6 different irrefutable things. So we brought up military ballistic weapon systems. We brought up the fact that a compass does not work on a globe. This is what a magnetic declination chart is. What else did we bring up? The airplane flights. Not just the airplane flights, but the landing and takeoff. The landing and takeoff of airplanes, and when they're actually in the air. These 4 things. And then the last thing that I just brought up, the electromagnetic field that we have on the Earth. 5 definite scientific evidences directly observed that conclusively show that the Earth is not a globe. 5 different evidences. Do you understand? By the way, this is from a Richard Feynman textbook. Richard Feynman is a professor at MIT. He shows no sources. This is an MIT textbook, my friend. This is literally an MIT professor's work. Again, I'm going to tell you guys this one more time, all right? Telling me that I'm wrong does not help anybody. If you tell me how I'm wrong or why I'm wrong, then we can all learn. So if you don't know why I'm wrong, you don't know how I'm wrong, but you just want to tell me that I'm wrong, you know, that's cool. But again, you're not helping anybody. And if you are just, you know, doing it over and over again, you're not participating in the conversation, I'm going to ban you from the chat, bro. All right? It's that simple. You know, it's that simple. I don't mind you guys being in here. Ask me whatever question you want. I will answer it clearly. You say I don't have evidence. What do? I bring up evidence. You say that I don't know this. What do? I explain it to you. Right? So, you know, question me all you want. But, you know, participate in the conversation. Don't take away from it. Please. One ear said, okay, let's say you're right. When I fly, why do I see the curvature of the earth? You don't see the curvature of the earth in the horizon. The horizon is not a physical location, so it cannot be the physical curvature of the earth. Listen to what I just said. The horizon is not a physical location, so it cannot be the physical curve of the earth, all right? What's the name said? He's right, by the way. Even if you disagree with me, you can't say that I'm wrong. The horizon is not a physical location. Look it up. Type in, is the horizon a physical location? If you're going to see that that's no. So if it's not a physical location, then it cannot be a physical curve. Dan, it doesn't matter what you think doesn't support a flat earth model. I gave 5 real scientific physical debunkings of the earth being a globe. I never said the earth was flat. Just because the earth is not a globe, that don't mean that it's flat. All right, so that's a deflection. You're trying to deflect from the conversation about us debunking the globe. Don't do that, all right? Shout out Amon Ra. Yeah, again, just to repeat it, just because I said the earth is not flat and I proved it, that don't mean that, excuse me, just because I said the earth is not a globe and I proved it, that don't mean that the earth is flat. I've never even said the earth was flat. We're talking about the earth being a globe right now. Guys, if you see people in the chat not participating, just hide them from the chat right away, please. All right. I'm trying to read the comments of the people that are serious. And every time I try to read a serious comment, it's a bunch of just idiot comments. You know what I mean? So if they're not participating in the conversation, get them out of here right away. All right. I'm you guys can turn it up right now. If there anything that's not participating in the conversation, you're out of here. All right. I swear to God. What's good, Birdie? Jestar said, how does the earth not move? I don't know how it doesn't move, but it's never been proven to be moving scientifically. They've done many scientific experiments to attempt to show the earth to be moving. They have all failed. Jonathan said it's actually an oblate spheroid. Jonathan, what direct scientific measurements do you have that prove this? Bart said gravity is a spoof. Seth said the horizon is an apparent location. It appears wherever the observer can't see beyond. Because it's not because of the curve, Seth. It's not because of the curve. Because if it was because of the curve, that means it would be a physical location. Because the curve is physical. The only way you're saying that we can't see it because of the curve is if the curve is not physical, meaning it's not there. All right. So that's not true. Listen, guys, like the video, please. All right. Like the video and sub if you like the content. If you are not participating in the conversation, I am banning you from the chat in forever. All right. What about the sun always shining in the North Pole? That's a comment on the sun, not a comment on the earth. All right. If you are making an observation of the sky, that's an observation of the sky, not the earth. Yeah, and again, guys, if you hide them from the chat completely, all right, do not time them out. I do not want them back in here. Hide them from the chat completely. All right, no second chances. Olive said there is overwhelming amount of proof that the earth is spinning. Olive, you are lying. Okay, the only proof that you have that the earth is spinning is up in the sky. Okay, the sky does not prove the earth is spinning. Goof said the pendulum. Goof, nobody has ever been able to establish a causation between the pendulum and the earth moving. Okay, explaining a correlation does not prove a causation. All right, explaining a correlation does not prove a causation. And that correlation is not even proven itself. So the pendulum is the furthest thing away from evidence that proves the earth is moving. The furthest thing away. Jordan, military weapon systems disagree with you. Yeah, military weapon systems and the people who do that for the military all disagree with you, Jordan. They do not take that into account for marksmanship. No, they don't. What's good, Messiah? Linda said, "How come the clouds are not speeding by quickly if we're spinning? Please, someone answer that." Goof said, "Oh wait, you wouldn't believe in the equator curve because you think it's flat." Goof, you said that there was a bunch of evidence that the Earth was spinning. Did you not? Why are you talking? Yeah, you brought up the pendulum, Goof. Why are you talking about the Earth curving now? The pendulum don't got nothing to do with the Earth curving. Jay Rich, snipers do not do that. All right, you are lying. Okay, I have heard many of them directly out of their mouth say that they do not. All right, the most that I've ever had is an old sniper, a very old man came in here one time, said that he used to be a sniper and they used to take it into account. But he admits that today, when they're getting trained, they don't take it into account. This is what the old sniper told me. He's like, yeah, I don't know why they don't take it into account today, but when I was a sniper, they used to. What? So the Earth's not moving anymore. Mr. Joey said, water always seeks level, period. AO said, they do. I'm a sniper. AO, I don't believe you at all. All right. I believe you're a liar. Buddy said, I can prove it to you right now. All you need is measuring tapes. Yeah, Randon, they do not take into account the movement of the Earth because if that was the case, it would be different calculations based on the direction that they're shooting. That's not the case. COLDY, thank you for the $5. U.S. missile systems do calculate curvature when they are launched over horizon. Ballistic missiles absolutely need to as they go to space. Okay, well, why did I hear an interview from an actual ballistics expert that disagreed with you 100%? You know what I mean? Are you a military ballistic expert? Is that what you are? Because I mean, I would love to hear, your level of training or whatever it may be for you to make a type of claim like that. But again, I've seen an interview with somebody that not only was trained but is a ballistic expert. He's a physical trainer now in ballistic weapon system. They do not take it into account. All right. Can you link the interview? You're gonna have to remind me after, and I'll link it in the Discord. All right. Yeah, remind me after in the Discord, and I'll link it. Ballistics do not require gravity. You're lying, Seth. What about boats appear to seek over the horizon? Listen, you guys bring up the same thing. That don't have nothing to do with the Earth curving, all right? I'm not repeating myself again on that. All right, the horizon is not a physical location. It's not physical evidence of anything. Yeah, Seth, you are lying. Or you're just an idiot. Either one. What's good, yo mama? What's good, Gonzo? I see you down there. Gonzo said, like and subscribe, guys. Like and subscribe. Shout out the host, especially the mod. Yeah, double tap the screen. You're taking about rifle ballistics. You don't need to calculate curvature of rifle ballistics. And you don't calculate the curvature in any form of military ballistic shooting. A young man came in here not that long ago and linked an actual document, told us the actual number and name of the document where the military admits that when they are using these missile systems, they assume the earth is flat and non-rotating. Period. Thank you for that $5, though. I appreciate that. Toast said, I love to see empirical evidence of the flat earth. Toast, I would love to see you guys not deflect from the conversation because you know you don't have evidence of the globe. You know for a fact people don't have evidence of the globe if they immediately start talking about flat earth. 100% of the time. 100% of the time. I'm like, listen, I prove the earth is not a globe. Oh, yeah? Well, what's your proof of flat earth? That's what I thought. That's literally what I thought. Thank you to all the mods. Again, if they're not participating in the conversation, get them out of here right away. No second chances. Ben 10 said, nice to see someone else with their eyes open. Shout out to you, Ben 10. Mook said the photos from space. Photos are not scientific evidences of things, as photos can be fake, altered, fabricated, etc. Buddy said proof of dragons. We're going to get into the dragons in a second, all right? All right, we got some people in the call chat we're going to bring up. Imagine Giraffe, are you up here to troll us?
No, how's your day going?
It's going good. Hold on a second. Guys, do me a favor. Like the video, please. Double tap the screen. Sub if you like the content. We're about to start going to some calls now. While I am on the calls, of course I can't read all the chats, but I will read all the super chats, okay? So if you need me to look at something while we're going through the calls, you're going to have to super chat it. And shout out Cody. Cody, thank you again for the $5. Explain 1960s images from space from astronauts. It's extremely hard in the 1960s to edit film. You're assuming that. I don't think you were alive in the 1960s. And if you were, I doubt that you were up on what military technology was available for them to be able to edit film. You know what I mean? I can show you actual photos from way before 1960s that were heavily edited and altered. Heavily edited and altered, all right? Real quick, I need to use the restroom real quick. When I come back from the restroom, we are going to go to Imagine Giraffe, and I'm also going to talk briefly about the dinosaurs, all right? I'm going to do a quick little review on the dinosaurs, and then we're going to go to Imagine Giraffe as soon as we come back, all right? Give me a second. Oh, yeah, double tap the screen, like the video, sub if you like the content, all right? Thank you, everybody, for the gifts as well. Picas, thank you for the 200 joules. Yeah, and again, mods, if they're not participating in the conversation, you have permission to get them out of here right away. All right? I'm not playing around with them today. Unless the joke is funny, of course, but most of them, they're not even joking. They're just, Hey, this mic is still on, right? If the mic is off, let me know, but it should still be on. All right. Thank you. Yeah, guys, the mods are instructed to get anybody who's not participating in the conversation out of here right now. All right. There's too much trolling, and you guys make it difficult for me to read the comments when you troll a lot. And I don't like that. I like reading your guys' comments. All right. Let's see. Aaron sent the 200 jewels. Bisme with the 67 jewels. Bisme with the 10 jewels. T God with the 2 jewels. Picas with the 200 jewels. And shout out Cody. Cody, thank you for the $3 $5 super chats. I appreciate that. At the end of the show, I'm gonna read all the super chats again just to give another thank you to you guys, for supporting. So if you make it to the end of the show, I'll read it again. And if I feel like it, maybe I'll give another quick response to it, just so the people listening can understand what the conversation was about. All right. Okay, we're gonna go to Imagine Giraffe, but first, the dinosaur dragon thing. Dinosaurs are a made-up animal. Dragons are not. Many different cultures talked about interacting with dragons in many different contexts: training, hunting, feeding, a whole bunch of stuff, as it relates to dragons. So when people started finding dinosaur fossils, these quote-unquote dinosaur fossils were never called dinosaurs. They were always called dragon fossils because that's what they were. They fit into the taxonomical category of dragon. This is from the 1600s when they were still accurately depicting the animal. Oops, wrong one. Hold up. This is from the 1600s when they were still accurately depicting the animals that they found and not making animals up. You can see all of these different dinosaurs, quote unquote dinosaurs that were found. They were named dragon. Do you understand? When they found these dinosaurs, they didn't think we found a dinosaur. They thought, oh, look, another dragon. Do you understand? So these is over 30 different dinosaur names that just mean dragon. So that's my point, is that when people were finding these quote unquote dinosaur fossils, they always knew they were dragons. They've always been dragons. They started lying in the 1800s after they made up a new animal. And if you think that's not real, then it don't matter what you think, okay? Because if I am looking for a fossil, at what point do I get to just make up an animal out of my head and then that become real? At no point can I ever do that. You know what I mean? And even if it maybe I find an animal that doesn't fit into a proper taxonomical category, even if that does happen, the animal that I make up to fit that is still made up. Because we have no idea what that animal really looked like. Okay? And again, like that, that list of names, that is like, like that, it just it represents what I'm talking about. But just so so you guys can look at this, there are many different. Where are all the stories of people interacting with dragons? All right, here you go. All right, here's one. They say it does not need poison to blank things because it blanks things around which it wraps its tail. You understand? Like they're just speaking about these things off hazardly. You know what I mean? Like not this is not an imaginary story that these people are making up. Unless you think that these people are fake. If you think they're fake, then fine. Pliny the Elder never existed. All right, fine. Africa produces elephants, but it is India that produces the largest, as well as dragons. Like, do you understand? This is not like a story made up to talk about dragons. They're talking about elephants, and then just offhandedly, they're like, "Oh yeah, and dragons too." You know what I mean? Also dragons, but anyway, that's not what I'm talking about. You see? That's the point. You want one more? I can tell you want one more. Let's go with good old Aristotle. The dragon, when it eats fruit, swallows endive juice. It has been seen in the act. Well, Aristotle wasn't a real person. Okay, fine. All right, imagine giraffe. What's happening, man?
Not much, man. Not much.
Okay, well, what's up? What do you want?
We can either finish what I was saying last time I was here, or you can pick one of the topics and I will tell you why you're wrong.
That sounds boring, bro. All right. Do you have a question or a comment that you want to add to the discussion of the conversation? Don't make this about me and you. All right. I know you think that, when people
I
can
gave
you
you an
listen?
offer,
Can you
so
listen? Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Don't make this about me and you, bro. I know you think that when people watch this, they watch it because they care about me. They don't. Okay. They watch it because they want to hear some good information. If they don't care about me, they definitely don't care about you. All right. So what comment or question do you have to add to this discussion?
Okay, so the comment I have to add is that every single person on this planet that has ever been genetically tested has African DNA in them. There is
Well,
no
all right, let me ask you this. All right, let me ask you this. How did they know that the DNA was African?
of testing on preserved bodies from sub-Saharan Africa.
How do they know that that DNA is from Africa? What about the DNA shows them Africa?
How do they know the DNA is African?
You're repeating my question to me while you're Googling it?
Yeah, I mean, you look
Hilarious.
stuff up on Google.
Hilarious, right? Yeah, hey, let us know what you find, bro. Yeah, let us know what you find. You know what I mean? Yeah, go ahead, look on Google. You know what I mean? We're not gonna sit here while you enlighten yourself. That's boring. But hey, after you find it, bro, come back up. Let us know what it says on Google. And this is my point. Why would you say that before you know already? Why would you say that? You're like, oh yeah, every genetic testing proves that we're from Africa. Oh yeah, how? Well, let me Google it. So you don't even know. You're saying stuff without already knowing it. You don't feel weird about that? You don't feel weird about coming up here and saying, I know for a fact the DNA says Africa. And then I ask you how, and you don't even know the damn answer? Like, don't you lose credibility with yourself when you do that? Don't you feel like a little bit of a joke? You're like, damn, I didn't even know this. I gotta Google it right now on the spot so I don't look stupid. Don't you feel like that, Imagine Giraffe? Anyway, I'm just saying, bro. If somebody asked me something and I said I know this for sure, and they asked me, well, how do you know? And I didn't know, that in my mind I would be like, ooh, I'm phoning it in today, huh? I'm just phoning it in. That is crazy. Prosy, are you up here to troll us?
No.
All right, what is your question or comment, sir?
My comment is, do you know about the Hall effect and the double sunset experiment?
The double sunset experiment? No, I don't know what that is.
So it's pretty much that you can actually watch the sunset twice in one day. You can't
Oh,
come
oh, oh,
down.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You mean like if you go up higher on a colder day, you can see that the sun hasn't gone behind the curve, right?
Um, well, yeah, or go. You could see the sun go around, like or go down more or less. But
Well,
since we're so small, we
I've
have
seen
to.
that done. I've seen that done, and the sun doesn't usually go down. The sun just fades into the background. It doesn't go down. It just fades into the background.
Like, what do you mean, like fades?
You don't know what fades
Like,
mean?
like it just like it loses like is transparency or something, or like I'm confused about the fade because
No, it gains
I see what's going on.
transparency. No, no, no. The exact opposite. It gains transparency, not loses transparency. Gains it.
Double sunset experiment.
I mean, based on what you're talking about, I've seen what you're talking about before. People will show you the sunset at the beach, and then they go up high on a cliff, and you can see that the sun is still there. Now, on a very cold day, when you really see it, it just fades into the background. It doesn't go below a curve. It just fades away. It gains transparency.
If you go up, all right, and on a cold day, wouldn't it just like wouldn't you be able to see it twice again?
Proceed. What did you come up here to teach us? Was that your only question, bro? You just wanted to ask if I had heard about this?
Yeah, this is to put like two and two together to try to figure out what's going on. But
We already know what's going on, Proceed. All right, you don't need to figure it out. We already know what's going on. All right, just trust your eyes. The sun is moving around the earth like everybody sees every day. That's
yeah,
it, bro. The sun is moving around the earth.
so that means we like on a sphere, right?
A spear?
Yeah.
I don't know. No, we're not on a spear.
Like, yeah, like the Earth is like kind of like a spear in a way.
Nope, it's not a spear.
Wait, what do you believe it is, or what do you think it is, or what know it is?
Are you talking about the size, the shape, or just in general?
The shape.
Nobody knows what shape the Earth is or the size. You would have to travel to every single continent, which we are prevented from traveling to all the continents in order to know the full shape and size. So there are a ton of other continents that we can't go to. So there you go.
Okay.
Tim said the Earth is a flat plane. Shout out Tim.
What is, that I don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Two-dimensional flat plane, or is there?
You're saying hold on. You're saying the part that you didn't understand was the flat plane. That's the part you didn't understand.
I don't understand it.
You know
what does it mean to be on a flat plane?
Like a video game.
No.
Do you play video games?
Yeah.
So you know, like in a video game, when you're creating a new level, you start off with a flat plane, right? Have you ever? Do you know what I'm talking about?
2D. Yeah, it starts off 2D. You go up or down, left and right. Right? Is what you mean?
Don't focus on the dimension. Just focus on the plane part. All right. When you're creating a video game, you start off with just a flat plane. It's just like endless. It's just like a line, an endless line, like a ground that just goes on. You know what I mean? That's what the Earth is. The Earth is like. You see this right here? Look at the picture of my background. Look, this is a plane. You see, it's clearly a plane. It just goes like a flat plane. Like it just goes. You know what I mean? There's no definable end to it. Yeah, there's no definable end to it yet. We would have to travel to every single continent to know that, and we haven't done that.
like you said, which is true.
Oh, 1 second. Pirate said mods deleting all the comments. Nope. I told them to delete the comments from the people that are not participating in the conversation. Point blank, period. You guys are trolling too much, and I don't like reading your troll comments. So I will delete all of your comments, and they're doing it so that way I don't have to. Period. I instructed them to do that. Thank you, mods. Go ahead, bro.
I'm still like on the, because like the double sunset experiment got me really thinking that the Earth is like a round shape as the sun goes down. When you see it like from camera or like
Yeah,
going
well,
at a
listen,
beach,
listen,
when you get in a cold
pro,
day, it fades.
listen. I know that you think that, right? But right now we are observing the sun, aren't we? That's what we're talking about, an observation of the sun, right? Pro.
You could say a boat too. A boat
No,
works as
no,
well.
no. We're talking about observations of the sun right now. Okay. So if I give you physical observations of the ground that it is not curved, and I prove to you that a compass does not work if it's curved, and I prove to you that airplanes operate as if it's not curved, and I prove to you that military weapon systems operate as if it's not curved, why the F do you think that something in the sky is going to debunk all of these physical measurements of the ground? Why do you think that? Sounds kind of stupid when you think about it out loud, doesn't it? When you think, yeah, when you think about it out loud, it sounds kind of stupid, doesn't it? You're like, hold on, I'm looking at all these measurements of the ground. Why am I trying to debunk measurements of the ground with the sky instead of just accepting the measurements of the ground? Why are you trying to subvert science and measurement by talking about the sky right now? We measured the ground already. All right. Compasses don't work if the earth is curved. What the hell does the sky? What is the sky going to change about that? The sky is not going to change the fact that compasses don't work on a curved surface. So what are you even doing?
In a way.
Huh?
A mountain. Like if I'm standing on one side of the mountain and you're standing on the other side of the mountain, and then I go up, like I say I start levitating up, I'll be able to see you over the mountain because the mountain's curved.
I'm sorry, what? Say that again, bro.
Like for instance, a mountain. If I'm on one side of the mountain, you are on the other side of the mountain. I start like flying straight up. Like the straight vertical, not moving towards you or backwards or straight up. I'll be able to see you if you see but the mountain is curved. You are able to see each other because I'm like up.
Shout out to you, bro. Listen, if you're still here when we make it back around, you can come back up, bro. But that conversation is going nowhere. You have no idea what you're talking about at all. You're just trying to find a way to inductively reason why you shouldn't feel stupid for thinking the earth is a globe. Like, I can read your mind, bro. I know that's where you're at. You're like, listen, bro, all the evidence that you gave us, yeah, it proves that the earth is not a globe, but I don't want to feel stupid. And so I'm going to try to rationalize this using inductive reasoning. We're not going to sit up here while you inductively try to reason away why the earth could be a globe when we already measured it not a globe. We physically measured the earth not being a globe. Somebody said compasses only work on a globe. Sir, the evidence that that's not true is something called a magnetic declination chart. All right? A magnetic declination chart is evidence that compasses do not work on a globe. If they did, you would not need that, like you don't need it for the Gleason map. Boom. All right? You guys are wrong about that. Buddy said, shut the F up. Watch your cheek. If you're not participating in the conversation and I see it, you guys are out of here. I'm just letting you know. All right, Union Gaming. Union Gaming, are you up here to troll us? Union. Speak again, Union. I'm not hearing you. Talk again. Talk again.
Oh, hello?
Yeah. All right. Are you up here to troll us?
All right, okay. No.
All right. Well, what's on your mind?
So I was in the live stream yesterday, and after I was done talking, I heard the next guy, and you started talking about like you said you obviously don't believe in the theory of gravity, but you said something about
It's not about what I
density,
believe.
and
I don't talk like that, Union. I don't talk like that. So I know I didn't say that. Okay, I don't use
Okay,
the
but
word believe like
talking
that.
about
I would have said,
okay,
listen, I don't even know what conversation you're talking about, but I already know exactly what I said. I said gravity, where while it may be real, it's not a scientific theory because it has not been isolated in scientific experiment, period. That's how I talk every time. All right? Go ahead.
to talk about gravity itself, I wanted to say about like you started talking about density, and that's why things fall down. Is that something you said?
I like to keep it simple. I like to keep it simple and just say weight because people like to use different definitions for words to try to filibuster the conversation so people don't understand what we're talking about. So I'm gonna say weight just to keep it simple so everybody understands and there's no reason to get in here and define what density and buoyancy is and define. No, we're not defining all these things. It's weight, period. Weight is what makes things go down, and weight is what makes the other things go up in the story.
No.
Huh?
Why down?
What are you asking me?
Like say you're holding a tennis ball. Why does it fall down?
Because of weight.
Okay, but what if the air all around it is less weight than the ball? Then why does it fall down?
That's
Up
why it's
sideways?
falling down. It's falling down because the air is less weight.
Yeah, but something has to be pulling it down.
No, nothing
And
has to be
weight
pulling it
only
down.
exists
Why?
because of
Why?
gravity.
Why does something have to be pulling it down?
Because if
Because what?
number one, you're saying
Because what?
Because weight, I'm telling you, man. Because weight is something only exists because of gravity. Because
What?
of your mass,
Oh,
right?
bro, I almost punched my damn phone just now, bro. I really did. All right? You are a brainless man. That's the only way that I can keep myself from being upset right now is to put it on you. All right? You're a stupid, stupid individual. All right? And I'm going to explain why. All right? I just asked you point blank. Or no, you said if it's going down, something must be pulling it down. I said, why does something have to be pulling it down? Your answer is because weight depends on gravity. You legitimately think that's an answer to my question, bro? Huh?
I wasn't done.
Is that an answer to my question, yes or no?
What your question is, because
Well, if you don't know, then hey, if you don't know what my question is, then no need to continue the conversation, right, bro? I mean, you didn't hear the question, you don't know what it is. I just repeated it back to you. You don't understand, right? If you don't understand, then hey, all good, bro. Wumpzilla, bring that ass. Pause. And like the video, guys, all right? Like the video, double tap the screen. Sub if you like the content, please. But he legitimately said something has to be pulling it down. It can't just be weight. I'm like, why? Well, who said that? The reason why is because weight depends on gravity. You're the stupidest person I ever met in my entire life. You're the stupidest man ever. You don't even know what these words mean. You're just going from word to word to word. You're like gravity and weight. Yeah, but weight and gravity. No, but gravity is weight. You're literally just like spewing words out of you. Like that was word salad. You know, people come up here and they say, I say word salad. That was physically word salad. That was word salad. Why does something have to be pulling it down if not weight? Because weight depends on gravity. No. Not only is that not true, that don't even make sense. That don't even make no sense. Talking to stupid people really arouses me. You know what I mean? Like in a negative way. Okay, I do not like stupid people. There's nothing wrong with you guys being ignorant. All right, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you are ignorant, you need to act like it. All right, don't come up here acting like you know shit when you don't. Ambo, if you're not coming in here, get your stupid ass out my Discord. All right. Womp, are you coming up here or not? Womp, are you coming up here? Absolute Maniac said, why is this, I don't know what that word is, yelling at me? Because you're stupid. Because you're stupid. And that's the only way that I can release the stress of having to deal with stupid people. All right, when I talk to stupid people, it's a lot of stress on my brain. So I got to get that out of there. Hayuk, are you up here to troll us?
No, but
hold on. Is that name from Goofy?
I don't know what that means. What do you mean from Goofy?
Hayuk, like Goofy when he laughs, he's like Hayuk. That's what I hear. That's what I hear when I read that name. Hayuk.
Okay.
That's
5 minutes.
Huh?
No, that's not what it's. I mean, you can interpret it any way you want.
What is it? I want to know what it is. I don't know.
It's a combination of 2 characters.
Which 2 characters?
Hyakimaru from Doro and Black Star from Soul Eater.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah.
I just want to know, bro. I just want to know. That's it.
That's fine. Can I make a request though?
1 second. Mystic Owl said, "Thank you guys for the gifts." Mystic Owl, thank you for thanking everybody for me. You know, it's very difficult for me to see all the comments and stuff. So, you know, thank you guys so much. Again, I will read the super chats while we're doing the phone calls. All right. You said you have a request?
Yeah. Do you mind unbanning?
No. The answer is no. I do mind. If I ban somebody, it's permanent. Yep. They can create a new account. Hey, they can create if they want. They can create a new account. Come in here and change their tune, and maybe I'll forget. You know, change that tune. They come in here on the same energy. Banned for life. Period. I never want to talk to you again, ever.
We could just start the conversation then.
Well, all right. Let's do that then. Let's do that. All right. What is your one question or comment that you would like to add to the conversation today?
So, just like a clarifying question, do you affirm flat Earth?
Huh?
Do you affirm like flat Earth?
No.
No? Wait. So, what's your stance on the shape of the Earth?
Nobody has ever proven the shape or the size of the Earth.
So wait. So you're saying that you're like agnostic to the shape of the Earth?
I'm scientific to the shape of the Earth.
Scientific. Can you like explain that to me?
Yeah, if something hasn't been proven scientifically, then it's not a scientific theory. And that means like showing scientific experiments that prove such thing. So like the Earth moving, for an example, it's not a scientific theory because no experiment has ever successfully proved it's moving, period. So I'm a scientific Earth believer. The minute that they prove it, the minute that somebody proves something scientifically, I will be on board.
Yeah, man. I think you can justify Earth's movement very easily. So are you?
Well, justifying it and proving it scientifically are 2 different things, aren't they?
No, it's actually not.
Well, you're an idiot then. Well, then you're an idiot. You're quite an idiot. You're quite stupid.
You don't want to engage in a dialectic. You want to.
What do you mean engage in a dialectic? You said that there are justifications for the Earth moving. If I justify why I'm drinking juice today, that's not the same thing as a scientific theory, as a scientific experiment that proves something. You're a moron. I don't have to ask you. You are a moron.
If I use an aspect of science to justify something, then we're justifying it using scientific theory.
You're trying to use words to manipulate my mind, and it's not going to work. All right. The scientific theory. I'm talking about the words that are coming out of my mouth. If you listen, then you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. The scientific theory, a scientific theory has to be based on scientific experiments. This is the scientific method. If you want to subvert the scientific method, you must do it somewhere else, my friend. Up here, we are the guardians of the scientific method. You would not come up here and claim that things are scientific theories unless it follows the scientific method to the T.
Sir, lunar eclipses prove and justify why the Earth moves.
How?
Are you okay?
How?
So, a lunar eclipse is literally just when Earth moves between the sun and the moon.
How do you know that?
Because it's been tested. It's been proven.
How has it been tested? And who tested it?
NASA did. NASA proved it.
Okay, how did they test it? How? How did they test that?
You want my source?
I just want you to tell me how they tested it.
Okay.
You don't know, do you? You don't actually know how they tested it.
Okay, well, how about you hold on for a second, man?
No, we're not going to hold on. This is the live, bro. We're not going to sit here while you educate yourself on the spot. Are you an idiot? You're supposed to educate yourself before you come up here, stupid. What the hell is wrong with you? Okay, this is my point. You don't actually know if what you're reading is true or not. You never checked it out. You probably didn't even read it. You just looked on Google and said, okay, NASA tested it. So I'm like, fine, if they tested it, explain to me how. Let me look right now. If you had to look right now, that means you didn't know when you said it. Why would you do that? Why would you lie like that? If you don't know, be like, honestly, I don't know. I'm assuming that NASA did it because they said it. I'm assuming. Wompzilla, are you up here to troll us? Womp. Womp, are you up here to troll us or not? Unmute yourself, bud. I can't hear you, bro. I can't hear you. There's something going on with your mic. All right, you got to come out and come back in, bud. You got to come out and come back in. Hold on real quick. Huckster, what are you saying in the back? Oh, he's messaging me personally. Yeah, because we can't hear you, Wompzilla. All right, we can't hear you. Yeah, and by the way, Huckster, like, bro, you can call me an idiot all you want. You're the one that couldn't explain yourself when I asked you about your evidence. So I could be an idiot, but that is just a deflection because you couldn't explain it. So you want to call me an idiot so you feel better about yourself. If that's what helps you, if that's what makes you feel better, bro, then I'll accept that. All right, I could be an idiot if that makes you feel better, but it's not going to change the facts. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, stupid. Purist, are you up here to troll us?
No. I just wanted to know what your stances are on, like, what you believe about these things.
It's not important. It's not important what I believe. What's important is the truth that can be confirmed scientifically, or through primary documents. No matter what I believe.
Okay. Well, can you educate me about the truth, please? I'd love to.
The truth on what?
I don't know. You keep talking about the truth, man.
You just want to know the truth in general?
Yeah, I want to know what you know to be the truth.
You're probably an idiot. That's what I know to be the
Am
truth.
I?
Probably.
Oh, okay. How do I fix this?
Learn how to ask better questions. That is, I'm being 100%
I don't think
serious.
that's a very good question.
I didn't ask you a question. I told you to learn how to ask better questions. You see how you're an idiot? You see how I was right? No, you see how I was right? You see how I was right? See, you are an idiot.
Oh, me? You call me an idiot? That's not very nice.
I'm not a nice guy,
I'm
bro.
just trying to have a conversation with you, man.
Well, you asked me what I know to be true, and I had to be honest.
Okay, well, what else do you know to be true?
That's the only thing right now. Yeah, I'm only that. I'm only sure about that.
What's with these people asking what the shape of the Earth is? I don't get that.
Yeah, you should go ask them, honestly. But yeah, they're confused as to why I say the Earth is not a globe, because they were taught that the Earth is a globe, and anytime somebody teaches them something that they weren't taught in high school, they spaz out. That's pretty much what happens. If you tell them something that they weren't taught in high school, they're basically going to turn into Mr. Crocker. Fairly Odd Parents. What good, Reality? Reality, I see you down there, my brother. Purist, are you up here to troll us? No? Hold on one second. Daldidris, thank you for the 200 jewels, Daldidris. I appreciate that. And of course, thank you, Mystic Owl. Thank you for thanking everybody. Again, if you guys are in the chat and you're not participating in the conversation, the mods have permission to ban you right away. All right? Yeah, don't ban Star X though. No. Star B usually participates. Hold on, let me look at it. Let me make sure. Hold up. Yeah, don't ban Star B. Star B, you need to yeah, mods. By the way, make sure that the people are trolling us and not just responding to other people in the comments, all right? Make sure that if you delete somebody that they are trying to troll us and they're not just going back and forth with somebody, because that's what Star B, I'm pretty sure he was just going back and forth with somebody, you know what I mean? Or he was commenting on the person that came up here, all right? Thank you, Yo Mama. I appreciate that. Again, I'm not, because there's a lot of people in here trolling, so get them all out of here for sure. But just try to make sure that they're not, try to see the context first. Try to see the context if it's not clear. All right, Purist, what is your question or comment?
Sorry. Give me a moment. My internet's tweaking. I'm so sorry.
All right.
Hi. What do you think of the concept of race?
Thank you for that question. I appreciate it. I think it's made up and a lie and nonsense. Thank you for that. Bream, are you up here to troll us? Bream, I can't hear you. All right. Guys, please double tap the screen. Like the video, all right? Sub if you like the content. I love and I appreciate you. If you are calling in on the Discord, I will get to everybody, even if it's only for 1 minute. Okay, I will get to everybody, but don't troll when you come up here, please. Umbra, are you up here to troll us?
We'll discuss one of the topics you have presented.
All right. Which topic?
Specifically that one where it says that the Earth isn't moving, or that there's no evidence of Earth moving.
There's no scientific evidence. Scientific, to be specific.
No scientific evidence. Okay, so what would you call the Coriolis effect?
I would call it the Coriolis effect.
Okay, so it's simple. The Coriolis effect, really, it's observable in the weather patterns that we see around us.
Yeah, I don't need you to explain it to me, bro. We don't need you to explain it to us. Bro, nobody can hear you, bro. Nobody can hear you. You're not gonna steamroll us, all right? You're muted. Nobody can hear you, just so you know. All right. You asked me what do I call the Coriolis effect? I call the Coriolis effect the Coriolis effect. Yeah, you're completely muted, bro, just so you know. I know you're still talking, but I can't hear you at all. All right. The Coriolis effect is the Coriolis effect. That's what it's called. I don't need you to explain that to us, but that was the answer to your question. Yeah, the Coriolis effect is called the Coriolis effect, but
oh, okay, that's even funnier, man. You're literally trying to figure out something that you have no knowledge on. That is something stupid. You are stupid for that.
Okay, and why do you think that I'm stupid again?
Why? If I have to repeat myself, that just further supports why you're stupid.
My bad, bro. One more time. Can you repeat that one more time? I didn't hear that. Oh, shout out Union Gaming. Union Gaming, you thought he was based? Hey, Union Gaming, you thought he was based? That's hilarious. Hayuk said, slammed on your own neck. Wow. Calling me the N-word over and over and over again is considered slamming me on my neck to this guy. Well, we know where you stand, right? Think about it. They're happy that Buddy came in here and called me the N-word over and over again, as if that proves me wrong or whatever. He's, oh yeah, he got you. All right, no problem. He got me. He called me the N-word. Good job. Hopefully that solves something. All right, let's see. Yeah. Hopefully calling me the N-word over and over again actually solves something in your life. You know what I mean? Maybe it'll make the women like you better. Maybe. Bream, are you up here to troll us?
Hi, man.
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
No. All right. First off, I want to say, the guy before fucked up what he did. I'm sorry, this is my language, but that was messed up. He was on it, but you didn't have to do that. Anyways.
Yeah, hey, listen, man. Hey, bro, I love, when you're at the top of the mountain, you got to expect the people down there to throw pebbles at you,
That was a cheap one. I mean, he was winning until he had to do some.
He was winning?
White.
You thought he was winning?
Shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, cause you trolling. Like, let's be honest here.
Breathe.
Breathe.
No, not hold on. Not hold on. I'm not holding on. Breathe.
Go ahead.
Breathe.
I'm giving you the floor.
It's not about you giving it to me. I'm taking the floor. All right. So yeah, I'm taking the floor. I'm taking the floor. All right. So you said that he was winning. I asked you how, and then instead of telling me how he was winning, you asked me, am I trolling? You see how that loses credibility for you?
I didn't hear your question.
Okay, well, I asked you again. How was he winning? Okay, my bad then. My bad. How was he winning? What was he winning about?
He was winning because he was making the right points. You didn't know.
What was the right point? What was the right point?
You don't know nothing about the Coriolis effect.
What makes you think I don't know anything about the Coriolis effect? What makes you think that?
Because you were stuck and you didn't answer and you were just quiet.
Where was I stuck? I wasn't stuck or quiet. I wasn't stuck or quiet at all. I was completely talking over him, just like I'm doing you, Bream. I'm never quiet. I'm constantly talking. Are you out of your mind? I was talking over him the whole time. He asked me, Bream, he asked me, what do you call the Coriolis effect? I said, I call it the Coriolis effect. How does that mean that I don't know what the Coriolis effect is, Bream?
Brody, I don't want to like.
It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. We're already here. I just want you to answer my question.
White man, I don't give a fuck about.
Bro. Then why would you say that he was cooking me? You said he cooked me. Now you gotta stand on it.
Why are you being so emotional though?
Because I have free will. Because I have free will. That's why. Because I have free will. So you said, bro, that he cooked me. You got to stand on that now. I said, how? You said, I didn't know what the Coriolis effect was. Okay. How do you know that I don't know what the Coriolis effect is, Bream? That's the question that we are staying on. We're not moving off that, Bream. You don't get a choice in this matter. You chose, think about it. You're like, oh, that dumb white man. But you came in here and you started caping for him. So you must love that white man since you thought he was cooking me, but you can't even explain why. If he was cooking me, explain why, or get your ass cooked.
My answer is you didn't answer. You didn't answer him.
I did answer. I answered. You're lying. I answered.
What did you say?
He said, what do you call the Coriolis effect? I said, I call it the Coriolis effect. That's my answer.
And he said, what is it? And what did you say? I can go play for play. The next word he said,
I didn't hear that. Hey, Bream, I was talking over him. I was talking over him. I didn't hear him. I was talking over him.
In the beginning, y'all. But don't act all hot dog. I'm not even worried about that.
How does that mean that I don't know? Bream. Let me explain to you how stupid you are. Bream, look. I'm gonna mute you so I can stop yelling. Because the reason why I'm yelling is because you won't be quiet. All right. Let me explain something to you, bro. Even if he asked me what is the Coriolis effect, and I did not answer him, Bream. If I don't answer him, Bream, how is that proof that I don't know what it is? Go ahead.
Answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. You're right. It's not proof that you don't know what it is.
So are you backtracking then, Bream? So you're going to backtrack then? Right? Huh? No. Before we go into that, you're going to backtrack first.
As a real man? No, dog.
As a real man? Nope. As a real man?
I can say I'm wrong.
All right, but I require more than that, though. I require my pound of flesh.
He didn't cook you.
I require. Oh, okay. He didn't cook me.
Yeah, I'm wrong.
Okay.
Now, explain it. Explain what the
No, hey, bro. Hey, listen, bro. As long as we are clear, I'm talking now. As long as we are clear, as long as you backtrack on that, then nobody come up here and cook me. He asked me. Hold up. Mom's got to fix what? What are you talking about? Yeah, no, we can hear them just fine on the YouTube chat. So if you guys can't hear it in the Discord, I honestly don't care. Yeah, if you want to hear it, go watch on YouTube. Well, I can hear them. The YouTube chat can hear them. That's all that matters. It don't matter what you guys can hear in the Discord. It really don't. So again, since you backtrack that he wasn't cooking shit, he asked me, what do I call the Coriolis effect? I answered him directly. And then I said, I call it the Coriolis effect. And then he started saying, see, you're just dumb. You're just dumb. When he started calling me dumb, I started talking over him and I muted him and I started cooking him. Do you understand? That was it. That was the whole conversation. And then he started calling me the N-word. That was it. And you were so happy that he called me the N-word that you're like, yeah, he cooked you. Even though I didn't like the N-word, because that sounds weird, he still cooked you though. That's what you decided to say. But you backtracked. I can't even hear you, bro. You're muted. But you backtracked on that. So I'm not going to hold that against you, Bream. I'm not going to hold it against you that you love a white dude that came in here and called me the N-word. You're literally in love with a white dude that came in here spamming the N-word, so much so that you were automatically assuming stuff about me that I clearly didn't say. And you admitted as much when I pressed you on it. So we're going to move on from that. All right, we're going to move on from that. So now, Bream, you're still muted. I still can't hear you. Yep, exactly. You are silenced right now. All right? So now you wanted to ask me what is the Coriolis effect, Bream? Is that the question or comment that you came up here to ask? What is the Coriolis effect? Huh?
That's not the question I wanted to ask.
Oh, well, what's the question you want to ask then?
My question I wanted to ask was, so are you saying, first, my whole thing, are you saying that the Earth isn't moving or that nothing is moving in space? What is moving in space and what is not moving in space?
All right, I'm gonna say this accurately again. If you do not get it this time, I have the right to call you stupid. Just so you know, I'm gonna explain.
You didn't say it once. So
no. I've explained it 100 times already in this live. 100 times.
No, dog.
So
How the fuck am I supposed to know other people's minds?
Are you not watching? Have you not been watching?
No, I just pulled up here.
Then why would you call into a stream, bro? Why would you call into a stream that you're not watching? Why, bro? Why? I can't hear you. I can't hear you, stupid. Why would you turn on a stream you don't even know what's going on and then call in like an idiot? Why would you not sit there and watch before you call in like a moron? You know what? I answered my own question because you're a moron. Exactly. All right. So I'll answer it for you. All right. And like I said, if you don't get it this time, I have the right to call you stupid. Point blank, period. Here we go. So when I say the Earth is not moving, it's because scientific experiments have been done to attempt to prove the Earth is moving. Scientific experiments. For example, Michelson and Morley. They all failed. They tried to prove the Earth was moving. They failed, period. All right? This is the reason why Einstein came up with the theory of relativity. He says as much in his own work. The idea of the theory of relativity is the fact that we cannot prove the Earth is moving from Earth. This is the facts. We cannot prove the Earth is moving from Earth. And so that's why Einstein came up with the theory of relativity. Is the Earth moving? I honestly don't know. But scientifically, we've never proven it. So if we're speaking scientifically, the Earth is not moving. All right? That should be very easy to understand. If you ask me a question about that shit again, talking about is everything in space not moving, I'm going to call you an idiot and move on. Boiler Frog, are you up here to troll us?
No, sir.
No? How old are you, Boiler Frog? Are you an adult?
I'm 16. My fault.
It's okay.
Is it?
I'll let you ask a question, and then I gotta drop you though, because I can't take no chances. What's your question? Go ahead.
On your page, you say like V equals not African, like on the YouTube short. What's that all about?
Thank you for that question. I appreciate that. So the we not equals Africa thing is one of my favorite subjects to talk about. the out of Africa theory is a lie. And it can pretty much be traced back to a man named Melville Hershkovich. Now, don't tell your teachers this, all right, Boiler Frog? Don't go to school and tell your teachers that I told you that everything they told you was a lie, all right? Wait till you turn 18, then start talking about this stuff, for real. But the out of Africa theory is a lie made up by a man named Melville Hershkovich to justify the colonization of America. Now, it was also to justify the colonizations of Asia, Europe, and Africa, but this pretty much came from America because that's where most of the colonization was taking place at the time. They were taking over the technology and the advanced civilization of Atlantis. And so, as they sold these people into slavery, they told them that they came from Africa to prevent people from knowing where they came from. Thank you for that question, bud. All right, Frolas. Frolas, are you up here to troll us?
I am not here trolling.
Okay, what's your question or comment you got for us?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry I have a very sore throat at the moment. I just want to say I really like your hair, and I think your glasses make you look very cute.
You said you like my hair and my glasses make me look cute? Is that what you just said? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well,
is that it?
Like, I just wanted to know, like, when did you start believing these things? Like,
which things specifically? What? When did I start believing that the Earth was not round?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see. I started studying like Einstein's theory of relativity when I was like a sophomore, junior in college, and that's when I realized that Einstein was basically a fraud. I found out that Einstein basically just worked at a patent office. You know what I mean? Like he was never a scientist or a mathematician or anything like that. He was just a dude that worked at a patent office. And then out of nowhere, he came up with all of these theories, and none of these theories were backed up by mathematics or scientific experiment. So that's what made me start questioning reality. At that point, I started looking up quantum physics. You know what I mean? And I started watching a bunch of different lectures and reading a bunch of different books on, you know, quantum physics, looking at what goes on in the particle colliders. This is what led me to start believing that the Earth was entirely energy. So that's kind of how that developed. Like I started studying Einstein's theory of relativity. I realized that was pretty much a fake story, and that he took the theory of relativity from Henri Poincaré. You know, the theory of relativity is actually not even Einstein's theory. He basically just took that from Henri Poincaré and then, you know, reimagined it so that way it's his theory now. So when I found all that out, I started believing that the Earth was, everything was energy, everything was frequency, and so that's kind of what led me into, you know, that kind of thing. You know, believing that what we're taught about the world is, you know, probably not quite as concrete. And then I got to give the credit to my two brothers. One of them is my biological brother, my older brother JD, and then my spiritual brother Brian Cade. Some people know Brian Cade in the chat. Brian Cade is an artist, a musical artist that I grew up with and have worked with a little bit from out here where I'm at in California. And he and my brother were the first two people to get me to look at all of this information. Because like I said, I've always been, not always, but since college, I was heavy on the world is frequency, the world is energy. I was pushing the free energy stuff, but I really wasn't up on the quote unquote shape of the Earth. As a matter of fact, my boy Brian, when he first tried to introduce me to quote unquote flat Earth, he basically was showing me a flat Earth video, and I stopped him and was like, bro, I'm not into all this flat Earth stuff. I'm like, this is what I told him, without ever having seen a flat Earth video or anything like that. I'm like, bro, let me tell you what the Earth is. I told him just off pure metaphysical study. I'm like, bro, the Earth is not a globe. I'm like, the Earth is like a metaphysical realm. It's like a dimension. This is what I told him word for word. I'm like, the Earth is more like a dimension. You know what I mean? Where it's like, like life is just taking place as chemical reactions in our brain. This is what I'm talking about. Life is just chemical reactions in the brain, right? So when you look, see, and feel stuff, that you're not seeing stuff, you're not feeling stuff. All right, you are receiving frequencies, and your brain are interpreting these frequencies as your senses. And so that's what I was on for a long time. And then, like I said, my boy Brian and my older brother, they're like, you need to look at this flat Earth stuff. And so when I started looking at it, then I realized that the people in the flat Earth community were being marginalized by the word flat Earth. That's what I realized. I realized that because people aren't as aggressive as me or whatever it may be, they allow people to force them into conversations that they don't want to have. I don't allow people to do that to me. And so that's why I had to jump in the game, because there's a very important conversation going on here about the Earth not being a globe, the Earth not moving, history, etc. What they try to do is they try to marginalize that into he thinks the Earth is flat. And most of the time that works on people, but that don't work on me, So that's why I decided to jump into this conversation, because I was already pushing the free energy stuff, and I realized how much of a disadvantage the quote unquote flat Earth people were at, because they're being honest. The flat Earth people, they're just honestly trying to figure out what's going on, and they're going against all these globe people that are pretentious liars. And so, I'm the one that knows how to deal with that. I can deal with a pretentious liar. I can deal with people that are being dishonest and trying to use rhetorical devices, as opposed to trying to deal with the conversation honestly. And most flat earthers are trying to be honest. They're honestly trying to figure out what goes on, while the globe earthers are not doing that. So that's how I got into this. Thank you for that question, Frolas. I appreciate you. Pretz, you better not be up here to troll us, man. I'm just saying, you better not be up here to troll us. Because it's going to go nowhere, but, Listen, shout out everybody in the chat, all right? Like the video, please. Double tap the screen. Sub if you like the content. I know what's your name said it's hard to see the like button. Listen, is the like button up? I know if you can't see the like button because of the color, I keep forgetting to fix it, all right? The like button should be up there somewhere, okay? Like the video, double tap the screen. Prince, you're muted, bud. You're muted, all right? I didn't hear anything that you just said. All right, are you up here to troll us?
You're good. No, just
Okay, hold on. Slow down, bro. You're not up here to troll. Or what was all that? What was all that bullshit you were saying in the back? Like you got like choice words for me? What are you talking about?
I'm here to have a conversation.
Well, no. Well, you said you have choice. You said you have some words for me. What are those words you have?
Right. Well, what I'm saying is I would like to hear your opinion.
Oh, so you don't actually have words for me. So that was all just posturing. So you were just posturing in the back. You don't actually have words. You just have a question.
What makes you think that? Like, I want to hear your honest answer. Why is it that you think that Einstein is a fraud? Why you believe in flat Earth?
Thank you for that question. So I mean, if you were listening to the conversation about Einstein, you should have been smart enough to pick up on what I literally said about Einstein. Einstein worked at the patent office. All right. He was not a scientist. He was not a mathematician. He was a patent officer. The same job that anybody in the chat right now could do if they got hired. Yeah, it don't take no amount of brains to be a patent officer. That's what Einstein's physical job was. All right. And not only that, Windsor, you're right, but let's calm down with that, okay? And not only did Einstein work at the patent office, he did not come up with the theory of relativity. Henri Poincaré came up with the theory of relativity. Did you not hear me say that? You didn't hear me say that. Henri Poincaré came up with the theory of relativity. Einstein took it from him and reimagined it in his own theory and pretend that he came up with it. That's why. All right. Thank you for that question, Pretz. You know what, bro? I thought you had. I thought you had a lot more. You know what I mean? But I guess maybe next time you come around, you'll have some more. But he's like, yeah, I got some words for him. Well, I guess having words for somebody means you just have a question. No harm in that. Red's rhetoric. Are you up here to troll us?
I was just here to listen. You have a question for me?
Oh, no, I don't. Yeah, I just the people who are in here, I assume that they're in here because they want to come up because you can listen from the YouTube. You know that, right?
True, but on the off chance they have a question or
Well, yeah. Well, if you have a question, then I'll come back to you if you're still up here, and I'll ask you again if you have a question. All right.
yeah, if you have a question, that is.
Why would I have a question for you?
If you have a question.
Why would I have a question for you? I don't know you.
I don't know. It seems like you're trying to figure stuff out. You seem like you're a little lost. May need a map.
Well, what do you think that I'm lost about?
It could be a lot of things. I mean, if you're
let's not be esoteric now. Let's not be esoteric. Be specific. What am I lost about?
Well, if you're going down the path of flat Earth, you might have gotten lost.
Did I say that the Earth was flat?
Well, is it the more reasonable thing compared to...
Well, I asked you a question, sir. Did I say that the Earth was flat?
Oh, I'm sorry. So you don't say the Earth is flat.
You're asking me another... Did I say the Earth is flat is a question that I'm asking you.
I don't know if you did or didn't.
You don't know. So you don't know if I said the Earth is flat, but you're assuming that I'm lost because of flat Earth? I think you might be projecting right now, my friend. I think you're lost. You're lost trying to prove somebody wrong about something that they didn't even say. How sad is that?
So what did you say?
I said that the Earth is not a globe. Clearly, the Earth is not a globe. It's been proven to not be a globe. Clearly. One more time, the Earth is not a globe. I don't know why that was so... Why is that so difficult for you guys to understand? It says it right here. So what are you saying? Do you speak English? Y'all are idiots. Red's rhetoric said, LOL, got him. That was easy. Oh, you got me, Reds? You got me? All right, bro. Since you got me and everything, right? Lifetime ban, bro. Lifetime ban from the Discord. Aaron said we are not on a globe. That is correct, Aaron. That is correct. But, oh, I got him. Well, yeah, well, go take your victory lap then. Hold on. Imagine. Hey, what did you say that I'm lost about, bro?
A bunch of things.
Well, name one. Name one. Yeah. Name one.
You know what an axiom is?
What am I lost about?
I just asked you a question. Do you know what an axiom is?
Asking me a question is not an answer to my question.
I think you're lost on what an axiom is, so I asked you, do you know what an axiom is?
You think I'm lost on what an axiom is?
Yeah.
Why do you think, hold on, where did you get the impression that I'm lost on what an axiom is? Where did you get that impression?
Do you have an answer to the question?
I'm asking you, where did you get the impression that I'm lost on what an axiom is?
Because of your behavior.
What about my behavior?
Logical inconsistencies, logical fallacies.
What did I say? What did I say that was logically inconsistent?
That people can't use pictures or Google, but you're sitting here using pictures.
When did I say people can't? When did I say people can't use pictures or Google?
You have a single primary document in your house?
When did I say that people can't use? Sir, you know I'm not going to let you talk over me. You know I'm not going to do that. You know I'm not going to let you talk over me. So why would you know what I mean? Just calm down, all right? When did I say people can't use Google or pictures? When did I say that?
You're saying, oh, you're looking stuff up on Google. You're looking stuff up on Google. Every single person that you talk to, like, oh, you read that on Google. That's lies.
Okay, but that's not the same thing as saying that people can't look on Google.
Told you that they saw something on Google. You said that that was lies and it's not a reliable source.
That's not the same thing as saying people can't look on Google.
You're inferring that people should not use
You are inferring that. You're inferring that.
Okay, now answer my original question. What is
No, I'm not going to answer your original question. You said that I'm lost. You said that I'm lost. You said, bro, you know how this goes. I don't know why you're acting brand new. Why are you acting brand new, bro? You've been up here a lot of times, right?
You don't know, dude. You don't know.
What do you mean? I don't know. You listen, bro. You said that I'm lost.
That's your
I asked you. You're muted now. You said that I'm lost. I asked you, what am I lost about? You said you don't know what an axiom is. And I said, what would give you that impression? And you're like, because you're logically inconsistent. I'm like, how am I logically inconsistent? Your answer to how I'm logically inconsistent is you said people can't look on Google. Number one, even if I said people can't look on Google, that doesn't make me logically inconsistent. Number two, I never even said that shit. So what are you even doing up here, bro? Are you just up here to troll and waste our time? You're just up here to troll and waste our time, aren't you?
No answers. I gave you multiple answers.
And they don't make sense. I'm breaking it down. It don't make sense. I just broke down why it don't make sense.
About the other one, you said people can't use pictures because they can be edited. You're sitting here using pictures.
I never said people can't. I never said people can't use pictures. All right, you don't understand English. You really don't.
I'm inferring it.
All right, well, I don't have to take your inferences seriously. I don't have to take your inferences seriously. I don't have to do that. It's just an inference from you.
Accept pictures?
What? What?
Are you willing to accept pictures as evidence?
Not as scientific evidence, no.
Then your pictures of these documents are not acceptable as scientific evidence. I believe they're edited.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. I never said that me showing you a document is the scientific evidence itself. The experiment is the scientific evidence. And then you guys ask me for a source. Listen, bro, you're muted, all right? You're muted. The experiment is the scientific evidence. You guys asked me for a source. And so I bring the source up. I never said that the source was the evidence. You asked for the source, and I bring it up. And then you're mad that I brought the source up. Sorry, don't ask for the source if you don't want it.
I can directly quote you if you want.
Quote me on what?
You pulled up pictures on the screen, and then you've told people, I just proved it. I just showed you the evidence.
I've never said that I proved it with a picture. Go clip it. All right, go clip it, bro. Go clip it. Go clip me saying that. Go clip me saying that. Go ahead, prove it to me. Go clip it.
You don't have a single primary document in your possession, do you?
Go clip me saying what you just said I said, bro.
Yeah, dodge the question. I would too, honestly.
Bro, you can't deflect from the conversation we're having with a question. And then, bro, you can't deflect. Nobody can hear you, just so you know. You cannot deflect from the conversation that we're having by asking me a question and then say that I'm dodging the question. That question was a deflection. You're not slick, bro. You're just sick. All right?
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Son of Cool said, watch him get kicked for cooking. How about this, Son of Cool?
Do you have a primary document?
How about this? Son of Cool. What did he cook me on? Go ahead. Tell us, how did he cook me? My bad. What's your question, bro? Go ahead. What's your question?
My question, do you have a primary document?
Do I have a what? I'm just saying, man. Listen, don't say stuff in the chat if you're not going to back up what you said. Now, let me tell you why I did not answer your question, Imagine Giraffe. Okay? Because first of all, I'm still moving down my list. The reason why I brought you up is because I see the comments in the back, and you are like, oh, buddy you said that I got, or whatever you said in the comment that made me bring you up. So I'm like, hold on. What do you mean that, bro? Oh, no, you said I'm actually lost. Right. You made a comment and you said, I'm actually lost. I brought you up to explain yourself. You're not going to distract from that by asking me random questions. Why do you think that you get to distract from me pressuring you on why I'm lost by asking me questions? And then how does that lead to me getting cooked? How do I get cooked? Because he said that I'm lost. I asked him to prove it. He couldn't. So he just started asking me a bunch of questions trying to distract me. If I don't answer his questions, that's not me getting cooked at all. As a matter of fact, that's me cooking him. That's right. He don't got nothing to say, so he's trying to deflect by asking me questions. He's an idiot. And so are you. You're an idiot. Listen, like the video, guys, all right? Like the video, double tap the screen, sub if you like the content. I don't know. The like button is up here somewhere. I don't know where it's at. All right, it's up there. Like the video. Aiden, you're coming up next, Aiden. Aiden, are you up here to troll us? Aiden. There's something wrong with your mic, bro. Get it together. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with you guys. Womp, are you up here to troll us? There's something wrong with your mic, Womp. It has to be your mic because I can see your audio registering. All right, I can see your audio registering, but we can't hear it. So there must be something wrong with your mic. It cannot be the permissions, bro. Everybody has the same permissions, all right? There's something wrong with your mic. Koofer, you're next, Koofer. Koofer, you're next. Guys, double tap the screen, please. Like the video. Some of you like the content. Listen, man, look, this is starting to get boring now that you guys are trolling. All right? Like, let's participate in the conversation. Do you have something that debunks me? Can you prove me wrong with documentation? Bring that up. Nobody wants to hear you guys fail trying to stump me on my words. Or you're not smart enough to do that. You understand? You're not smart enough to stump me on my words. And even if you do, what is that going to prove? You stump me on my words. Then what? Does that make the world magically a globe? No. Koofer, are you up here to troll us?
Hear me?
I can hear you now. Are you up here to troll us?
I'm not here to troll you.
All right, what is your question or comment that you have that is going to add to the conversation, Koofer?
I just want to ask effectively what your justification for history being 100% false is.
Looking at primary documents and realizing that they alter the story and they don't teach us what the primary documents say in high school.
What would you consider a primary document?
Primary documents are primary documents, my friend. You know what that is, right? Come on.
Well, I understand what a first-hand document is.
Yeah, same thing. Primary, first-hand document, same difference, yes. A document that is written about an event from somebody that was present to either witness it or involved.
But how can you then claim that history is 100% fake? That's 100%. That means that every single primary document that's ever been written is false.
Now, thank you for that question, Koofer. Koofer, I don't want to disrespect you, bro, but you're not quite getting what I'm saying, all right? I'm going to repeat it again. This is exactly what I said at the beginning, but you didn't hear me the first time. They do not teach us what the primary documents say in history class. The primary documents show different than history class, okay? I'm not saying the primary documents aren't real. They don't teach us from the documents in class. I know the documents are real because I'm the one bringing them up. God damn, you guys are stupid. You stupid man. My God. I'm sorry, Logan. I just can't, bro. I hate stupid people, bro. I hate stupid. That's not true. I love everybody. All right, I love everybody. I just dislike stupid people the most. The most. All right? They don't teach us from the primary documents in school. When you read the primary documents, it contradicts what we're taught in school. His response is, so you're saying all primary documents are fake? Ooh, I want to ban you for life right now, Koofer. I really want to ban you for life, but you seem like a nice guy, so I'm not going to hold that against you. But that was the dumbest thing ever. I'm sorry, guy. I didn't mean to yell. I didn't mean to yell. I really need to stop doing that. But, oh, God, you guys are just, loose harvesters. I swear to God, loose harvesters. All right, Big Sassy, are you up here to troll us?
That's me. Yeah, man. So I just like randomly ran into your stream when I was like scrolling through the shorts. So I kind of like, I feel like I'm among a lot of people right now who kind of don't really know what's going on. So can you do me a favor? Can you just kind of like go through the list that's above you on the stream?
No,
The
no,
Discord now, so I
nah.
can see it. But
Now, just ask me about one, bro. I'm not gonna go through the whole list. Just ask me about one, and I can go through that one.
Come on, summarize it.
Okay,
Or
all right,
otherwise,
all
you
right,
just wanna
fine. All right,
go
here's the
through
summary. All right, fine. Here's the summary. The top 4 are backed up by primary documents. The bottom 2 are consistent with the scientific method. Period. There you go. That's my summary.
So when you say the Earth is not a globe,
Yes.
what do you like? What would fit in that case?
What?
Do you
Say
like
that
something
again.
about a perfect circle?
No, I
Sorry, what?
mean, like compasses don't work on a globe physically. This is what a magnetic declination chart is physically. Physically, there's a magnetic declination chart physically because you cannot physically navigate on the globe using a compass because the Earth is not a globe. Physically, in the airplane manuals, it tells the pilots do not take off and land the plane as if the Earth is a globe. And when they are physically in the air, they do not nose down over the curve of the Earth to stay parallel. Physically, that does not happen. Physically, military ballistic weapon systems never take the Earth curvature or the Earth moving into account physically. And the physical magnetic field that we have on our planet that we can use to harvest energy, free electricity from the atmosphere. This can only be recreated in a lab using parallel horizontal plates. You cannot recreate the physical magnetic field that exists on the Earth using a curved surface in a lab. All right? So all scientific evidence ever, all physical evidence ever, all plane survey measurement ever, which we use plane survey measurements for all engineering feats ever. All right? Bridges, buildings, they use plane survey measurements, which does not take the curve into account. So as you can see, when rubber meets the road in real life, when we actually have to do stuff, the curvature is not there. So the Earth is not a globe, period. It don't matter what you see in the sky. It doesn't matter what you can work out on a computer simulation. In real life, when we're trying to navigate, not a globe. When we're flying planes, not a globe. When we're shooting weapons, not a globe. Huh?
But what is it then? In your opinion,
That's a different conversation. That's a different conversation.
Yeah, it's a conversation I want to have.
Well, we can do that after we finish this one, though. Do you understand what I'm saying about all the evidence? Do you understand that I'm saying about all the physical evidence that proves that the Earth is not a globe? You understand that, right?
So, what about all the space launches?
Did you just hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? It don't matter what you do in the sky. It don't matter what you do in the sky. That's not going to circumvent physical measurements that we have of the ground, especially not from government organizations. Physical measurements of the ground. We're talking about flying planes. That people's lives depend on that. All right. We don't even know if people are even in those rockets when they're launching, but we know people are in planes. They do not take the curvature into account. It don't actually matter what goes on in a space shuttle.
And next, I guess, is the America's Atlantis.
Yeah,
like you said, that's supported by the documents.
Yeah. But before we go into that, I want to answer your question about what the Earth could be. You know, again, I did say that we would go to that next. You know, so yeah, after you establish that the Earth is not a globe, for sure, then you can start talking about separately what the Earth might actually be. Now, if we're talking about the shape and the size of the Earth, nobody knows the shape and the size because there's so many more continents that have not been shown in our huh?
We definitely know the shape and the size.
No, you don't. No, you don't know the shape and the size of it. Like I said, because there are so many more continents. Huh?
Every map drawn throughout the ages over the years depicting the same land masses. What do you mean?
I can tell that you're not very educated on this subject, Big Sexy. You just came up here. You just came up here. I understand, but no, I'm not. That's not an ad hominem. That's not. I'm not attacking you. That's not attacking you. That's a question. That's not attacking you. I'm asking you a question. I mean, you're not very educated on the subject directly, are you?
Ad hominem. You're like, you're not smart enough to get it.
A question is not an ad hominem, sir. You are expressing an even greater level of ignorance when you say it's an ad hominem when it's not. That's not an ad hominem, bro. You sound even dumber now.
Legends. What the fuck you think that is?
I can see you're upset, bro. I can see.
It sounds like.
Yeah, no, go ahead, bro. Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to kind of avoiding accents.
Listen, shout out to you, bro. Listen, you're very emotional and upset about this. You're trying to take the conversation from place to place to place. I can tell that not only are you not being honest, but like I was asking you, you're not very educated on the subject. You literally said every map that we have made forever has all the same continents on it. That's provably not true. There are plenty of different maps that have the continents, different sizes, different shapes. There are maps that have extra continents on it. That's why I said you're not very educated on this subject to say something stupid like all the maps that we've ever used. Like, no, that's the opposite of the truth, sir. So you need to go educate yourself more on the subject. If you think something is true, go look it up and figure out if it's true or not. Don't just come up here and spout it as fact. Yeah, guys, double tap the screen for me, please. Double tap the screen. Like the video. I think the like button is up here. I don't know. Like the video, double tap the screen, sub if you like the content, all right? Sub if you like the content. If you don't, then don't. Please, God. Senator, are you not coming up or what? Senator said, haha, he wants to invite me now. I can block you, bro, if you don't want to come in here. Oh, you can rage bait with actual arguments from here? That's what you think? Yeah, well, guess what, bro? No, you can't. Gone. But he's like, no, I would rather just rage bait you from your comments. Good luck with that, idiot. Buddy is sick. We're going to go in order, total, all right? We're going to go in order. So that way I don't forget to bring anybody up. I can rage bait you from the comments. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck. Shout out Cat. What's good, Cat? Free my grandma, Mad Max. All the mods in the chat. Homeless in Florida said, I agree with the background. What's good, Homeless? Who else did I miss? Mad Max, Cat, I see you guys. Cat said, like the video. Fa! Drippy said, how do I call in? You guys call in from the Discord, okay? The Discord is on my page right now. Join the live show tab and you can call in. Guys, if you don't want to come in, I'm gonna ask you to please leave the Discord and go watch from the YouTube. Okay, because I get confused on who has and has not came up with all of you guys in the chat. If you're not trying to come up, please remove yourself from the Discord, please. Oh shit, Nathan, is that you? My bad, your mic is a little low. Nathan, is that you, Nathan?
What's your name?
I'm Ross. Is this Nathan Oakley for real? Is this the real Nathan Oakley?
Yes, this is the real Nathan Oakley. Doing really well. You've got a lot of people watching.
Yeah. I saw you debate on Modern Day Debate, right? Is that where I saw you at? My bad, bro. Your mic keeps going in and out because I have you on a Bluetooth speaker. So if I ask you to repeat yourself, it's not because I'm being an asshole, all right? But is that where I saw you, Nathan, right? On Modern Day Debate?
Debate, but I'm sure you saw me around on the circuit debating Flat Earth. That's what I do. Been doing it for 12 years.
Yeah, okay, that's right. That's right. I do remember you now. Okay, yeah. Shout out to you, man. Well, welcome up here, man. We're happy to have you. What's on your mind? Go ahead, share something with us.
At my own show because you've got over 500 people watching. So I run a daily show on this subject called Flat Earth Debate. And as far as I can hear from what you're doing really well. But can I offer you one little pointer? May I be so bold?
Please, I would love. Go ahead.
In my humble opinion, saying the Earth is not a globe lends itself to a psychological operation. The Earth is measured flat.
Nathan, Nathan, that is so interesting because I think the exact same thing about the word flat. Isn't that interesting?
It's flat.
Yeah.
So when you measure Earth, or survey Earth, or fly over Earth, or navigate Earth, or map or chart Earth, you map it, sail on it, build on it, flat.
Yeah. Well, flat and topographical would be a little bit more accurate. Yeah. To me, though, it seems like people try to marginalize the conversation about the lies regarding science, the lies regarding what they discovered in history, to people just saying the Earth is flat. Because if we are describing a shape, Nathan, right now, I'm not saying that everybody is describing a shape when they're asking what the Earth is. But if they are asking what the Earth is and they're asking about whether or not it's flat, that's a misnomer. Flat is not a shape. So the shape of the Earth cannot be flat. It could be a triangle or a rhombus or some other shape with a flat surface. But to say that the shape of the Earth is flat is, quite frankly, a misnomer.
It's an aspect as opposed to a shape. The shape that they suggest is that's spherical. It's derived from the measurements of Earth's flat surface, from sea level and using altitude angles to things like Polaris and the latitude system. That's where they get their spherical radius value from, by measuring Earth flat as an aspect. But you're correct. It's not a shape, it's an aspect.
Well, and I do agree with you on the fact that it measures 100% flat, yes. Everything that they say is 100% facts. When they measure it, it's flat. When they fly planes and they're landing, it's flat. All survey measurement ever, But that's the reason why sometimes I like to be as accurate as possible because I want to give the trolls one less thing to complain about, So, I do understand how maybe it seems like I'm trying to marginalize flat earthers by only saying the Earth is a globe, but I promise that's not what I'm trying to do.
That's fair enough. I mean, my general attitude at the moment is to say that Earth is not a globe, is to invite the debate. And in reality, you can concede all things global by pointing out that the global system's derived from flat Earth measurements in the first instance. To have a globe, you have to measure Earth flat.
This is 100% facts. I brought this up a few times this week, actually, because people are like, well, where's your model? Where's your model? I'm like, first of all, models aren't conclusive scientific evidences, but you must understand that every globe Earth model comes from flat Earth measurements. They're just taking these measurements and re-engineering them.
They're converting them into sphericity from surface level. So, for instance, Earth curve mathematics, when people suggest we see too far, that irritates me greatly because it suggests there should be Earth curve in the way. And the derivative Earth curve they're suggesting comes from measuring distance, which is planar, and altitude from sea level to pump that into a begging the question Earth curve calculator.
Right.
To suggest we've got curve is to take flat Earth measurements and put them through calculations.
I can agree with that. I definitely do agree with that. The framing of the conversation maybe isn't the strongest, especially when you consider the facts. Because every now and then I come on here and and I don't feel like debating with people. And I'm just like, nope, it's provably not a globe. It's actually impossible. I don't even open. You know what I mean? Sometimes I do leave the door open though for people to come in here and try to prove me wrong. And I guess I have to admit now that Nathan is calling me on it a little bit. It's a little bit dishonest. It is dishonest when I pretend like there is maybe some hope for you guys to come in here and prove that maybe the Earth is a globe, but it's maybe just a little bit bigger, or maybe it's some other shape. In reality, this conversation is over. It's 100% over. Every measurement ever, like he says, is a flat Earth measurement. Every piece of the globe Earth model comes from the flat Earth model. And as I brought up earlier today, ballistic missile systems, the airplanes, the fact that the compass needs a magnetic declination chart, it really is not even it's not up for debate whether or not the Earth's surface is flat.
Going to create any model, you'll derive it in the first instance from flat Earth measurements. What I'll do, I'll put a link to your channel. I'll trim this out, this conversation, and so you say it verbally. What's the name of your YouTube channel?
It's Real Offended. Yeah, Real Offended is the name of my YouTube channel. I debated a few times on Modern Day Debate. That's how I saw you, and a lot of people saw me on there, man. So you're welcome up here anytime. If you ever see me up here and I say something wrong, I would love for you to come up here. If anybody can come up here and challenge me, you're the guy. So I would love for you to be able to come up here and challenge me if I say something wrong.
I don't think you're going to be wrong. Far from it. It's just you're going along with the rhetoric that is engineered to say Earth's not a globe, and the creation of a globe comes from flat Earth measurements. As you've got so many people on your show, do you mind if I shout out my channel?
Of course. Please shout out your channel. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So my channel's called Nathan Oakley 1980, and I run a daily show called Flat Earth Debate. It runs 2 p.m. UK time, which is about 8 a.m. New York time. So tune in to Nathan Oakley 1980 for the Flat Earth Debate. It's been running for about 10 years and is still running to this day. I'm about to release a book, so check that out when it comes out. It's called Measured Flat. That'll be released in the next couple of weeks.
Amen. Well, I'm excited for the book, not just to read it, but if you're not too busy around that time, I may hit you up personally to see about possibly an interview, so you can expand on the book a little bit. Do some promotion if you're open to that.
An email, nathanoakley1980@aol.com. Drop me an email. I'll pop you on the mail out list for the press release when the book comes out. And yeah, definitely, I'd love to do an interview. That would be fantastic.
Wonderful. And thank you so much for tuning in, Nathan. Like I said, I saw your name right away and I got excited because I'm like, yeah, no, I know that name. I've watched many of your debates. I find you to be one of the most thorough people on the subject. Full stop. I've seen a lot of different people who come at it from different angles. My angle is more of an abrasive angle because I know that people that we're debating aren't being honest. And so I master a level of dishonesty every now and then. And so when I watch you debate, though, I don't think I've ever seen you do anything but stick to the facts and be very stringent to what we actually know for sure. And so I appreciate all of your work. A lot of what you did had for sure went into inspiring me. So I appreciate you. And again, you're welcome up here anytime.
Very much for having me. It's been a pleasure being here.
Absolutely. Shout out Nathan Oakley, man. Everybody go check him out. For real. I didn't know that he had been doing this over 10 years. That is, that's amazing. That's amazing. I've only been into the conversation for a few years, and he's one of the first people that I saw right away that would, like I said, never mince words, never do all the he say, she said. Just stick to the facts. What do we know for sure? What can you prove? And I don't want to necessarily say that I modeled my style after that because I'm very aggressive. But I think about that all the time. I think about the fact that there are people like Nathan out there, and it makes me have to cross my T's and dot my I's. 100%. I mean, I swear I'm not exaggerating. If you go watch his debates, you'll see what I'm saying. It's like he's one of the people that very few people have the ability to find cracks in what they're saying because I just in the time that I've watched him, I've never seen him go off on theories or this, that, and the third. And even like you saw him come up and not necessarily correct, but give his opinion on the way that I go about saying it's a globe. He's very, very specific to the facts, and so everybody should definitely go check that out. All right, let's see what else we got in here. Guys, do me a favor, like the video, please. Like the video, sub if you like the content. I appreciate you. Gary said, "We are African equals all." Gary, there is no evidence that humanity started in Africa, nor that the Atlantic slave trade was bringing slaves to America from Africa. If anything, the Atlantic slave trade brought slaves over from Europe. There is documented evidence of this, but most of those slaves just came from America. All right. Most of those slaves just came from America. Ketchup Lord, are you up here to troll us? Huh?
No, sir.
All right. What's your question or comment?
Well, I mean, I want to set some ground rules, I want this to be.
Well, I set the ground rules up here, sir. I set the ground rules. All right. What is your question or comment?
My question is about the dinosaur claim.
All right.
Now, are you saying dinosaurs are dragons or dragons are dinosaurs?
I'm saying that dinosaurs are mistaken. No, dragons are mistaken as dinosaurs. Is what I'm saying.
With that claim, actually.
You agree?
Yes.
All right.
I think a lot of things are mistaken as dinosaurs. For example, pterodons are mistaken as dinosaurs very often. Things like aquatic reptiles mistaken as dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's just a lack of understanding.
I appreciate the. It's more of like a misnomer thing for me. You know, I'm like, sure, it is semantics, but let's be accurate if we're going to talk accurately. In the 1600s, the proper taxonomical category was dragon. So maybe you think dinosaurs were not you. I'm just saying a random. Maybe a random person might think, well, dinosaurs more accurate. Okay, but it's still a made up thing from the 1800s. Before that, the proper taxonomical category was dragon. So, like, at what point do we just get to make up new animals and do away with the old ones? I'm not with all that, you know.
Well, I personally don't even believe dragons are real. I think that's something that was created in like the 1600s, like back when they were discovering bones. I don't think it was 1600s. I think my date's wrong.
So you think that people saw bones and then made up a bunch of stories about seeing them in real life? People that never met each other?
Happened is it's a very common thing where
that's not
you have a
common.
pile of animals.
Come on, dude. It is not common for people to come up with the exact same hallucination. What?
You take Eastern, Western Hemisphere, and there are different kinds of dragons. You have wyverns too. There's a lot of differences and variations in dragons.
It's not that much differences. You're acting like they're complete different species. No, some of them had 4 legs, some of them had 2, some of them some of them had feathers, some had leathery skin. But the fact of the matter is that large lizards were documented not in bone form. They're documented as people seeing them. Aristotle. You're just discounting Aristotle?
I'm talking about in the topic of dinosaur bones being found.
I'm talking about you said that, in your opinion, people were finding bones and then coming up with stories about dragons. I'm saying that's impossible because they didn't tell stories about finding bones. They told stories about seeing dragons. That's what I'm saying.
Claims that people use to support that is they talk about finding dragon bones and using that as an argument for the existence of dragons.
I'm not doing that. I'm using ancient stories and context clues as evidence for the existence of dragons. The bones are just like icing on the cake, but you don't know what those bones are. When people find a fossil, they can take the fossil and be like, I think it's this. This is still all conjecture at some point, unless the fossil is 100%, 100% together. And even then, how would you tell the difference between a baby rat fossil and a mouse fossil? I'm just saying there's a lot of different things that come into play when you're looking at fossils that make it not conclusive. So those fossils are not conclusive evidence of anything. If we're going to say that those fossils are evidence of large reptiles, those large reptiles were called dragons. They were not called dinosaurs at any point in history.
Are you trying to discredit all of dinosaurs then?
I'm saying that. Do you know when the name dinosaur was made up and by who it was made up?
The 1800s. It was
right.
during the.
All right. Okay. Yes, exactly. Dinosaurs were long gone by then, weren't they?
Yes.
All right. So if somebody never saw a dinosaur, they were long gone. In the 1800s, when they decided to make up dinosaur, that means that it was completely imaginary, correct?
Find that claim a little strange.
Well, if I find a fossil and I come up with a bunch of extra shit that's not in the fossil, where did I come up with all that stuff from, if not in my imagination?
Extra stuff. Some of it was fluff, and I agree.
Okay, all right. So why do you want to use the word fluff instead of just saying imagination? Because you know what? I'm not asking the question. That's rhetorical. The reason why he wants to use the word fluff instead of imagination, because he wants to make you guys think that he's not agreeing with me. And he clearly is. All right? It is made up. Dinosaurs are made up. That's not even a question whether or not they're made up. We all know that. Dragons, some people think it's made up, but other people don't. So the jury is still out on dragons. The jury is not out on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are fake.
I wanted to really pin that down. If you were claiming dinosaurs were fake,
No, they are. The idea of a dinosaur is imaginary. It was made up in 1840. You just admitted that, didn't you? Huh?
What about all the bones we have?
You did just admit that, though, right?
Admit that what?
That in the 1800s, when they had never seen a dinosaur, that was them making it up, wasn't it?
Discovering bones, not knowing what it was, coming up with the term dinosaur.
Coming up with it, coming up, making up. Those are the same words. You know that, right?
You have to come up with things. You can't.
Then why are you deflecting it? When I say they made it up, why are you so upset when I say that?
You're saying the dinosaurs are fake.
I said that they made it up. I said they made it up in their imagination. They're imaginary. Yeah. You admitted as much, and you just said, well, they have to come up with stuff. They have to make shit up. I'm not disagreeing whether or not they have to make shit up. As long as we agree that it is made up.
It did exist.
You don't know that. You don't have any way to prove that at all.
We have bones. We literally have bones.
How do you know that those bones belong to dinosaurs?
Because that's the classification they.
So somebody made up dinosaurs, and now you think that it's evidence because somebody made up dinosaurs. See, you're a real life idiot, bro. I know you don't know this, but you are an idiot. Like, you're not a critical thinker at all. The fact that I even have to explain this dumb shit to you. Somebody made up a dinosaur, and now you think that's evidence that it is a dinosaur. That's dumb as hell.
Why are you insulting me?
I'm not insulting you. I'm telling you the facts about what you're saying. You are an idiot. That is not an insult. That is a fact. You do think that something is a fact. You do think that something is a fact because somebody else made it up. And no, Dread, that's not an ad hominem. It's only an ad hominem if I replace that with if I say that instead of an argument. My argument is that it's not even an argument. These are just the facts. In 1840, nobody had ever seen a dinosaur. So when they came up with dinosaurs, it was made up. It was imaginary. That's a fact. And when I ask you, what is the evidence that those bones are dinosaurs? Your answer is because the guy made it up. You said that's the classification. No, that's what you said, idiot. You said that's the classification. What do you mean that's the classification? So the evidence that those are dinosaurs is the fact that somebody made it up? You're stupid. Hey, you're just stupid, bro. And that's not an ad hominem. And that's not an ad hominem. I gave you my argument, and then I capped it off by calling you stupid. Not an ad hominem. I'm talking to the person in the chat, bro. The dude in the chat said that.
I'm not paying attention to that.
I don't care. I'm going to say it anyway. All right? I don't give a damn what you're paying attention to. I'm going to say what's on my mind regardless of what you're paying attention to.
It's just because by your logic, if we everything we have discovered as a species is fake.
Nope. Not if you physically saw it. You can't say that rats are fake because we see rats. You see how you're an idiot, bro? Like, you're so stupid. And I'm not going to continue this conversation with you. Hell no, bro. You're dumb as hell. You're dumb as hell. He's like, oh, so by your logic, every animal that we discover is fake. Like, the fact is that we don't see dinosaurs today. We see birds. We see tigers. So no, I'm not saying tigers is fake. And the fact that you think I'm saying that means you're stupid. That's what it means. That's not an insult. That's a fact. That's a fact. Literally a fact. Total Normie, are you up here to troll us?
Can you hear me?
Hold on one second. Shout out Terry. Terry, thank you for the $20. Terry said, I said the same things to a coworker and His world crashed around him. Pure fire. Thank you for that $20, Terry. I appreciate that. All right, go ahead, Total.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. I wanted. I'm not trolling. I'm genuinely just want to expand my worldview, and I have a question about the Atlantis point.
Yep. What's your
could you
question?
please
What's your question?
expand on it? I just want to.
Shout out, Cat. Cat said, "Back it up, Terry." Oh Lord, Terry. My bad. One more time. What is it?
I just kind of want to know your reasoning behind it.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. My reasoning behind America being Atlantis is because there's a lot of old maps that explorers used of America that flat out called it Atlantis. Not only that, this is also corroborated by ancient stories. A lot of people like to bring up Plato. Plato is almost direct evidence that that Atlantis is America. Almost direct evidence, except you don't know if Plato was actually a real person or not. So it's just writing. You never know. But that's my point. Is that when you read Plato, he talked about America being Atlantis. That was in the book Timaeus, by the way. Pierre said, "Cite your sources." That would be in the book Timaeus. That Plato specifically described what Atlantis looked like and where Atlantis was. So there's the ancient maps, there are the stories, and then not only that, you have to assess the meta of a conversation. The meta of the conversation is that when people think about Atlantis, they think about an ancient land of two things: gold and technology. All right, these are the two things that the ancient land of Atlantis was characterized as. Same thing for America. If you come to, obviously gold. Everybody knows that America is characterized by gold. Like they came and found all those golden cities here. They had, actual streets paved with gold in some places in Central and South America, when they first came here in the 14 and 1500s. So we already know that the gold thing is here. The technology thing is the thing that people have discrepancies with. But if you read a lot of the ancient writing, not ancient, okay, the writings from the explorers in like the 1500s, when they first got here, the Native American people were already civilized. All right, the Native American people were already civilized in the 1500s. They were already living in enormous stone structures. They were already wearing immaculate fur. They were participating in agriculture. They barely ate meat. They would hunt meat for sport, but for the most part, their diet was fruits, vegetables, and fish. You know what I mean? Very, very highly educated and informed society. Not only that, a lot of these people were religious. All right, I can show you record of Native Americans being sold into slavery, and they described them as Catholic. Yeah, think about it. If these Native Americans couldn't read, how were they not just reading, but reading so far that they were religious? They were Catholic religious. So these Native Americans were highly educated, highly advanced. Like I said, they had a bunch of technology. You can go look at the World Fairs and see all the technology that popped up randomly in America and then disappeared, never to be seen again. That technology was not invented when they said that they invented it. That technology was found, it was displayed at the World Fairs, and then it was done away with. That's why we still don't have some of that technology from the World's Fairs today. Thank you for that question, Total.
Yeah. So just a follow-up question. So they were.
You actually have a follow-up to all that? Wow. Go ahead. What is it?
Yeah. So they were specifically Catholic religious even before the their contact with Europe in the 1500s.
Some were, yes. Some. Yes.
Okay, is there any historic record or about how they discovered it?
There is, but it's a subject that we try not to get into on here because inevitably we're going to have to start talking about highly censored subjects. There's a group of people called the HIs. the HI. Somebody will say what the name is in the chat. The HIs are a very radical group of black people here in America that have figured out that black Americans aren't just from America, but a lot of that history that they say took place in the Middle East actually took place here in America. And so they call themselves the true children of HI. You know, like I said, not that I disagree with them at all. We just try not to get into that on air because it's a highly sensitive subject, you know. So you're gonna have to go look that up on yourself. Go look up the history of religion in America. Go see what the Native Americans were practicing, what they called themselves. Go see what they called themselves here in America. Some of it will certainly surprise you. And I'll leave it at that.
And another thing, staying up on topic of Atlantis, if I understood your viewpoint correctly, do you think that Native Americans are like true Atlanteans or what?
Yeah, definitely. If America is Atlantis, I'm not talking about the Native Americans today. I'm talking about the indigenous Americans, the people who today are called African Americans. They're not really African Americans. Those are the Native Americans. Yeah, the Native Americans were extremely dark skinned.
Like even before the Native Americans as we know them now, like even
the Native Americans as we know them now are largely from Europe. I've shown direct evidence of this on here as well. The people who call themselves Native Americans now, the majority of them are from Europe. This is a fact.
And these Atlanteans, do you believe
As a matter of fact, real quick, Total. As a matter of fact, you can go look up Webster's Dictionary and see how Webster's Dictionary was cooking the European Native Americans. I don't know what year it is, maybe like 1820. I think it's sometime in the 1800s. There is a Webster's Dictionary that legitimately says this. If you look up the definition for Native American, it will say this name was originally given to the copper-colored people found by Columbus, but now is used to reference the descendants of the European immigrants. It literally says that in Webster.
And if you don't mind me questioning, how did the so-called, by you called Atlanteans or like true religion, indigenous Americans get to America?
There's no record of them being anywhere but America.
They are completely different from like people from Europe or Asia.
I'm not saying they're completely different.
Places.
I'm not going that far. I'm just saying that they're like
they.
For example, bro, I'll give you an example. My family, right? My family, my personal family. I can tell you every single member of my family back like 13 generations. Probably more than that if I really went and looked at the paperwork that we have. We're talking about 14, 15 generations of people being here in America. You have any idea how far that goes back? You know what I mean? This predates the Atlantic slave trade. Our families were here. And I can tell you the name of my family member that was here. I can tell you his name. I can tell you his kids, who he got married to, where they were living at. You know what I mean? My family, just like most families, my family is from the Carolinas. Almost all of the black people in America, if they trace their lineage back, it's not going to go past Carolina. So yeah, just like everybody else in America, all the black people, my family, you go back far enough, we're all from the Carolina, and then we went from Carolina to Florida, all the way to Louisiana to Texas. A lot of my family's still in Texas today. There's several streets in Texas named after my family. And then after that, we came to Stockton, California. So a lot of the people, the black families in California got here because my family brought them here. You understand? So yeah, we know what the history of our family what our family is. And that's not going to change just because some random European comes in and wrote a book. I don't give a damn what a damn European says about my family. He can go eat it. You know what I'm saying? He can go eat all of those, 100 of them.
I understand your point.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of lost on how these
Total.
indigenous.
Where are you from, bro? Where are you from?
If I'm being honest, I'm from Latvia.
You're from Latvia. Okay, cool. Are your people originally from Latvia, or did they migrate there?
Migrate.
Where did they migrate from?
Well, my father is from Belarus. My mother was born in Latvia.
Oh, your father's from Belarus. Interesting. And that so your mom is indigenous to Latvia?
No, but she was born there. But her family migrated to Latvia.
From where? Where's your family originally from? Where are they originally from?
I think my mother's family is from Russia. Well, it was the USSR.
Okay,
back then.
So
Latvia was part of the USSR.
Yeah, all right. So and is that where they originally? And so you believe that they are originally? You believe that your family is originally indigenously from Russia, right?
I guess I think that my roots are like Slavic.
Okay. So your family were slaves in Russia, right?
Not slaves. They were just
They're not.
citizens. But
Do you know what Slavic means? Sir, do you know what Slavic means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
They like the group of people that are like Russians or.
All right. This is your homework, bud. This is your homework because I figured. Listen, I get it that you are confused about my family and my lineage and how we got to America. I know you're confused about that, right? Trust me, bro, you ain't got to worry about all that. All right. You ain't got to worry about all that. Let me worry about that. All right. I'll handle what's going on with my family. You should probably figure out what was going on with your family. Because it don't sound like you actually know where your family comes from. All right. I want to let you know before you get off this call that in the 1700s, most of the people in Russia were still dark-skinned. Did you know that? Did you know that at one point everybody in Russia was dark-skinned?
I did not.
You did not, right? I know. That's interesting, isn't it? So you should go look up the history of your family and figure out where they actually came from. I'm just saying, you might find some interesting things, because Russia was full of dark.
That I have some black roots. Like
Everybody,
actual Native American roots.
I'm suggesting that everybody has that, but my point is that you don't even have a hold on your family's lineage, where they came from, and who they really were. You don't actually really even know that. And so you're spending time trying to understand my family's lineage, where we came from, how we got here. And you shouldn't do that. You know what I mean? You should spend more time on your family and figuring that part out. Because, like, again, even though I know like what Slavic means and I know what went on in Russia, I actually, I don't care that much, me personally, because I'm not from Russia. You know what I mean? And so if somebody tells me, if they tell me something that's confusing to me about Russia, I won't think about it that deeply. I'm not over there. I'm not going to ever be over there. So figure out what happened in Russia, bro, between 1751 and now, when your people were called slaves or Slavic, and now they are they're where they are. I'm just saying you should figure out about that. If I was Slavic, I would want to know why my people were called Slavic. I would want to know that.
I appreciate the thought.
Of course, man. And you're welcome up here anytime, bro. All right, you are welcome up here. Again, I do appreciate your questions. I don't mind asking them, but when we get to a point and I'm answering you and you're like, well, I'm confused. This doesn't make sense. my mind automatically goes to, bro, it don't gotta make sense to you. It really don't have to. It makes sense to the people who I'm talking about. They know exactly what happened, over here. Shout out, buddy. Guys, do me a favor, double tap the screen, please. Double tap the screen, like the video. If you like the content, please sub. I love you guys so much for tuning in. Even if you're a hater, I do appreciate you for tuning in, okay? I wish you wouldn't troll, but I still appreciate it. Aiden, are you up here to troll us?
No, not at all. I've been here for a minute, dude. I'm the other guy in the chat, Aiden.
You're both
But,
Aidens. Okay.
Yeah. My question was kind of just like, what were the main things that were like really just so obvious that led you to believe what you now believe? Because like for me, I've been studying like a lot of metaphysical type of things for a long time, and like what's so obvious to me is how fake the moon landing is, and it was like, why the fuck would they do that? And then it led me into other things, and I'm at this point now where I'm kind of just like really, really interested in this all. I'm very confused at the same time.
Well, let me ask you a question real quick. When you've seen the moon landing footage from the 60s, right? Aiden, you've seen the moon landing footage from the 60s, right?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I got you on a Bluetooth speaker, so sometimes it goes in and out. When you saw that footage as an adult, what was your initial gut reaction? When you saw it, did you think this is definitely real or this is definitely fake?
As an adult, dude, it's kind of just ridiculously obvious.
Ridiculously
It's kinda
obvious,
just, like-
isn't it? Yeah, it's ridiculously obvious. Okay, I just wanted to make
So
sure.
what really gets me is like, when they're like, how the fuck did they get off the moon with no infrastructure? And they called, the president on a landline. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but basically what he said.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, just try not to curse so much, bro. But basically what he's saying.
Oh, my bad.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Basically what he's saying, Chad. He's saying that like they needed all of this thrust, right, to get off of the Earth. All of this thrust. They're like, but when they're on the moon, it's just bleep. It just floats away.
They just made it back in that little tinfoil thing, bro. Hundreds of thousands of miles just back to Earth through the darkness abyss of space.
A quarter million miles, not just hundreds of a quarter million miles specifically. They had to take that little bloop. They just floated.
When you think of it in the most logical sense, it is literally ridiculous.
Literally ridiculous. I mean, like I said, I tell people all the time, like, as it relates to science and all that kind of stuff, I never believed the moon landing for a second after I saw the footage. As soon as I saw the footage, I'm like, this is fake. This is fake. Yeah, I mean, I'm like, who's holding the camera? Who filmed them coming off the thing? So many things. I'm like, this is the fakest thing I've ever seen in my life. All right. I know that. I don't know if that's what you want to come in here and talk about. Go ahead, continue.
But my original question was, what were the main things that really like made you be like, damn, and really start to question things? What were the main like points?
Yeah, it started off with the Africa thing, because I'm a Black American. So my entire life, I grow up thinking that I'm from Africa, just because that's what everybody you see on cartoons, Roots, and so I had an aunt that was a white woman, and my white aunt used to tell me that my grandparents were not from Africa. Period. She showed me a picture of my great grandmother and was like, does this look like an African or a Native American? My great grandmother had the long Native American. She was literally dressed exactly like a Native American. Like my grandmother Pinky, that was her name. And so she's like, look at this. She's like, you guys didn't come from Africa. She's like, that's just a lie. There's a white lady that used to tell me this. And so I never thought that I came from Africa, point blank period. When I went to high school and they started teaching us about the Africa thing, I never believed it like that. Of course, as a high schooler, it's not like I'm questioning my teachers, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, that don't make sense. It just don't make sense. So yeah, and then when I became an adult and I started doing research, that was the first thing that I debunked. That was the matter of fact, my senior year in high school, I used to talk to the Mexican kids and tell all the Mexican kids that they were Native American too. I'm like, Mexican people and Black people are both Native American. I'm like, Mexicans are Native Americans mixed with Spaniards. That's what they are. All right, and the Black Americans, they're just Native Americans. So in high school, that's what I was on about that. You know, I talked about how like I started getting into the globe Earth and the Earth not moving stuff later on when I got out of college because of my two brothers. Yeah, my two brothers introduced me to this information about the Earth not moving and the Earth not being a globe. But they were introducing me to it because I was the dude that walks around telling everybody that everything is a lie. So they're like, "How do you think everything is a lie, but you're not on the flat Earth shit?"
And that's another thing is like that I was trying to kind of talk about in the chat is like these people that come on here to try to disprove you. It's they're understanding. They're not like I don't even see them as stupid because that was me a year ago. I just see them as like a victim of the fucking all the bullshit that we're fed. It's really crazy, really fucking crazy because I'm really new to all this.
Yeah. Well, no, I definitely agree with you on that, man. And I try to have more patience with people. When people come up and they ask me questions and they're honest, I feel like I answer their questions very honestly and humbly. And I don't.
They're approaching the whole thing with the absolute certainty that they are right. There's not a doubt in their mind.
Yeah. Well, see, and that's the part.
They can't question it.
That's the part that I can't get behind because I was never that guy. Now I may be
Me
that.
neither.
Yeah,
Me neither.
I may be that guy, but if I'm that guy, it's because I've researched it. Like
Yeah.
even like I told the story earlier. Like when my boy Brian was trying to introduce me to quote unquote flat Earth initially, I was extremely close minded to it because I'm like I already know what the Earth is. I'm like the Earth is not flat or a globe. I'm like the Earth is an energetic realm. I'm like life is just frequencies. I'm like everything is energy. You know what I mean? That's what I was on. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
so I'm like it's not necessarily that I wasn't open, but it's just that like I'm open on a level where I'm not going to be indoctrinated by anything. And so
It's just not thinking with your ego and thinking with a more open perspective.
As egotistical as I come off, I promise I am the least ego-driven person in the chat or in the call. It's not even close. I'm
No,
the
dude.
least ego-driven
Yeah,
person.
I believe you because I'm definitely the same way. I'm very egotistical with my words, but definitely what I've come to learn through metaphysics and esoteric knowledge, deep down, I am definitely changed. But I know what you mean for sure.
Right. And again, like I said, my ego is not built on what I know. My ego is built on always being willing to admit to always being willing to consider whether or not I'm wrong. That's what my ego is on. Because like if somebody's telling me something, the chances that they have heard something that I haven't is virtually zero.
Other questions, like a little questions I had.
Go ahead.
I understand that we don't know what exactly it is, but do you believe there is a firmament type of thing?
I believe that there has to be some form of a barrier up there. So like I brought this up.
Yeah.
I brought this up earlier with the Richard Feynman textbooks. So I have this on the YouTube right now. I know you probably can't see it, but I bring this up all the time. The Richard Feynman lecture that talks about what our electromagnetic field physically looks and operates like on the Earth. So if you look at our electromagnetic field, it basically is parallel lines and it basically increases the higher you go up in the atmosphere. Not only is this impossible if the Earth is curved, but the only way to replicate this in a lab is with two parallel plates. You know what I mean? You have to have two parallel surfaces in order to create a magnetic field like that. So if we did not have a barrier above us, we could not have the magnetic field that we have on the Earth. There must be some form of a barrier. I'm not going to say it's crystal or what, I don't know what it is, but there is something up there that is causing the effect that allows us to have the electromagnetic field that we have. There's something up there that is doing that, period. Now, if it's not, then that would mean that there are laws of physics that we're not able to calculate. You know what I mean? That's the only option. Based on the laws of physics that we can calculate, this is the only way to recreate that electromagnetic field. So that's what we're going with. So the firmament, it would serve a purpose if there is something like that up there. Do I know if that's up there for sure? No.
What's crazy is seeing the videos of the rocket launches and it looks like they're fucking hitting something, and it creates that effect like a boat in water. You know, I mean that shit is crazy to see. It's literally recorded. It's like what am I looking at? How do you describe that? It literally looks as if it's skimming across
Right.
something.
No,
You know,
I'm right there with you on that, man. I haven't done too much assessment on it because I usually don't consider that stuff to be evidence anyway. But when I saw that, the first thing I thought is, "Oh, how are they going to lie and explain this?" You know.
and the fucking I don't know if you peeped it, but the last like rocket launch is literally on April 1st. Like
Right.
it just happened to land on that day. It's ridiculous. It's some crazy shit.
Yeah, no, that's a fact, man. Listen, Aiden, you're welcome up here anytime, bro. All right, I appreciate you coming up. If you ever have a question or a comment, feel free, man. All right.
See you, man. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And if you guys are still here when we come back around, all right, I'm going to run through everybody once, pause. After that, we will start over from the beginning. Pro C is the first person. So once we get to Pro C, that's how you know we will have started over. JT, are you up here to troll us? Shout out Linda, Free My Grandma, Tic Tac. Tic Tac said Astral Water. Free My Grandma said, get the F out immediately. I don't know who he's talking to. Linda said, God placed the stars under the firmament. JT, are you up here to troll us?
Can you hear me?
Yep. I got you.
Hey, so my thing, I guess I could argue a little bit, but I'm just trying to here to learn and maybe do some critical thinking. So I guess when you say history is 100% lies, is this an exaggeration, or are you extremely certain your statement is accurate when you say that?
I'm saying that in history class, they don't teach us what is on primary documents. They are teaching us a fabricated version of the story. And if you go actually read the primary documents, you will see that most of what we're taught in history is completely told in reverse. So, like an example, because I know you're gonna ask me. Hold on. I'm just gonna give this out, so we don't have to bring up no other examples. This is the only example we're talking about. All right. For example, the Atlantic slave trade. They tell us in class that there's proof that these slaves came from Africa. If you go look at slave ship manifest, not slave ship manifest, but ship manifests that were carrying slaves, or any document where a slave was sold, not once do they show these slaves coming from Africa. They show them coming from Europe, they show them coming from America. So that's what I mean, is that when you look at the actual history, the primary documents, it contradicts what we're taught in class.
Yeah, so it's incomplete and sometimes biased, right?
Well, told in reverse. Flat out told in reverse, not just incomplete and biased. Told in reverse. If I get a slave from America and or let's say I get a slave from Oklahoma and I sell him to Alabama and I tell him that he was sold to Alabama from Africa, that's a lie, bro. That's a lie. All right, it's 100% a lie. Yeah, he was a slave. Yes, he was a slave.
One point about the history that was a lie. That doesn't mean him being a slave was a lie.
Yeah,
Are you saying him being a slave was a lie as well?
No, I'm not saying him being a slave is a lie. I'm saying him being a slave, coming from Africa is a lie.
Yeah, so that's incomplete and inaccurate. But
it's told in reverse. It's told in reverse. Well, in your opinion, well, I mean, listen, maybe for you, right? But for me, like, let's use this example. Like, if I have a girlfriend and my girlfriend lies to me, let's say 50% of her story is a lie, the bitch is a liar forever, and I'll never believe anything she ever says ever. Do you understand? If you tell me a story, bro, listen, JT, listen. If you tell me a story and 50% of the story is not true, the entire story is a lie. I'm not differentiating between a 75 and 25 or 99. No. Your story's a lie, dog. You're a liar. Everything you say is a lie, period. You're a liar.
So nothing in history can be true if one false
I never said nothing in history can be true. I said, JT, you weren't listening, so I'm going to repeat it one more time. I said what we're taught in history class is not supported by the primary documents. Most of the time it's told in reverse. That's what I said.
I see your point. Yeah, I appreciate it. I was just curious how you looked at it. I did have a second one. Let me pull your YouTube up. Sorry. Earth not moving. What do you mean by that?
No scientific experiment has ever, not the pendulum, not gyroscopes. We already went over that today, all right? There are no scientific experiments that prove the Earth is moving. None.
So we're not orbiting the sun.
I
we're
don't
not
know.
spinning in-
I honestly don't know. I couldn't answer that. But I can tell you that there's no scientific experiment that has proved it.
I'm gonna do a little research. Are you okay if I
Definitely.
come back?
Yeah, no problem. When you come back, bro, do not bring up the pendulum. I know Google is going to tell you that the pendulum proves the Earth is moving. It does not. All right. The dirty guys, double tap the screen, please. Double tap the screen. Like the video. Sub if you like the content. Where are we at? 300 likes. Let's get to 400 likes, guys. All right. Thank you so much. I love and I appreciate you. Even the haters, okay? I do appreciate the haters as long as you're not trolling. If you don't troll, then I love you. All right. You can be in here forever. The dirty, are you up here to troll us?
By mistake, sorry. I'm
Huh?
enjoying the stream though.
You said what?
I'm enjoying the stream though, man. I had my hand up by mistake. I don't want to be on stream.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for tuning in, bro. All right. Thank you for tuning in. I usually only like people to hang out here if they have a question. You know what I mean? You seem like a nice guy, so you can hang out. But you know, I'm gonna still come back to you because I will probably forget by the time that I come back. You know what I mean? I'm just like going through the list and bringing everybody up one by one. Peter, are you up here to troll us, Peter? Peter.
Oh, sorry. I was accidentally muted. That was my bad.
It's all good, Peter. What's on your mind, bud?
Well, one thing I just want to get off the top, make sure to let you know that I'm not trolling. I do agree with you on one of the points saying that not all history is taught correctly in schools.
Well,
I read a lot of ancient history and a lot of contemporary histories, so I think a lot of things are, forgive the term, whitewashed or summarized in a way that makes certain people look better than what they
Right. Well, I will say that some of it has been, I guess you could call it whitewash, just only in the sense though that they are trying to change the physical skin tone of people that existed. You know, like it just really doesn't make any sense for people to do that. You know, like if I read a primary document of Napoleon Bonaparte, people who actually saw him saying that he was a short, very dark-skinned man. It just doesn't make sense for people to try to paint him as a white guy. You know what I mean? Like that part gets confusing, and then people are like, "Oh, you guys just want to make everybody black." What? Like, listen, it's not about making everybody black. I want to know why you guys are trying to make everybody white. Like, I really don't get it. You know what I mean? Like here's another example. This is hilarious.
It's easier for European audiences.
Huh?
It makes it simpler, better, easier for European audiences to believe that European culture was defeated by another European-looking person.
Right. True. Yeah, it does make them feel better. So yeah, that is a fact. But again, like I said, the thing that is difficult for me personally, I don't care about the skin tone of certain people. What the hell does that change? It don't actually change anything, you know. What it does is it creates an enormous amount of division that does not have to be there. I think that is part of what makes dark skin and light skinned people so prejudiced against each other. Because you start changing stuff in history, and then the conversation comes up, and then the conversation it leads to stuff, So every time when I'm talking about the Europeans coming to colonize America, I am always very specific to say that these were not white guys. Okay, because people like to be like, "Oh, look, white people are so evil. They came." No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. There were dark-skinned people and light-skinned people together that came to colonize America. All right, there were light-skinned people and dark-skinned people there. The people who are ruling us, they're the ones that come in and do all this whitewashing of history. That way, certain people start feeling pride in stuff, right? That the minute somebody else challenges it, a fight starts. Do you understand what I mean? Like, it's a psychological play on people to get people to focus on what the skin color of people was. When back then, They didn't even talk about that. They never even mentioned that. They would say that, oh, but yeah, he's a very dark person. He's a very dark skinned man. But they didn't call anybody white or black. That is a new thing, and it's a misnomer, you know?
That didn't come out until the North American slave trade and the idea of the one drop doctrine.
Right.
Effectively. Like that's a very modern invention.
It's a very
Back
modern
in
thing.
the ancient Roman times, right?
Right.
Like I read a lot of ancient Roman history from the original sources, right? Like that's not how they describe the Gauls. They didn't describe the Gauls as by their skin tone only to denote something about them. They talk about their society.
Yeah, well, and I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, a lot of people don't like to hear this, but I mean, this is based on contemporary writings at the time. In the 1700s, the majority of the world was still dark skinned. So if everybody is mainly dark skinned, that's not a thing. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's a thing now, you know, here in America, but in reality, at the time, people were just people and they were from where they were from. That's it.
Agree with you on that specific point, but I think I agree with you on your larger point about changing history to fit a narrative. But
right. And the point,
the idea that all of our skin tone in the world changed in the last 200 years.
All of our, who is all of our?
But that's okay.
Well, who's all of our?
You said the majority of
the
people in the world were dark skinned in the 1700s.
The majority of the people in the world today are still dark skinned.
Well, are the Chinese dark skinned because they have the highest population?
There is a large population of Asian people that are extremely dark skinned. Go out to those. Go to the.
There's a population of Afghanistan's.
Listen, Peter. Just like in America, when you see people in Asia, you just see people on TV. You don't see the real population of Asia.
I've been there. I've been to every continent in the world.
Okay. And what does that mean, though? What does that mean?
I've traveled physically to most of the populated continents in the world.
Okay, what part of Asia did you go to?
South America.
What part of Asia did you go to?
I went to Japan and some other.
You went to Japan for how long? How long were you in Japan? How long were you in Japan?
India.
Huh?
2 weeks.
You were in Japan for 2 weeks. All right. And how many cities did you visit in Japan? Sir, how many cities did you visit in Japan?
Yes.
I didn't hear you. You cut out. How many cities?
3.
3 cities. All right. So I don't doubt that, and not even just in these 3 cities, but in every major city in Japan, just like in America, you're going to see the top portion of society look a certain way. But just like with America, when you go out to the outskirts of society where most of the people are, even the people that aren't accounted for, you're going to start to see people get less and less pale. Do you understand? So in Asia, this is not my opinion, actually. All right, there are plenty of people in the Philippines, Japan specifically, China, and I don't think we have to talk about India. India is obviously all dark skinned. So there is a large population of Chinese Asians that are very dark skinned. Same thing in Japan, same thing in the Philippines, obviously India. Do you understand? So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
what your definition of dark skin was. So that's my
not pale skin, not pale. I'm talking about listen.
Specifically a specific hue.
I'm talking about not pale skin. Listen,
anything darker.
And
like the meme from.
Here you go, bro. Here you go. Here's the answer. In Australia, the people on TV that call themselves Australian are not actually Australian. All right. We know that these people are from Britain. This is a fact. The majority of the country, the real country that you don't see, the real Australians, are all dark-skinned people. If you ask somebody today, what is the major population of Australia? They're going to be like, white Australians. That's not true. Okay? That's not true. Same thing in America. Same thing in every part of the world. But you guys watch a lot of TV and shit. So you're like, well, I only see white people on TV. So that means that everybody must be white. No.
I get your general point.
Well, I mean, how about this, Peter? I think about this. Let's use France for an
Like,
example. I want to use France for an example, right?
Like Parisians or the larger area of France, or
The
like
country of France today.
the area?
The country of France today, right? If I show you again, I talked about that book contemporarily from the 1700s that describes most Europeans as dark skinned, right? France was mainly dark skinned in the 1750s. Now, if you look today, right, like if you look on TV and shit, if you look at the people that they show you in France, they will show you that France is mainly white people. Have you ever been to Paris? It's a lot of black people in Paris, ain't it? Black French people everywhere, literally everywhere. Yeah, if you listen to people who go to France, they're like, France is ghetto as hell. It's hella black people in France. And you let them tell it, all of them people come from Africa. Okay, maybe they came from Africa, or maybe those were just the people that were there in the 1700s. This is a fact. There are a ton of black people all over France today. All over France. So I have no idea what the real population of France is. Just because the leader of France is white, so that means that most of the people in France are white? I don't know that to be true.
That's where we have to go through and look at statistics, right?
Well, you have to look at census data, but this is what you have to think about. Does census data count everybody in the country? Is that what census do?
That's impossible.
There you go. It's impossible. So census, the people who take census,
statistical models.
bruh. I'm just telling you the facts, bro. No, and listen, no esoterics over here, bro. No esoterics. Hold on. Let me finish though. This is only the facts, all right? Okay. The census data, they count or don't count people based on their own discretion. Always have. Going back to the 1790 census in America. You know, the 1790 census in America specifies that there is an entire population of Native American free people that they do not count on the census. This is since the 1790 census. They tell you straight up, we're only counting these people.
1790 census, like a good portion of the U.S. wasn't considered, like didn't have the ability to vote, and they didn't matter in the census, right? Like they had no political reason to count them.
Are you making all this up right now? Are you just making this shit up?
No.
Where do you get this from then?
Political history?
What political history?
Like, why would they?
You're asking me a question now. So you made it up, basically. You basically just made it up. Don't make shit up here, bro. All right, that's not what we do up here. All right, I get that in your mind that makes sense, but if there's no evidence for that, then it's made up.
Okay, I'll get the evidence for you.
Yeah. I read the actual instructions on the 1790 census. They talked about counting certain people, who were in this area, counting other people who were in this area, and this was mainly based on. You're not totally wrong that it is, quote unquote, based on, voting or participation. But what you're failing to realize that I'm bringing up is that the people at the time that chose either to not vote or not participate do not count in the census. You see? So you're assuming that everybody in America today votes. All the people that don't vote in America, which is mainly black people, do not get counted on the census.
I don't know, because it's
well,
stupid.
You don't get counted on the census for the most part then. Now they might count you for one reason or another. Like if you go personally, declare yourself, then yeah. But somebody like me, like a random Native American who's free, that don't participate in society like that, I was never counted on the census. Never. So that's my point. Back to the original thing that you said. You said you didn't quite understand how, if the world was mainly dark-skinned in the 1700s, how did we all turn into white people? We did not all turn into white people. Now, a lot of
all was the wrong term.
Okay,
all was the wrong term. I agree.
Well, okay. But let me expand further though. Peter, let me expand further. All right.
Is your stance? Hold on. Is your stance that Europeans were originally dark-skinned and that now?
Well, that's not my stance. Everybody knows that. Everybody
you're
knows
saying-
everybody knows the
Are you
original
saying that
Europeans
there's
were
a
dark skinned.
That there's a mischaracterization of what Europeans look like
100%.
versus what they actually are.
Everybody knows
And you're
this
saying
already.
that the majority of Europeans are not white.
I don't know. I'm not in Europe, so I don't know.
So
Is
you
the
don't have a
point?
stance.
I do have a stance. If you would listen, then
said you
maybe
don't.
you'll get it. All right. So
trying
this
to-
is my
I'm trying to
stance.
break down your-
Shut up. All right. This is my stance. Okay. My stance is that you said that what happened to all the black people? How did we all turn into white? I'm not saying we all turn into white, or even the majority of people turn into white. Right? What I'm saying is that certain depictions of what the high society is in certain area began to look a certain way. You brought up whitewashing history. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the whitewashing of history. Okay? This is my stance on it. Here is an article from the 1900s. This article is called The Intermarriage of Indians and Whites. This is what it says. That the Indian race is about done, for there is no doubt. It all came about by the intermarriage with the whites. For the most part, white men are responsible. And then it goes on to say that the reason why the white men want to marry the Native American women is because they're so damn rich. That's right. Like I always talk about, the Native Americans were rich as hell, wealthy as hell, in a very highly educated, highly agricultural society. The Europeans were at war in Europe, eating each other, and wearing potato sack and loincloth. Then they came to America and they found peace and high society in America. And they begin to intermarry into these societies. And that's how you have a large portion of people that consider themselves to be white in America today, but probably are just a result of years and years and years of intermarriage. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's what happened. Even in my own family, bro, my dad is as dark-skinned as they come. My dad is as dark as Wesley Snipes, 100%. My dad had a baby with a white woman. My oldest brother looks exactly like Jalen Brunson. You know who Jalen Brunson is? Peter, you know who Jalen Brunson is?
I do not. I know who Wesley Snipes is.
Okay, well, Jalen Brunson is the point guard for the New York Knicks right now. Jalen Brunson is like one shade away from being pure Caucasian. You know what I mean? He's like 100% light skinned. The only way you know he's black is because of his features. My brother and Jalen Brunson are twins. You understand? That's one generation, Peter. One generation. My brother, the one I'm telling you that looks like Jalen Brunson, he married a white woman. You think his kids look black at all? No, they look pure white. Their grandfather is midnight black. That's my point. I've seen it happen in my own family in just 2 generations. So yeah, so I'm saying my brother's kids, blonde hair, blue eyes, Peter, blonde hair, blue eyes. Their grandfather is midnight black. Okay? That's how.
Theory in evolutionary biology talking about basically it's you can go one direction with skin color. It's really hard to go back the other direction.
Like you're saying, like dark skin can become lighter, but light skin doesn't become dark?
Over the generations, yes.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is very difficult. Well, although, shout out my godfather. I have a godfather who is, a very rich and wealthy man. One of my biggest inspirations. He is an incredibly light-skinned person, just like Jalen Brunson, just like my brother. He's pure light skin. His wife also pure light skin. Both of his parents pure light skin. His wife has one light skinned parent, one dark skinned parent. So my godfather and his wife, they have 2 light skinned kids and an extremely dark daughter. I mean, like extremely dark. You know what I mean? So it is difficult, but if it's there to begin with, then it's still there.
Like how there's less and less people with red hair.
Is that true? I'm not keeping up on the red hair statistics, so I don't know.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Over the next I think like 10 generations, it's expected to be almost extinct.
Well, are they counting all the people in Africa that have red hair too? I don't think they're doing that, are they?
Anywhere, right? So it's
Huh?
statistical models. It's stats models based on research.
Right,
You
but
can't
but it's
count
only
everybody
but
everywhere.
yeah, but it's only
right?
based on the research in a certain area. Is my point. There might be a declination of redheads in like
Yeah.
Europe or America, but in certain tribes in Africa, everybody is redhead. So that tribe is growing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I knew people in Africa when I was in Nairobi and in Kenya that had red hair, but I didn't know there was so popular.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not only are there entire tribes that like have red hair, but there are other tribes or even like some people within these tribes that if they're not born with red hair, they have a red clay that they put on their hair to resemble the red hair that that their fellow tribesmen have. I can't think of the name of the tribe off the top of my head, but I did see this somewhere recently. There's a whole tribe that they do that. If they don't have the red hair, they put the red clay on it because that's their thing, you know.
Which is a cultural thing of what beauty means or whatever.
But and it's because a lot of them are born with the red hair, and so that is their model of beauty, you know. Either way,
change topics a little bit if
yeah,
you're willing.
Yeah. Go ahead. We still got some people waiting, so last topic. Go ahead.
Okay. So what's your stance on? I know you were arguing with somebody about, or not arguing. You were both talking about how dumb it is that it takes a lot of force to get off of a big planet versus the moon. Do you?
Well,
believe-
no,
do you
not
stance
just
on.
no, hold on.
No,
Let me clarify. Not just the force to get off the moon, the force to get off the moon and back to Earth. That's what we're saying. Not just like the fact that it floated up is already crazy, but I mean like it floated up like that and then it just floated all the way to Earth randomly, no thruster, no nothing. This is bullshit, complete bullshit. Even if it was able to just float up like that. Like, first of all, if the ship floats up, how come the people didn't float up when they were on the ground? If the ship just floats up by itself, why is the person not floating up? But never mind. Let's say it floated up. How the hell is something just floating up like that and make it all the way back to Earth? That's crazy. There's 250,000 miles it has to travel. It's traveling 250,000 miles floating. How long would it take something to float 250,000 miles? That's ridiculous.
I mean, it depends on how fast we're going in the
floating. Floating.
Well, floating doesn't have that's not a real term when it comes to inside of space. It's a term for like water.
Okay, all right.
Like,
all right, okay,
like
okay.
floating
Peter,
to Africa is
Peter.
gonna take a long time.
All right, here we go. Peter, let's use math then.
Okay.
If Earth is 250,000 miles away, 250,000 miles away, going 100 miles per hour, how long would it take to get to Earth?
Whatever 250,000 divided by 100. That many hours. I'm garbage at that kind of math.
I'm not a mathematician either, but let me see. All right, let's
250,000.
I'm gonna do it right now.
It's
We're gonna do it. Here we go.
Divided by 100.
I got it. Oops.
But they weren't going 100 miles an hour, were they?
They were going a lot slower than that. I'm quite sure of it. So 250,000 miles an hour. Hold on, bro. Hold on. You're breaking my train of thought. All right, 250,000 miles divided by 100. That is 2,500 hours. So let's divide that hour. How many hours are in a day? 24 divided by 24. That is 104 days that the trip would have taken them to get from the moon to America if they were going 100 miles per hour. 104 literal days. Now, if they were going double that speed, 200 miles per hour, hold on, bro, don't talk over me while I'm cooking. You know I'm cooking right now. Shut your ass up.
Yes, sir.
If they were going double that speed, that would mean it would have taken 54 days to get from the moon to America. I don't think that trip took 50 days. No, that was like a 3 or 4 day trip. 3 or 4 days. So that means at 3 or 4 days, 3 or 4 days, how fast would they have to have been going? 1,000 miles per hour, 2,000 miles per hour.
1,840 miles an hour.
How long? I mean, how fast?
Approximately 24,000 miles an hour.
They would have to be
relative to Earth.
In order to make it back in the 4 days that they said, it would have to have been going 24,000 miles. Listen, I don't take anybody seriously that thinks this is real, ever. I don't take a single person serious that thinks this is real. If you're saying that's possible, I don't take you serious, period.
Why isn't it possible? Like, because of
I just told you I'm not taking you serious, bro.
Is that,
I told you I'm not taking this serious.
Okay.
Why would you expand on that? You know I'm not taking you serious, all right?
That's fine.
Yeah.
I've actually been to college and I'm an engineer that works for aerospace.
Are you
So I
sure?
know
You
what
didn't
the
sound.
numbers is.
Are you sure? You like, I work for aerospace? Is that who you work for or what?
Ask myself, bro.
Yeah, all right. Anyways, like I said, bro, that little moon lander that plopped off the moon going what looked like 5 miles per hour, that a random cameraman, that a random cameraman that doesn't even exist was filming, right? Yeah. That was going 24,000 miles per hour that it needed to reach the Earth. Not even possible. Especially without thrusters. And thrusters don't work in the vacuum of space.
What? Then how do our satellites work?
Shut up, Peter. Then how do our satellites work? What? Who said satellites were in space, number one? And who said satellites have thrusters? Yeah, no, you can't use thrusters in a vacuum. All right? You cannot use thrusters in a vacuum. I didn't say you can't use it in space. Maybe you can, but this space would have to be something other than a vacuum. Todd, are you up here to troll us?
I keep hearing you say that. I don't know.
Todd, are you up here to troll us?
Yeah, I'm trying to answer you. I don't.
You're not answering my question. Are you up here to troll or not?
I can't answer a question. I don't know what it means.
Oh, well, if you don't know what that means, bro, then all right. You know what I mean? No problem. I mean, he might be a little bit young or a little bit idiotic. Either way, he don't know what troll means. Bitcoin said he is for sure trolling. Thank you for that, Bitcoin. We'll get him out of here then. Yeah, no need to spend any time on that. I'm sorry you waited all that time for that, Todd. Damn. You waited all that time just to come up here and say, I don't know what trolling means? That sucks. Yeah, that sucks, man. I would be upset if I had waited all that time. Like the video, guys. All right? Like the video. Sub if you like the content. Did I miss any super chats? Hold on one second, MB, hold on a second. Let me see if I missed any super chats. Yeah, the Discord link is in the bio, guys. All right, Discord link in the bio. Knack King sent the 200 jewels. Joaquin Guzman sent the 200 jewels. Dirk Thompson sent the 10 jewels. Junior sent the 200 jewels. Boss Dog sent the 200 jewels. K Sock sent the 100 jewels. Gregory's Kitchen with the 200 jewels. Tips Tricks. What is that? Tips Tricks with the 200 jewels. Cody with the 10 jewels. King Tino with the 200 jewels. Gerald with the 250. And Drew with the 200. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. Shout out all the people that super chatted. I'm going to read the super chats again at the end. We got Terry, Gary, Absolute Maniac, Cody with the $4. No, Cody sent 15. We got 2 from Absolute, 2 from Gary, and of course 20 from Terry. Back it up, Terry. Oh Lord, Terry. Shout out my boy Terry. Terry, I appreciate you, man. Amused with the 1,000 jewels. Thank you so much, Amused. I appreciate that. Happy Duck with the 200 jewels. Yo Mama with the 220 jewels. Thank you so much, guys. Let's get back to it. Guys, if you're in the comments, I'm going to try my best to read all the comments. If I don't get to it, know that I appreciate you anyway. And I will read all the super chats. So if you want me to read something that you're writing while I'm talking to somebody, you're going to have to send a super chat, okay? I'm sorry, but that's just the way we have to do it. Bitcoin said, back it up, Terry. MB, are you here to troll us?
I'm just in this bitch, man. I'm ready to contribute.
All right, what's on your mind, bro? Just try not to curse, but tell us what's on your mind.
Yeah, sorry, man.
It's all good. It's all good.
I'm trying not to curse.
Listen, man, I'm a degenerate myself. I'm a degenerate myself. I get it. Go ahead.
Hey, I was about to say, yo, I apologize if I do curse by accident, man.
It's all good. It's all good. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. So, what I was basically trying to come on here and talk about was like how a lot of these subjects are actually basically, I feel like they're kind of tied into kind of a global plan to basically try to wire humanity in terms of giving them a lazy-minded version of things to believe in, basically type shit. So is what I'm trying to get at. So like, for example, like how you got dinosaurs and how you have like the globe earth theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like something like, so this is kind of based off theory. It's not really based off too much off concrete evidence, but I feel like it's a theory-wise, it's something that a lot of people could actually agree with. Like
Bill, I see you down there, Bill. Bill and Justin, thank you so much.
Planet Earth and Planet Earth was talking about like, it's just like, it'll show you Earth, like a globe Earth type shit, you know, like it's just like, but then they'll show you the dinosaurs, like walking with dinosaurs. I used to watch that when I was younger. So I feel like that's part of just kind of like a narrative that's kind of trying to push an agenda to make people believe that naturally the planet is kind of not naturally harmonious, and that it's just, and that things don't exist in natural law, and that everything is chaotic and just absolutely crazy and just everything's AWOL type shit. But it's not like that. And I feel like, you know, the universe and everything has an actual plan based off of energy and just frequency and stuff. So that's what I was trying to basically.
Go ahead, finish. Go ahead, finish. My bad.
No. Go ahead, my man.
You know, I can agree with that. The word that I might use is maybe order, right? People like to believe that there's no order or rhyme or reason to the universe.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I agree with you on that. I think that there certainly is order. There certainly is calculations to it. There's certainly intelligence in every inch of the universe. There is intelligence in every inch of the universe. I believe that.
Weird. Yep. And I just feel like it do be like actually kind of like in terms of when you're dealing with average people, like, and you want to talk about stuff like this, I feel like there is kind of like a deeper like thing to that as well, in terms of like people be on some like on some like fault, like on some like fake CIA shit, just because it's like they be, and part of my French with the shit, but
yeah,
I just feel like it just be like on that because of a hive mind. Like it's similar to how you will have a high frequency hive mind, which you could literally see that plants are connected to a mycelium network, right?
Yes.
So
yes,
there would obviously be some sort of alternate version of that which exists on lower frequencies. So what I'm basically trying to get at is that is something that's based off of this kind of global narrative to try to make people think in a way that is more comfortable for them. So these people who need something comfortable when they are basically in a mode of being mentally enslaved, right? It's something that they gravitate towards in order to consume, just like anything else, right? So I feel like right now, like the thing that people got to do is remember that everything is not animal, but everything is more so like, people really think everything is very animal, but even nature isn't, like even animals in nature and stuff like that, they're not necessarily, like, I'm not gonna lie, there are a lot of different animals that exhibit crazy stuff, like, but when you're talking about, for example, like things that are very overlooked, right? You would talk about a butterfly, right? You're talking about certain type of butterflies. You know, you're talking about hermaphrodite hexapod is what you would actually be talking about, because this is a being, it's a creature that actually goes through a metamorphosis. And naturally, it goes through a metamorphosis either way. So it can become a butterfly or it can become like a beetle. For a specific type of butterfly.
Or like a moth.
Yeah, yes, or like a moth. Yeah, like it does, like literally nature has so much variety to all the different butterflies and everything. It's like, but literally most of them are hermaphrodite hexapods, to where they are basically beings that go through an evolution, and the evolution is going to lead them somewhere regardless. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So, but it does. The difference is with the contribution to nature, and in terms of what butterflies are doing for plants on a higher frequency, right? And obviously, a butterfly has the ability to just fly around in a more graceful way. If you just look with your third eye, not only your actual eyes, and see a butterfly, it's just like that was what that was meant to be. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So,
yeah. I appreciate that. I actually thought that some of what you said was absolutely brilliant, and I want to comment on some of it. I'm gonna put you down. Yeah, I'm gonna put you down before I go in a little bit. Real quick, Auntie Flurf, thank you for the $5. Auntie Flurf said, "Yo, I'm here because Nathan Oakley shared your link. Cool stream. Thank you so much, Auntie Flurf. Shout out Nathan Oakley. He came in earlier and blessed us with his presence, gave us something to think about, and again, I appreciate him so much for that. I look forward to our next conversation. That was the only one that I missed, right? Okay. Yeah. All right. Real quick. Shout out Bill, Tic Tac, Yo Mama, Free My Grandma, Rock Fan, Linda, Harris Seed, all my loved ones in the chat. If I missed you, then know that it's not because I don't love you. Mystic Owl, I see you. Mystic Owl, I love you guys so much. All right. So one of the things that he said that I thought was absolutely brilliant, and maybe it is a reason why I need to be more patient with people coming in here being clearly idiotic. Oftentimes, when you guys say dumb stuff, I take it as an attack. So I really do. Because he also mentioned the 3-letter agencies. Again, because I believe what he is saying about certain people obviously being a part of 3-letter agencies whose job it is to stir up negative propaganda and get rid of people that are trying to tell the truth. Like, think about that. We know that exists, right? We know for a fact that exists. There are 3-letter agencies out there. They have people whose job it is to spread misinformation, to get rid of people that are spreading the truth. You know what I mean? And most of the time they're spreading religious propaganda along with it. We know that exists, but the other thing that he threw in there is we have to understand that the average person, more than likely, that does not describe them. The average person, even though they may operate like these people from the 3-letter agencies, they're doing it because they're a part of a hive mind. I don't know why I didn't think about that until just now. Like, it is true. I just hadn't thought about it that succinctly. It's not like they have their own thoughts. That's why you guys come in here and you say the same shit. That's literally why you guys come here and say the exact same shit. You're all a part of a hive mind. You're a part of a hive mind, and it does stem from the 3-letter agencies. These 3-letter agencies, all the way down to propagandizing you from the time that you're in kindergarten. They propagandize you from the time that you're in kindergarten, all the way to the point where you are now, bombard you with stuff on Google, bombard you with stuff on YouTube, on TV, to the point where you're virtually a hive mind. You don't even have your own thoughts or the ability to reason for yourself, and I thought that was genius, because that is 100% what it is. That's what it is. That's why most of the people that come in here, they act like the alphabet agencies, even though they're not even a part of one. They're in a hive mind and they're being controlled, so I appreciate you. I appreciate you saying that, bro. Like I said, I'm like, that was spot on. It is, and I get frustrated all the time because I'm expecting people to be independent thinkers. I'm expecting people to come at this honestly. And most of the time they never do. And if I just realize that it's because they're a hive mind. you know, they don't really have control sometimes over their ability to be negative or pessimistic, whatever it may be. And he then went on to say, like I said, very brilliant, that last guy. He then went on to say, just like, you know, when you are on a high frequency, that affects people around you. Haven't you ever experienced that? Where, like, you know, when one person is happy, they can light up the whole room. You know, this is a frequency thing that people are attached to when they're around certain people or when they are communicating with certain people. So if we know that there is a high frequency that people can be attached to or influenced by, we know for a fact that there is one on the lower end. We know that there is like, what did I write? A lower frequency web or a lower frequency net, right? Like me, I'm in such a high frequency that the people that come around me, they have to be up here. They have to be up here or they won't be around me. Same thing with people who are on a lower frequency. And this is where you start to get these hive mind type of thinkers, because they are being influenced by what they're seeing in the news, what they see on YouTube, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's difficult for them to accept truth or even begin to approach the place where they can critically think and figure out what's true. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I thought that was brilliant. Yeah, I thought that was brilliant. Yeah. Hold on real quick. One second, Aiden. Yeah, I already brought you up, Aiden, so you're gonna have to wait. I got Dylan and Onyx coming up next. Yeah, Dylan and Onyx coming up next, and then after that, we're gonna start over, go to Pro C. Then after Pro C, we'll come to you, Aiden. All right. Who was that just came up here, by the way? Was that you, JT? Who was that just came up here? Who was I just talking to? I forgot that quick. I'm not good with names, guys. You know that. I'm not great with names. Who was that just came up here that I was just talking to? Who gave me those comments? Who was that? That wasn't you? All right, whoever that was, let me know what your name was so I can add you as a mod, bro. All right? Let me know what your name was, and if you type in the chat, call yourself out so I can make you a mod, all right? That's automatic mod status right there. Automatic mod status. That was Peter? All right. That was not Peter, Pro C. Shut up. Shut up, Pro C. You're lying. That was not Peter. You are a liar. I know that wasn't Peter. Hold on. Oh, you know what? Maybe that was Peter. Maybe that was Peter. I think you were, when you said Peter, my mind went to Todd. So that might have been Peter. It wasn't Todd. Yeah. Peter was a real one. Todd was the dude that was a little weirdo. Peter, if you're in the chat, let me know where you're at, bro. I'm gonna make you a mod off that alone, bro. Because that was profound what you said, bro. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Yeah, my bad. I was thinking of Todd. I'm like, that was Todd that came in here with that nonsense. Onyx, are you up here to troll us?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hang tight though. All right, I'm gonna bring you up in a second. All right, just hang tight. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom, and then we're gonna come back with Onyx. Shout out everybody in the chat, by the way. Yeah, shout out everybody in the chat. Listen, the mods are instructed to get you out of here right away if you are not participating in the conversation. Point blank. Yeah, Dylan, you're after Onyx. X Crypt, thank you for the jewel. Hold on, let me read the jewels before I grab it. Hold up. All right, we got X Crypt sent the 200 jewels, the 67 jewels, the 440 jewels, and the 200 jewels. Thank you so much, X Cryptic Chills. Thank you so much for that, X Cryptic. I appreciate that. All right, guys, like the video. Double tap the screen. Where we at? We're almost to 400 likes, all right? Double tap the screen, get us to 400 likes, please. Sub only if you like the content. If you don't, do not sub. What else? Yeah, that's it. And if you sent the super chat, I'm going to read all the super chats again at the end, okay? So if I missed it, I will come back to it, I promise. All right? I'll be right back. Give me a second. Oh. Oh. My bad. So you guys can hear the music. Free My Grandma said, did he just walk into another dimension? Yeah, I need to clear my thoughts, you know what I mean? I gotta get a quick 20-second meditation in. Oh. Buddy over here looking like Undercover Brother after he got the side chopped off, huh? I look like Undercover Brother after he was like, smack! Oh. Yeah, what's up with everybody? We back. All right. Shout out everybody in the chat. Did we miss any super chats while I was gone? I don't think we did. Yep, shout out X Cryptic. We appreciate you so much. Of course, shout out all the mods. Guys, do not get rid of people if they are participating in the chat. Linda, we love you so much. Yeah, and if they're participating in the conversation, do not get rid of them. If they are trolling, get rid of them immediately, okay? Immediately, no second chances. No second chances whatsoever. Yeah, I may be back later tonight, Linda. I'm not going to be on here for that much longer, okay? Look, we're going on 3 and 4 hours again. All right, I need to go get something to eat. Ray, thank you for the 200 jewels. Bobby said it seems a little less crazy than normal. Yeah, Bobby, let's not jinx it, though. Hey, God, please keep it coming. You know what I mean? We're having decent conversations today. That's what I'm saying. I just want to make sure you guys are not deleting people that are participating, and you are getting rid of people that are just, trying to troll. All right, we're going to go with Onyx now. Onyx, are you up here to troll us? Onyx, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What is your question or comment, sir? What's on your mind?
I have a couple things. I want to preface this initially by stating that I'm not here to argue with you or to dispute anything that you're generally stating. I have just some information that I found out doing research that I want to bring to your attention and get your opinion on, if that's okay.
No problem. As long as you keep the subject in bounds and try not to curse.
It's completely within the topics you have listed.
Okay, but just make sure it's in bounds too, because there are stuff that is within these topics that are still out of bounds.
If I step over that, this is one of the first times I've been up here. You're more than welcome to cut me off.
How about this? Don't talk about any mass unaliving situations explicitly. Period.
No, it's all scientific.
All right, go ahead.
My first topic of conversation was re-entry speed. What the guy was talking about from a couple of your previous ones, I actually found a document from, it's called the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, volume 71, issue 6, written in November of 2015, that states that re-entry speed of the space shuttle was about 17,500 miles an hour, about Mach 12, which was gathered from the data off of the
That's hilarious.
Gauges.
That's hilarious. So that
the
proves my
shuttle
point.
re-entry.
Dang, that proves my point. Wow.
Some of what you say I agree with, and I actually found data to back it up. Some of it I disagree with, that I have some opinions on that I'm hoping you can give me your opinion on as well.
I mean, look, again, I don't make claims about things that I don't know. We did the calculations together. It would have taken them 24,000 miles per hour to reach the moon in the days that they said, to reach the Earth from the moon in the amount of time that they said that they did. The re-entry speed was only, what was the re-entry speed again?
Approximately Mach 25 or 17,500 miles an hour, based on the information gathered from the gauges upon landing, recorded by the shuttle itself.
So 24,000 miles, and this is the re-entry speed. This is not the speed traveling through space. But if we give the benefit of the doubt and say, fine, 17,000 miles per hour, the whole thing, you're still looking at like an extra 4 days, or at least an extra like 2 or 3 days that the trip would have taken at that speed. I appreciate that.
The only reason I suggest it is because of Newton's third law. You were correct in saying that you can't use a thruster in a vacuum. There's nothing for it to push off of. The only reason I'm suggesting it is because you can use a thruster to push off the moon itself and maintain velocity based on Newton's third law of motion.
Buddy is basically saying that the moon lander did like One Punch Man at the end of season 1. Wasn't that? Yeah, that was the end of season 1.
Off the moon and
so they're basically saying
velocity.
The same way that One Punch Man basically thrust himself off the moon using his own fart. Has anybody seen the last episode of One Punch Man season 1? Remember when he got knocked to the moon and there's nothing to thrust off in space, so he used his fart to thrust off the moon to send him back to Earth. I guess I never considered that as a possibility.
That's the end of that one. If you're okay with moving on.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna try and keep these short and quick for you.
Go ahead. Yeah, no.
Because I
beef
know
there.
you're hungry.
I'm starving actually. Go ahead.
All right. I understand that you don't agree with the full count pendulum experiment. I know that's not something
Well,
you.
let me be clear. Okay.
Yeah.
Specifically, I have not heard anybody establish a causation between the movement of the pendulum and the Earth moving. Now, they will come up here all day. They come up here all day and they explain what they think is a correlation. Now that correlation. Go ahead.
The belief, not that there's any fact, that's simply saying the belief is that because the pendulum moved and was able to knock down pins it wasn't able to prior, that that the Earth moving its rotation, it's let me see, I just had it pulled up. Give me 1 second. I apologize.
No, it's bro, listen, I hear this every day. I listen. This
you already understand that one.
Look, this is what they say. This is what they say. They say, like you're saying, because the pendulum is in motion, that means that the Earth is moving. And if I ask them how they know, the answer is going to be because it correlates to what the assumed motion of the Earth is. You see how that's problematic?
Essentially, it states that no outside force is able to act on a pendulum, which is what they're using to prove that the Earth is under rotation. But like I said, Newton's third law, anything in motion stays in motion.
Well, and you know the pendulum doesn't work by itself, right? You know they induce motion on the pendulum.
Well, at a degree.
Yeah,
and that degree lessens as momentum reduces.
No, the momentum doesn't. The actual pendulum experiment that they are running right now, it is on a motor. I'm saying it's physically on a motor. Like the pendulum don't just swing indefinitely. They are swinging the pendulum with a motor back and forth, and then the pendulum starts to move slightly based on what they assume the motion of the Earth is. Even if that's true,
right,
that still doesn't establish a causation. You see, it don't establish.
Right. To your own point, in the Volcan pendulum experiment in 1851, they used a specialized, like a gear, what the hell is it called? Sorry, pardon the language.
It's all good.
But a specialized like ball joint in the ceiling to keep it moving. And that's stated in the actual documentation from the experiment that they use a specialized joint.
Yeah, well, that specialized joint. Yeah, that specialized joint, I'm sure, was special because it had a motor on it that kept it moving. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, that's what was special about it. It was electric.
For the same argument here, have you ever heard of the Coriolis effect?
Yep. Yep. We talked about that a little bit earlier.
Okay. How about apparent stellar motion?
Yeah. Well, so
the arbitration of starlight.
Yeah. So
1725.
Yeah. Also, with the Coriolis effect and with stellar motion, both of these things are observations of events that take place above the Earth. Now, could it be some form of evidence that the Earth is moving? Possibly, but not conclusive on its own. You got to actually measure the physical object itself moving in order to use some secondary information as evidence for it as well. Like if we did establish that the Earth was moving, after we established that, then the Coriolis effect could be evidence that the Earth is moving because it's already established. You know what I mean? It can't go the other way
Right.
around because then that would be a circular argument.
Correct. I want to backtrack slightly. It's gonna be on this point, but backtrack further.
Mm-hmm.
So between just you and I here talking, right? No scientific data directly, just opinions. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
If that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we can state that we made it to the moon and that the launch of the thruster was based off of the force applied to the moon to return to Earth, that would state that we probably made it to the moon, correct?
I would never state anything like that. No, me personally.
Okay.
None of that makes any sense to me at all. We watched the moon lander take off from the moon. There was no great thrust there. It literally floated. It floated up very slowly. That's why we even started talking about it at all. Because I'm like, bro, that don't even look like it's moving 10 miles per hour, let alone like 100. And then I did the calculation for 100 miles per hour. Like I said, the moon lander don't look like it's moving 100 miles per hour when it's floating up. At 100 miles per hour, it would have taken over 100 days. So that's when we figured out the speed had to be like 24,000. So yeah, I'm not accepting none of that. I believe all of that.
The data, the recordings. That's essentially they fudged the recorded data off of the shuttle for their purposes.
Listen, bro. The dude who was up here before that last guy, right? He was agreeing. Yeah. He was agreeing with me, right? I asked him point blank. I said, bro, the first time you saw the moon landing footage as an adult, what was your visceral gut reaction? He's like, my gut reaction was like, this is the fakest thing I've ever seen. It's obviously fake. No, you understand? Like the moon landing footage.
Shot in a warehouse.
The moon landing footage is fake. Okay, the astronauts admit it's edited. I don't consider anything that comes from NASA forever to be credible. Forever. You lied about something that big, you're done. You're completely done. Everything you say now is a lie. Period.
Let's see.
And from that perspective, I'm going on what you said, right? No science, all right? Just our opinions, just based on what we would regularly see. If I'm not taking anything into account, just what I honestly think. I honestly think the very first time that I saw that moon landing, it was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen anything that like I always use this analogy on here. If I don't know if anybody has seen Men in Black 2, but in Men in Black 2, there's a scene where they're trying to figure out what happened with the aliens, and so they put a VHS movie in. And then the VHS movie shows like a spaceship coming down. That VHS movie looked more real than the moon landing from Men in Black 2. Fact.
And what it's called, and my brain's not working at the moment. Not a space shuttle. It's the thing that they stick out in space that's supposed to be taking pictures of all of this. I don't know if there's any reality behind it actually being there.
Is it on a satellite?
The satellite they launched, that is the furthest one out.
Okay. The one that is allegedly like in the next galaxy or something like that.
That thing's still sending shit back to us from light years away, or however distance it has.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, but I cannot connect my Wi-Fi to my phone sitting in my living room. How the hell is that thing sending me anything?
Right. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Great point. And I will say that naively.
From back in the day.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, naively, me personally, I used to look at that footage a lot. I love the idea of space. You know what I mean? Like, I really do. One of my favorite movies is Interstellar. And so, you know, I naively, I used to legitimately believe that thing was sending us photos and pictures from deep space. As a matter of fact, the very first picture that we got of a black hole came from that thing. I was looking at that thing for like several days. You know what I mean? Just looking at it, looking at the, you know what I mean? Just trying to figure some shit out, you know? So I used to look at that shit all the time. But now that you say it like that, it sounds stupid. You know what I mean? Now that you say, you're like, dude, in my house, I had to move my Wi-Fi box in my room because it's that bad. Literally, my Wi-Fi box is right here because in the living room I couldn't get good service. But yet, from trillions of miles away, we're getting all this data, huh? Oh yeah, I believe that.
Well, that's my rant for the day.
Well, hey, Onyx, I appreciate you, man. You were respectful. You brought a lot of good points up here. You know, you disagreed on some things, which is fantastic. And, you know, you agreed on some things, which is also good. So you're always welcome, bro. All right. Shout out Onyx. All right. After Onyx, I believe I said we have Pro C. I'm just killing. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. What's up, Dylan? Dylan, unmute yourself. Dylan, you said you wanted to come up next. You're up here. You're muted. You're not talking. I don't want to do this to you, but Dylan, you got to the end of the saxophone to produce yourself. Dylan. Guys, like the video, please. Double tap the screen. Did we make it to 400 yet? We're almost there. 9 more likes to get to 400, guys. Ooh, Dylan, I told you had it to the end of the saxophone, and it sounds like you just made it in time, bud. It sounds like you just made it in time. Are you there?
Appreciate it, man. Yes, yeah, I'm here.
All right, you're not up here to troll us, right?
No, absolutely not. No, I don't really call in too much of anything, but you know, the wife is out of town right now, and I'm kind of bored. So
I thought you were gonna say the wife is out of town, so finally I can get on the phone and talk to somebody. I'm gonna say, dang, Dylan, she got you like that over there.
Well, no, because like I've got like 3 girls.
Oh, okay,
so, I mean,
okay.
if they're home, you know,
I understand.
I'm not doing
Busy
it.
as hell. I'm already knowing, bro. Yeah, it never stops. I got kids too, bro. I got kids too, and I got nieces and nephews. It never stops. I understand. All right, go. What's on your mind, brother?
So you're kind of talking about the whole space salmon. I do want to kind of get into a little bit of a meta conversation about conspiracy stuff in general.
Okay.
I would say I'm more in the middle. I don't think everything is a conspiracy. But just with the stuff with the Earth spinning, for one, that's what we're talking about. According to Einstein and relativity, something that's moving at a constant speed, it's exactly the same as if it wasn't moving at all. So really, there's not going to be like y'all are technically both right. Like if something's moving at a constant speed, it may as well just not be moving at all.
All right, Dylan. Dylan. Now, wow, it pains me to do this. I don't accept that. Okay, now, sure, maybe you can show an experiment of somebody going, I don't know, 10 miles per hour or something like that consistently, and at a certain point they won't feel it. You know,
Okay, so
I just don't believe. Hold on one second. Hold on, bro. I'm not done. All right. Me personally, I just don't believe that somebody can go 1,000 miles per hour, even if it's a consistent speed, and not feel it. I do not believe that. I have not seen that anywhere. It is just a statement that people make. Now, even if that statement is true, though, just so you know, even if that statement is true, that still doesn't prove that the Earth is not moving, right? The idea that because this is just theoretical, what you're saying. I'm not accepting that it's true. But if it was true, theoretically, if we were moving at a constant speed, you wouldn't feel it. Theoretically. Okay, fine. That don't mean that that's the reason why we're not feeling the speed, though. It don't mean that at all. And in fact, the Earth is not at a constant speed, Dylan. Dylan, did you know that the Earth is not at a constant speed in your model?
So wait, so what's the speed then? Or is it
Dylan,
changing?
can you answer my question first? Did you know that the Earth was not at a constant speed in your own model?
For one, I think you're kind of labeling me. I don't know what model you're talking about.
Dylan, I'm just asking you a question, dog. Okay, do you
Yeah.
you said that the Earth, we wouldn't feel the speed because the Earth is moving at a constant speed. Did you know that that's not true? That even in your own model, or even in the globe model or the moving Earth model, in Einstein's model, the Earth still slows down and speeds up. So the idea that we wouldn't feel the speed, I don't accept. But let's say I do. The Earth don't move at a constant speed, so this is a moot point.
All right. So yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that it's always at a constant speed. Like yes, there may be slight changes to it. But
And we would feel that, Dylan, if there were changes, according to what you said earlier, if we were changing speeds, we would feel it. We don't feel it. We're not changing speeds. We're not moving.
Well, like when you say feel it, so like
We can test it.
I think
Detectable. Test it. Detectable motion. So there's another experiment. There's another experiment that has been done that disproves this as well. It's called the Newton's bucket experiment, right? So if you have a bucket and the bucket is spinning around you based on relative motion, the bucketeer don't know if he's the one moving or if you're the one moving. The bucketeer is the person on the bucket, all right? If I am holding a bucket and I'm moving it around me, all right, how do we know which one is moving? Because of relative motion. Oh, you know how you know? Because there will be a vortex that develops in the water while it's moving, a literal vortex. And not only that, the laws of physics, such that they are on Earth, don't exist if the actual location is in motion. When we do scientific experiments, in order to basically verify that the laws of physics are going to act the way that they act on Earth, we have to have an inertial reference frame. All right. So the Earth being an inertial reference frame in itself is evidence that it cannot be moving. Daniel, thank you for the 200 joules, Daniel.
Yeah, and so I mean, the Earth is not just spinning according to when the other side's model. Like we're also in a galaxy, and the galaxy is spinning, and then we're also in space, which space is expanding.
That's
So
all
all these things
conjecture.
are kind of happening at once.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's conjecture, though.
yeah, but a good kind of example that I want to bring is like, have you ever been to an airport and they have those little walk thingies where it's like this little conveyor belt and you
Yeah.
get on it?
Yep.
And then you start walking normally, and you see the people that are not standing on them. That you're going twice as fast as them.
Okay.
Yeah, we can sense that we're going a certain speed based upon the air rushing past us and all that stuff. But or if you ever ridden in like a really smooth car ride and you put it on cruise control,
Right.
like you can throw a ball up in the air and it'll come right straight back down. when you're
Not,
driving in a car.
not in a convertible, though.
Well, yeah, because there's air.
There's air in the atmosphere. All right, we're not in a, unless you're going to say that we are in an enclosed system. This car example is not it's not a one-to-one metaphor to the Earth. The Earth has air, so we should feel it.
Yeah, yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm not. So you said in a convertible, yeah, that wouldn't work if you have the top down.
Right.
But
So
if
so
the car
are you
is closed?
are you saying the Earth don't have its top down? You're saying the Earth has a top on it? It has a roof?
Not necessarily, but
Exactly. That's my
does.
point. The Earth don't got a roof, bro.
Yeah.
So that's why that example don't work. If the Earth was moving, everything would be flying off, because that's what things do when stuff is moving. Yeah.
But because the Earth has gravity,
That's a lie. Listen. That, or it's just not moving. Right? Think about it. Maybe it's gravity, but gravity's not proven scientifically, or maybe it's not moving. That is proven scientifically. Yeah, scientific experiments have been done to show it's not moving. No scientific experiments have proven gravity. So out of those two explanations, is it gravity or is it not moving? The not moving one is the scientific way to think about it. There is no other way to think about what I just said, period.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, you're absolutely right. Like, I mean, I think for one, it's kind of silly to even like debate the whole thing in general because for most people, it doesn't really matter what shape the Earth is. To be honest, like it doesn't really matter how fast the Earth is moving or not moving.
I
You know,
disagree
like
with that as well, Dylan. I
yeah,
also disagree, and I hate to be a contrarian. You know, you seem like a nice guy, Dylan. For real, I do like you as a person. I haven't sensed any dishonesty in you. So it's not. I don't mean to be a contrarian, but I disagree with that, Dylan. Okay, if the facts about the Earth were known, the average person would not give their entire life over to slavery the way they do now.
the fact. So
Yeah.
yeah, I
So,
mean that I have to kind of like unpack that. So like,
well, I'll elaborate for you. I'll elaborate. All right. So the reason why they lie about the Earth being a ball, a literal object that you cannot get off of. Think about what we're in the meta conversation now. All right, meta conversation. Why are they lying to you, saying that you are on an object that you cannot get off? It's because they don't want you to leave. Okay? If you weren't on an object that you physically could not leave, then you would leave. Why else would anybody stay here under all the bullshit that's going on here? They would just go to more land because there is more land. You know how they keep more land hidden? Not only do they take it off the map, which they did, they lie and say you are on an object that you cannot leave. All right, that's a very big lie, Dylan. That's a very big lie that has a lot of implications on every single human being. Right? Is there more land? That's pretty major. Now, I'm not done yet, though. Let's talk about whether or not the Earth is moving. Right? Let's talk about whether or not the Earth is moving. You know, the Earth not moving, it means that we're in the center of the universe, or at least the Milky Way or the galaxy. It means that the sun is moving around us, has been moving around us. It means we're not flying through space randomly in danger of being sucked into a black hole. Dylan, do you understand what I'm telling you right now? You know how much money NASA makes you know how much money NASA makes every day just to protect us from black holes that we are never going to go into? That's $65 million. That's $65 million of tax money every day.
how do they protect us from black holes?
They don't, is my point. They don't.
Oh, okay.
They say they are by looking for more planets. Why do they need $65 million a day, Dylan? They're looking for more planets, right? Yeah. So this has huge implications on everybody. $65 million a day. Whether or not the life decisions that everybody makes. The life decisions that everybody makes is based on the fact that we can't go nowhere. So the best I can do is try to make a better life for my kid. That way maybe he has a better opportunity. So I'm just gonna give up and go be a slave. Rather than try to actually figure out what's going on here. And let me digress from that. I don't want to turn into a preacher. But anyways, that's my point, is that it has huge implications, not to mention the free energy thing, which I've already talked about a lot because that's my favorite thing.
Yeah, I definitely will say that. There is truth to that. And that's what a lot of the scientific discoveries I think have caused, is that there's a lot of black pilling that's happening. There's a lot of nihilism just seeping in from that. But I think it's sort of different to then claim that those scientific discoveries were crafted and created to cause a certain effect. I think the discoveries were made just in a pursuit of discovering things, because that's part of human nature.
You really believe in your government. You really believe in your government, don't you, bro?
No, absolutely not.
It sounds like it. No, it sounds like you're like, well, I don't think that the government would do it maliciously. Everything that the government ever does forever in all human history is malicious, Dylan. Everything. Absolutely everything. Everything.
Like do you think like
the
original
existence,
founding of it was
the
bad?
existence of government in general is malicious. The entire thing is malicious. Yeah, it's all malicious. Now, do I think, Dylan, I'll give you this though, Dylan.
You can't view it like that.
Dylan, I do view it like that. I do view it like that. And I'm gonna tell you like this. I will give you this. I don't think that they're smart enough to have calculated what the outcome would be all the way. Of course not. They're not that smart. If they were that smart, they would not have to take advantage of us because they would actually just be smarter. But so I agree with that sometimes there are unintended consequences to their actions that we exacerbate with our fear, etc. So I do give you that not all of it is directed maliciousness, but they do not have the intent on doing good things for society. Governments do not do good things for society. No, they ruin society in every case. And no, it's not Dylan. I went to school for political science. All right, this is actually my area of expertise. If anything is my area of expertise, it's this. All right, governments.
I'm with you, brother.
All right.
I'm right there with you, brother. Like if that's actually true, then we need to take up our arms right now.
Well, Dylan, let's not do that. All right, this is YouTube, bro. All right, calm down, man. I respect your sentiment, Dylan. All right, but now you're starting to sound a little trolly. All right, now you're trying to sound like a troll. All right, don't do that, Dylan. Well, if that's the case, how come you don't declare war on the government? I don't know, Dylan. I don't know, actually. Yeah. I don't know why I haven't done that. Anyways. Yeah, shout out Dylan, man. Seems like a nice guy. Proceed. We are back to you, my friend. Dude, I'm hungry as hell. I need to go eat, man. How long have I been up here? What is that? What's 6 divided by 32? Is that 7 hours? No way I'm going on 7 hours. That cannot be real. I cannot. That's not real. Proceed. Are you up here to troll us?
Nah.
All right, what's on your mind?
I was gonna ask you, do you believe there's satellites in the sky?
Going on 6 hours. Do I believe that there are satellites in the sky?
Yeah.
I don't know, honestly. I do think that if they are there, the only reason why they can be up there is because the Earth is geocentric. So satellites don't work if the Earth is moving. Like, especially if the Earth is moving and flying randomly through space. Yeah, that doesn't work. If the Earth is not moving, then it's possible that satellites are up there moving in motion with the sun and the moon and the stars. If they have found a way to put satellites, I don't know, in lower Earth orbit or in the firmament or whatever, then the sun and the moon and the stars are creating momentum that possibly keeps the satellites going. That's the only way that could happen.
So yeah, then yeah, we agree on the same thing. Well, actually, I do believe they are in the sky. I also believe that the moon landing was fake. I don't believe the moon landing was real. I do believe the world is round though. That's the one thing I do believe.
Like round like a pizza?
Like a spear.
A spear?
Or a globe. Yeah, like a spear or a globe. I do believe the Earth, we're like sitting on a globe.
Well, you're entitled to your own religious beliefs. Whatever you believe, I'm totally fine with that.
And that's about it. You're good. I lost my questions.
It's
I was thinking of earlier.
It's all good, bro. You know, you're welcome up here anytime, man. I appreciate your patience. You know, even though I'm going to get out of here in probably 30 minutes, I will be back later, as I always am. You know, I'll be back later tonight. So if you got more questions, you can come up. Shout out Mystic. Mystic, I appreciate you, Mystic, for all the housekeeping you're doing for us. Mystic said, thank you guys for your subscriptions. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, listen, I know I don't get time to thank everybody or call out all the chats. It's not intentional, okay? It's not intentional. Andrew Whitmore, thank you for the flow state. I appreciate that. Let me see if I missed any more super chats or gifts before we keep going. Yeah, Andre with the 200 jewels, Daniel with the 200, Ray with the 200, and of course, X Cryptic. I love and appreciate you guys so much. All right, let's get back to it. It's the people's champ. Keen, thank you for the 10 jewels, Keen. I appreciate that. We made it to 417 likes, guys. I don't know if this is my most liked video so far, but I think it might be. I don't know if I have a video that's more liked than that, or at least on my streams. Yeah, so thank you guys so much. I think this is my most liked video. NB, are you up here to troll us?
Was talking to had the deep conversation with you earlier, kind of like when you were telling me that was some intelligent shit I said.
Oh, that was you. Okay, that was you. See, I knew that wasn't.
Yeah.
I knew they were saying that that was Peter. I knew that wasn't no damn Peter. That was
I ain't
you.
gonna lie, some sort of moderator or someone they put me as a role, like they called me a peon, my nigga. So I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't really.
All right, well, calm down, bro. Calm down. Everybody in here that's not me or my boy Reality is a peon. So it's not personal, all right? And let's calm down with the N-word.
Okay. My apologies.
It's okay.
Apologies, brother. I genuinely thought that it might have been someone actually just trying to
Nah.
troll, and I genuinely thought for like a second that someone was just trying to call me
Nah,
out, but
bro.
like
Nah.
just maybe like didn't like me or something like that. So
No,
my
listen,
apologies, and I shouldn't be.
Listen, bro. The only people that have permission in here to edit stuff is me and Reality, the person that you see in the chat. Both of us, we barely figured out Discord like once we started getting a lot of traction on here. You know what I mean? So anything that we do, it's pretty much accidental. You know what I mean? Like we're not we don't really even know all the way was he figured it out a lot for me. You know what I mean? But again, that was just like in this past week. So I can tell you right now, it's not intentional.
Okay, bro. So I'm a moderator then, basically. That's what it's saying. Basically.
I'll put you as a moderator in the YouTube chat. That's what I was telling you. Put your name in the YouTube chat, and I add you as a mod. I'm not adding anybody as a mod in Discord. It's just me in Reality for right now.
I got you.
Yeah, I gotta really like know you personally. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah, for sure, man. Bro, I'm actually from Canada. I'm from Windsor, so like right across the border from Detroit.
Nice.
That's where I frequent, basically. That's where I live. So yeah, I mean,
all good. What's on your mind,
my name Bone, also known as my name is Noah, but they call me Bones.
Noah.
That's me.
All right, shout out you.
For Bones.
Hey.
Yeah. So
Noah is here to lead us to the promised land.
I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it because I got some shit to unravel. I'm not gonna lie, man. Because a lot of stuff, like, so I want to get like more deep with stuff, like again, because like.
Yeah. But here's the thing, bro. You gotta learn how to censor yourself on certain things. All right. There are certain words that are immediately flagged by the algorithm, and if you can just try not to curse as much. Try to say what you want to say. Yeah, try to say what you want to say, so that way the people that need to hear it can understand it. But the people that are trying to censor you, they don't get it. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. So basically, the point of what I'm trying to say is, okay, for the account of history basically being, the documents being falsified and everything like that, it's a lot to do with history that was like a lot of history was actually hidden. So. And then they won't. So the thing that they will actually hide, if you actually literally just like use common sense and you see, is like they try to literally hide all of these so-called Black inventors, right? These like brilliant people who invented the things that we use literally every day. So literally everything that you use in your house is basically created by a so-called Black person, right? So literally, whether it's your couch or your TV remote, it was created by a Black person, right? Someone who has neuromelanin, eumelanin, pheomelanin, all types of melanin, right? And these people, they have been creating stuff for as long as you can remember because they have intelligence, right? And their intelligence is based off of feeding their soul, not their bodies, their mundane selves. And so that's like literally, I was just reading up on how Joseph N. Jackson, he's the man who created.
Shout out XRP. Bill and Mystic.
Watching this video, like of this, like I'm not.
And free my grandma.
Kid, right? He was with his girlfriend, and his girlfriend. I'm not trying to be profane or anything, but this is just the video that I saw, right?
Well, let's try to get right to the point, if you don't mind, bro. I'm hungry as hell. I've been up here for going on 6 hours now. You know what I mean?
No, it's pretty funny to me. Like all I was going to say is like his girl was recording him, and he was frustrated. He was trying to find the TV remote. He's like, you know what? Who invented these TV remotes to where they're so hard to find? And next thing you know, he flings the blanket, TV remote smacks him right in the face real hard. And that's because literally in 2025, you had that brilliant man who created the TV remote named Joseph N. Jackson, who literally just passed away.
So, or went to the other side. So now you're talking about like literal a force, not just us as a people. You're talking about a force that is literally alive, and we're not dead. So
Hold
that's
on, real
how
quick,
we
bro. Real
come
quick.
to these
Hold
conclusions.
on, real quick. Are you suggesting that the spirit of the ancestors is what hit him in the face with that remote?
Basically, something like that. I'm saying that
Okay.
the energies said, you're talking about Mr. Joseph Jackson, who created the TV remote, and that hit him right in the face because he wasn't like, he was unconscious while he was saying what he said.
Right.
And I was like, and then I actually did my research after that. I was like, who was the man who invented, what was the black man who invented the TV remote, right? And that's where I found Joseph N. Jackson, and I literally just read about that earlier, either today or last night.
Hey,
So
shout out all the Joe Jacksons in the world, man. You know, yeah, the Joe Jacksons, they just can't help but
definitely
make gold.
the Joe
You know?
Jacksons, legendary.
Yeah, and they always violent for some reason. I don't know what, like, even in a TV remote, he's violent. Ain't that crazy?
I don't know nothing about the violence.
It was a Michael Jackson joke. Michael Jackson's dad's name was Joe
Oh.
Jackson, and he used to beat the shit out of him.
Oh, are you serious? Oh shoot! See, I didn't even know.
I forgot
nothing
you
about
from
that. I know
Canada.
that-
I forgot you from Canada, bro. My bad. You from Canada. It's all good.
No, it's
It's
all
all
good,
good.
bro. I actually don't be like knowing too much. I'm only like 25. I don't know if that really makes a difference, but
Yeah,
I'm
it
not,
does. You didn't grow up in the Michael
I don't
era.
know.
Yeah, you didn't grow up in the Michael era.
Yeah, I was
You're
born in
fine. You're fine.
2001. I was born in 2001. Yeah. So, and then and I also wanted to say that is stuff that they just try to hide, and then they just try to create credit like Western perceptions of a person and try to credit these people just to basically like convince you that things are basically kind of like, I don't know, like I feel like they try to like make it seem like it's something that's like like you fraternity type.
Let me try to simplify it. Let me try to simplify it a little bit. Basically, what you're talking about right now is you're talking about why I say America is Atlantis. When they came here, there were a bunch of things already invented. There was high level society going on over
Yeah.
here. And slowly but surely, in between the 16 and the 1800s, they began to work their way into these areas and take over these different technologies, sometimes getting rid of them, sometimes repackaging them and selling them. You know, and so yeah, like
Yeah.
not just, you know, these, you know, one-off instances where you got black people inventing stuff here and there. We're talking about an entire civilization
We're talking
that
about
was
a whole civilization that was definitely taken
yes that
hijacked.
that had invented exactly.
It was literally systematically hijacked in a way where if they were trying to get over on these people for what they had within them because they can't actually access that.
Right.
So that's another different thing. But that brings me to Tartaria, what I was about to talk about in terms of like another version of like this old world that we have, which could actually be very much accounted for in history if you do your research. And the technology
I
that we had
agree.
in these buildings, these Tartarian buildings and stuff.
No, I agree. I brought up, you know, I always talk about the black Europeans on here, and then I talk about how the European nobles were black. And somebody told me that I didn't have any primary sources that back that up. So I brought up probably the most official primary source that even exists on the planet as it relates to what was going on in Europe. And the actual name of the book has the word Tartary in it. So it's like, you know, the writings from this person reporting to the British military from his travels in France, Germany, and Tartary. You know what I mean? So it's like it's not even a question whether or not it was a place, obviously.
Sure, for sure. Yeah, and it was literally like I don't know how I'd be sounding on here, but I just like to be honest,
what
like
you should
all
do,
this
bro?
stuff.
If you want to know how you sound, bro, always watch yourself back. You know, that's how you improve
Okay,
yourself.
I definitely will.
Yeah.
I definitely will.
Yeah, and honestly, and I'm glad that I said that too, because every now and then people do, you know, ask me a little bit about, you know, kind of like how I got to this level, how I got started, whatever. And I know, you know, in the back of my mind, you know, they might feel nervous or they might want to get started. Listen, man, I stutter probably worse than everybody in this chat. Not even close. I have the worst.
You got it.
Yeah,
You got it though, because like in terms of like,
but this is my point. This is what I'm saying right here, bro. My point is that even me, somebody that stutters as bad as I do, I could be the most efficient speaker on YouTube. Dan, I'm like, not the most efficient speaker. I just mean like nobody on YouTube is gonna come over here and out talk me or nothing like that. And it's because I practice a lot. I practice a lot. I go live a lot, obviously, but I read a lot and I read out loud to myself sometimes. I read out loud. If I don't know how to say words,
I get that.
I sit there and I pronounce words out loud all the time when I'm reading. So and then I listen to myself back. I listen to myself back, and most of the time it's disgusting. Most of the time I absolutely hate it. No bullshit.
I wanted to say what I was talking about earlier. I felt like it was a little bit like slow compared to how you were like feeling, but bro, don't let that slow you down, because honestly, like the way that you deal with people is something that I'm actually trying to get used to mastering myself, for the sake of being able to like actually navigate properly to achieve the goals that I want to achieve, which is genuinely to just get humanity to be like on a higher level. But
Yeah,
like,
well,
I
on that note, on that note, even though I, will admit when I need to be nicer, that I'm never ever going to abandon being an asshole. Absolutely not. That's what protects me in this life. There's a lot of
I
people.
don't think you're an asshole.
Well, but I'm agreeing with what you're saying, that there are certain things about what I do that are necessary in order to navigate through. So I like I said, I do recognize that I can talk to people better sometimes, but at the same time, the people that don't know how to be an asshole or don't know how to be stern, you need to pick that up from me. Facts. You need to learn how to not give a damn about what other people say or think. And if somebody is trying to, oh, you have to come up here and listen to me. No, you don't. No, I don't. The faster I weed through the people that don't like me or aren't, going to be helpful to me, that's the faster I can get to the people that do like me and do want to be helpful. And my arrogance isn't going to turn off people that want to help me or people that think that I'm right. So I turn the arrogance up, so that way the people that really don't like me, they can't hide it. So that way I can get them out of here quick.
I totally sense that from you, and that's like kudos to you, because you got to keep moving forward, and like no matter what anybody tells you, do not change
Exactly.
what you.
Gotta
So-
keep moving. But at the same time, as you can see, I'm always open to feedback. That's why I'm so confident.
No, I'm just saying I wasn't trying to give you any type of feedback in terms of how you deal with anybody. Like, and I don't want to info. Like, I didn't want to.
Listen, bro, don't worry about it. Hey, bro, listen. Don't worry about it, man. Listen, when God gives you something on your heart to say, it's just your job to say it. It's not the other person's job to receive it. You know what I mean? So,
Like the reason why I said a lot of shit too is like I have it written down, some of like key points that I wanted to bring up as well. So that's why some of it is very like well prepared, like because I have just key points. I just was writing down as I was listening. So
all right,
just things that I found.
Yeah. But either way, listen. Always, say what's on your mind if you feel like the other person needs to hear it. If they don't need to hear it, then they won't. If I'm rejecting somebody's advice, then I'll just reject it. That don't mean that I don't want people to give me advice, because every now and then somebody says something that's correct, and I will take it in every time.
So what do you think about the 21st century and everything about that with the 21st century? Because that's something that I feel.
I don't think we're really in the 21st century. Is that what you're asking me?
I feel like it's something that was made up. Yeah.
Yeah. We're not really in the 21st century. They added a bunch of time to our calendar. A lot of I'm talking about like groups of 200 to 300 years of events that have been replicated and added to our timeline in many different places. So we're probably not even nowhere near like the year. We're probably like in the year 1500 or 1300, 1200, based on how much time has been added.
The whole psyop for trying to cover up a certain type of energy. But that's just me personally, Like I just feel like.
Well. See, but this is the thing, right? Because I got some photos right here that I'm posting up about different coins and passages that could easily be interpreted as being written in 1749 or 1499. You know what I mean? Or this one says 1587. You know what I mean? 1579. These things don't say 1579. This says 579. All right? This has a J in front of it. It says J 499. This is the year 499 right here. So when you go back into history and they start bringing up certain events that happened, like let's say the colonization of America. If the colonization of America didn't happen in the 1400s, but it really happened in the 1800s, you see how that paints an incredibly different a picture of not just what America is, but who are the people in America. Yeah, what if the colonization of America didn't happen until the 1800s? You know what I mean? What if the Bible stories happened in the 1400s? You see what I mean? What if Jesus and all these Bible stories? What if these things really just happened in the medieval times? Yeah. So, anyways, we don't gotta expand on that, but you know, it's just it's you always got to keep your mind open to what is real.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, if you want me to keep going on some more stuff, I got some more stuff. that we
Well,
can keep talking
listen,
about.
I'm gonna bring these other guys up here. All right, like I said, I gotta get some food, and I will be back later. So if you're here later, then we can pick this up. All right.
Yeah, man. Salute for the live, man.
Right. And like I said, if you're in the YouTube chat, put your name, put NB in the YouTube chat so I can make you a mod. All right.
Thank you so much, man.
Of course. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. All right, let's go to Ketchup. All right, listen, we're almost out of here. I'm gonna go get some food in 10 minutes. All right, like the video, sub if you like the content, okay? Double tap the screen. If you don't like the content, then still sub, because if you sub to me, then more people are gonna try to have intelligent conversations on YouTube. All right? MB, I see that. Is that actually you? You know what? I don't even know if that's you. I added this dude as a mod because he put MB, but he could have just been fooling me. Is that you, MB? Oh, MB, you're Tic Tac? Oh, he's a troll? Okay. Thank you. Hello, MB, which one is you? The quack one? The I'm on quack? Or are you Tic Tac? Tic Tac said NB is a troll. Your name is I'm Her Story, or your name is Her Story. All right, her story. If you guys see Her Story, let me know. Buddy said, "Oh, he got rid of the perm." You wish this was a perm. Yeah, sorry about that. All right, let's see. Ketchup, are you up here to troll us? Ketchup. Mustard! Turn the TV off. Turn the TV off. Turn the TV off. Turn the TV off. Ketchup, I can't hear you, bud.
Yo, I'm talking right now.
Oh, I can hear you now. All right. Are you up here to troll us?
No, sir.
All right, what's your name? I mean, not what's your name.
Ketchup.
Not what's your name. Gosh dang it. What's on your mind?
History is 100% fake.
Lies?
Lies, yeah. I want to argue against that.
Okay, what is your argument?
Well, I want to hear what your argument for it being fake is.
You just said you wanted to argue against it.
Yeah, because
what's
that's
your
claim,
argument?
So argue against it. It's your claim. What are your supporting evidence for that?
Ketchup, you waited all that time for this. This is so sad, bro.
I waited.
I'm about to be so sad that I have to do this to you, bro. Like I don't.
Man.
I'm gonna be so sad in a few minutes, bro. You're gonna make me sad.
Because it's your claim. I want you to argue for it. You know, that's how it works. You make a
But
claim.
I don't need you up here to do that, right?
But I want to be able to argue your point.
Oh well, huh? Argue my points? How are you gonna argue my points? No, you need to argue your points. So
that's not how debate works.
You're gonna tell us how debate works.
Yeah, I'm done debate.
Right, go ahead, tell us how debate works.
People come with two different opposing ideas, and they both have evidence supporting them, and they debate that.
My bad. One more time, bro. I didn't hear that, bro. One more time. My bad, bro. It's hard to hear you, bro. One more time. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. That's better.
That work?
Yep, go ahead.
People come in with two ideas, two opposing ideas, and they have their evidence supporting their ideas, and they argue against each other.
Catch up. Because you seem like a nice guy, I'm gonna be honest with you and let you know that the saxophones were playing in the background, so we couldn't hear you. We were just laughing at you, okay? We do not need you to come up here and explain to us how a debate works. All right, that is not good content, nor am I gonna sit for it. I'm hungry as hell. The last thing that I'm gonna do while I'm hungry as hell is sit on this computer and let somebody come up and think they're gonna teach me about how debate works. All right, you said you wanted to argue your points. I allowed you the space to argue your points. I said, all right, fine. You want to argue against me? What are your points? You're like, what are your points? So you don't even have any points, right? You didn't actually come up with any points. You just came up because you want to try to argue my points. Listen, bro, if you don't have points, bro, then how are you going to argue mine? It just don't make sense. You're going to argue somebody else's points, but you have none? Absolute nonsense. We got two people left, all right? Last two people. We got JT and we got Red Scratch. Hold on, JT. Do you hear me talking, dog? We got JT and we got Red Scratch. After that, we're gonna do shout outs in the chat. Okay, so if I didn't call your name out and you want a shout out, just put your name in the chat. If you want to tell us where you're from, put where you're from, and I'll shout your city or your state out as well. All right. Of course, shout out all the mods already. Free My Grandma, Tic Tac, XRP, Nina. I see you, Nina Forte. Michael Ray, Mystic Al. I love you guys all so much. You guys are the pride and joy of my life, okay? All the mods in here, you really are the pride and joy of my life. I love you guys so much. Free My Grandma. Salute. If you guys want a shout out, put your name in the chat, or you can put where you're from, and I'll give you a shout out. We got two people left. JT.
You hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess I'm arguing. I'm sorry, Michael. I'm about to talk a little quiet.
You're good, bro. You're good. Just go. You're good.
So I'm arguing Earth in motion, right? That one you got. So I guess the first question I have: does scientific proof exist to you? Because nothing is 100% proven, but there's evidence that backs it up. So do you trust the evidence?
I only trust scientific experiments. By the way, we've talked before, and I asked you if you were from Pennsylvania. You said no, you're from Ohio, right?
So you didn't ask me where I'm from, but I am from Ohio.
I did ask you where you're from, bro. How did I know that off the top of my head? I mean, I read minds, bro, but I'm not that good, okay?
Plus evidence, measurements, stuff like that. So
yeah.
I guess on my first.
Okay, finish the question. Go. What's the question?
Okay, so it's extremely strong evidence from independent observations, experiments, and technologies that prove the Earth is moving around the sun.
Name those things. Name those things.
All right, so you got Earth spins about every 24 hours. You can verify that by the cycle from day to night.
Never mind, JT, stop. Okay, never mind. All right. Let me just get us to where we need to go by telling you that you're wrong about that. There is not all of this scientific evidence, measurements, and data that prove the Earth is moving. It's the exact opposite, JT. All scientific evidence ever shows the Earth is not moving. Scientific experiments done on the Earth prove the Earth is not moving. This is the basis for the theory of relativity. Okay, if you read Einstein's Relativity, he will tell you the reason he came up with relativity is because we can't prove the Earth is moving from Earth. And so the theory of relativity was born. All right? So is the Earth moving or not? I actually don't know. But can we prove it scientifically? Is the question. The answer to that is no. We cannot prove it scientifically.
Okay, so you can't confirm it's not moving. I can't confirm it's moving.
Correct.
So
So
how can we win this debate then? Who wins the debate?
whatever the
If
default
there's-
position is, the default position is that we're not moving.
Why is that the default position?
Because
Who-
nobody
if
see,
that-
because that's how we experience it.
How do we experience it like that though?
This is what the theory of relativity is trying to explain to you. The theory of relativity.
What about
bro, JT? The theory of relativity is explaining why we can't tell the Earth is moving from Earth. This is the entire basis for the theory of relativity, JT.
what about like satellite tracking, spacecraft?
Satellites
photographs?
prove that the Earth is not moving.
What about like laser ranging to the moon? Do
Are you
you
just
believe
you're
any
gonna
objects from Earth went
are
to
you
the
just
moon?
gonna keep going from subject to subject and ignore the points that I'm making?
You're making one argument that one.
But you're ignoring it. You're ignoring it. Satellites, the equations and the mathematics derived from satellites are from a non-moving Earth. So mathematically, the Earth can't be moving if satellites are up there. Mathematically, what's your response to that?
So if Earth is not moving, that means there'll be a dark side. So
No,
one side
no.
will be
I asked about satellites, bro. What is your response to the satellites argument?
Well, we're using satellites tracking. So everything would fail if the Earth wasn't moving.
No, it's the opposite, bro. It's the opposite. No, it's the opposite. They can't log satellites if the Earth is moving. It's the opposite. Satellites use equations derived from a geocentric universe. So it's impossible that satellites are up there if the Earth is moving, period. What do you say to that?
I'm not going to change it, but we have
Who's we? Who's we? We who? We who? Who's we?
China.
You're
China
Chinese?
successfully landed
You're Chinese?
several robotic spacecraft.
Are you
right?
Chinese,
That's
JT?
confirmed. No, I'm
No,
American.
you're from Ohio,
But-
right?
Yeah.
And you talk with you're from Ohio and you talk with a Pennsylvanian accent.
Oh, that's why you said Pennsylvania.
Yes.
No, but it's confirmed. China has landed a robotic spacecraft. On
You
the
know what?
moon, right?
I believe absolutely everything that the Chinese government says. So I'm inclined to believe that. I believe everything that the Chinese government says. They never lie, ever.
Can I ask? I'm gonna ask you a personal question.
Why
What
are
do
you just
believe?
ignoring everything that I'm
What-
saying, bro? Come on.
I'm trying to get your point of view. So
It's
I
not
can
about my point
counter,
of view.
like,
My point of view is not important.
I'm trying to get to an agreement point where I can agree with.
Sanjay, thank you for the 200 joules. Bro, I don't care about you agreeing with me at all. I just want to know what the
Well, I
truth
know you
is.
don't.
Yeah, okay, but and what I want is the only thing that matters right now. Okay? So this is the reality.
The fact
Look, you're muted. All right, this is the reality. What I think or believe does not matter. You know what matters? What is the truth? All right, what is the truth? Not my perspective. What is the truth? If I'm wrong, no need to tell me. Just show us the truth. All right? Show us the truth. That's all I care about, actually. Yee, thank you for the 2 joules. I just want the truth.
Muted.
You're off muted.
Okay. So every measurement, astronomy, navigation, physics, engineering, like flying aircraft, that's all based off the movement of Earth.
That's a lie. Airplanes do not fly as if the movement of the Earth is moving. It's the opposite. JT, listen, bro, you got to go do some more research on this, right? You're not just going to come up here and lie over and over and over again. I have to keep telling you you're lying, all right? It's a boring conversation, bro. All right? Shout out to you, bro. All right? This is honestly horrible, JT. All right? Airplanes do not take into account the curvature. Airplanes do not take into account the Earth is moving. It's the opposite. Why would you say some stupid shit like that? Red Scratch, are you up here to troll us? Go ahead.
So, okay, so I do have a couple things to say.
Just make it quick, bro. Make it quick, please.
Yeah, I know what you said. So, I do believe Earth is like round, or I guess a globe. Now, which is only possible from where gravity exists, because whenever there's so much weight or mass of something, it just gathers up to one point of the area.
That's conjecture. All that is conjecture. I will say that you're right about something. If gravity doesn't exist, the globe is impossible. So you are right about that. That if there's no gravity, there is no globe. But guess what, Red? there's no gravity. Gravity's not a scientific theory, so all of this is moot.
You don't really need a scientific theory for gravity. Gravity
You know,
is like
you see, guys,
it's just
guys,
like-
this is what they have resorted to now. So instead of saying that gravity is a scientific theory and is backed up by science, he has devolved in, well, you don't need a scientific theory for gravity. You can just believe it. I don't know because I told you
So we
to.
resort to
Why don't you
philosophy.
just I don't know, take my
Or
word for
harassing
it.
people.
You're
Yeah,
real,
just
you're
go
real
ahead and
sensitive,
go
aren't you,
drop
bro?
an apple
You're real
or a
sensitive, aren't you,
spoon
bro?
or a fork or a table.
They don't prove gravity. They don't prove nothing.
Yeah, whenever something falls, that's because of gravity.
No, it's because of weight. You're a liar.
No, I'm not lying.
Well,
I
okay,
know
okay,
100%
okay. How about
don't
this?
say it.
Well, how about this? How about this? If it's not because of weight, then why do things that have less weight float?
Because they have less weight. They're like, what do you expect? If you drop a paper horizontally, vertically, it's like area where it doesn't have as much stuff, that it's just gonna fall down. If you have it on a flat plane, it's just gonna fall over the surface like a feather. Like, because there's also air. Air is there. Air is sort of like, it kind of adds friction to things, you know. Like on a frictionless plane, then I guess everything is happening. Yep. You there?
All right, listen. I don't usually do this, but we're gonna do this. All right, we're gonna do this. Watch this. But watch this. We are going to do this. Okay, hold up, hold up.
You don't really need a scientific theory for gravity. Gravity is like,
You see, guys,
it's just
guys, this is what they have resorted to now. So instead of saying that gravity is a scientific theory and is backed up by science, he has devolved in, well, you don't need a scientific theory for gravity. You can just believe it. I don't know because I told you to. Why don't you just, I don't know, take my word for it. You're real sensitive, aren't you,
drop
bro?
an apple.
You're real
or a
sensitive,
spoon
aren't you, bro?
Or a fork or a table.
They don't prove gravity. They don't prove nothing.
Yeah, whenever something falls, that's because of gravity.
No, it's because of weight. You're a liar.
No, I'm not lying.
Well, okay. How about this? How about this? How about this? If it's not because of weight, then why do things that have less weight float?
Because they have less weight. They're
That's it. Thank you guys for tuning in. Yep, thank you everybody for tuning in. I appreciate you so much. Hey, boys, Rashad McCants, boy. Hey, it's out the mud, Rashad McCants, boy. It's out the mud. Put your name in the chat if you want. Look, shout out Simba. Yep. Hey, put your name in the chat if you want. If you want a shout out. All right, we're out of here. Reality. I know you heard that. Boy. I'm like, usually we don't do this because I know I'm right, but dude. Put your name in the chat. We are out of here right now. All right. We will not continue this stream. All right. I will be back later. This is over. All right. This is officially over. That's game over. All right. That is a fact. All right. Shaq just slammed, dunked the ball, and ripped the whole rim down. All right. That's it. This is it. I don't want to hear nothing else. Mystic was good. Yee was good. Michael was good. Tic Tac was good. Right. Think about, bro, if that's not the most mic drop thing I've ever seen in my life, I'm like, I can't even imagine how people are this stupid. I really can't. XRP was good. Brad said OKC. Shout out Brad and everybody in OKC. E-Tone. Ray was good. Darren was good. Miles was good. Bro, yeah, I am starting to get Dunker shoulder. I ain't gonna lie. I'm starting to get Dunker shoulder for sure. T4 was good, T4. T4 said all true. Cool Cat Guy was good. Renz was good. Mystic said, we are out of here. This is crazy. Steven said, I'm wrong. Yeah, okay. I ain't scared of no ghost. Auntie said, good show, dude. What's good, Auntie? Mr. Tubin. Reflection said, hair is pretty. Thank you. Silva was good, Silva. Mystic Owl. Mystic Owl said, double tap the screen, guys. Hit the like button. Sub if you like the content. You have to disrespect because they don't agree with you. That makes you very ignorant. I did not disrespect him because he disagreed with me. I disrespected him because he is an absolute freaking moron. All right. I asked Buddy point blank. Not asked him. I told him the reason why things go down is because of weight. He said that's not true. I said, hold on. The reason things go down is not because of weight? No. So why do things float up? That's because of weight. Mr. Tubin, Shep, what's good, Shep? E-Tone, Tib, Reese. Y'all are idiots. All right, all of you guys. Of course, I'm not talking to the mods. I'm not talking to the critical thinkers. I'm not talking to the guardians of the scientific method. All you other idiots, you guys are the dumbest MFers alive. Miss Lady Croft. What's good, Miss Lady Croft? I love that name for the obvious reasons. Shout out Miss Lady Croft. Who else did I miss? Did I miss anybody? Alexander Mendez. I am an asshole. I think I called out everybody, right? Wyatt, stay away from negative people. They have a problem for every solution. Yeah, that's true. Can you stop spamming E-Tone? All right, you're starting to come off like a troll. Stop spamming. Bill, what's good, Bill? Bill said, cool guy, never been to space, so how would you know? Miss Lady Croft said, Discord. I'm not here to hate. Yeah, the Discord is on my page, Miss Lady Croft. All right, join the Discord on my page, and then send me a DM. Send me a DM, Miss Angelina Jolie. Who else? Ernesto, what's good, Ernesto? The chocolate. What if dragons had bird bones which don't fossilize well? The mexual chocolate. That's a good point. What if dragons have bird bones that don't fossilize? Reading around said Ernest Wright. I don't know I don't know what that was, but Ray says subscribe, guys. Subscribe. I love you so much. If I do not call you out, it's not because I didn't want to. I love you, and I just didn't see you. Little Dreamling. I already called out Cool Cat. Adam Cass. What's good, Adam? Sherman. Facts. Love the truth. Sherman, we love you. All right? We really do love you, Sherman. P. Sherman. 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney. Oh, man. I'm sorry, guys. I have kids, so I watch a lot of Disney movies. All right? It is what it is. I think I called everybody out, right? Steven, I don't see anybody I didn't call out. Last chance if I didn't call you out. Glenn, Walter. What's good, Walter? Walter said dinosaurs dragons equal dinosaurs. Nope, I disagree with that, Walter. It's the other way around. It is the other way around. Kanashur, thank you for tuning in, but too bad you came in here with that body open. Make sure you protect that body. Have you taken a science subject? Dinosaurs and man walk together. Mr. Turd, I might agree with that, except for they're dragons, not dinosaurs. That's why the humans called them dinosaurs. Complete Thought was good. Complete Thought. Gluber said black people made the pyramids. Jackson of the world, you came in here with that body open too. Protect that body. User said delete the. Hey, user, watch your cheek. How do I debate you? You debate me in the chat. If you want to come up when I come back, then you can do that. The Meso. Agree with all the above in the red box 100%. We have been lied to since the beginning. Evil people run this prison planet. Shout out. Oh, that's Thomas O'Brien. I said, Tomaso. Tomaso is crazy. Hey, stop spamming, bud. All right. You know what, cool guy? Hey, don't come in here with that body open. All right, I don't like you, bro. Cut it out. DC said, how is Earth not moving? DC, I don't know how it's not moving, but they've never proven the Earth to be moving scientifically. Full stop. Mossy, what's good, Mossy? Mossy, Bill, that was DC. That CS. What was that True Drop Super Bowl commercial? I don't know, CS. Mr. Tubin, Gluber. All right, I called out everybody, right? I did. Little Dreamly. Distance the sun is from us. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Glenn, I called you out already. Native 1181 was good. Native 1181. They said all facts, just subscribe. I appreciate you so much. Why is the earth flat? I never said the earth was flat. I said it is not curved, but you know, I gotta update myself since Nathan Oakley came in here and corrected me. All right. The earth has been measured to be flat in every single instance that exists on the world. Although I'm up here talking about the earth not being a globe. In every instance that the world was measured, it was measured flat. Every single data point in the globe earth model comes from flat earth models and measurements, period. Full stop. All right. Jason said, drop a like and sub for round 2. Absolutely, we will be here later on today. Jonathan said, interesting content. Just cuz, subscribe. Thank you, Jonathan. Listen, the more you guys sub to me, other people are going to try to have intelligent conversations. You know what I mean? Let's change the landscape of YouTube together. All right, let's do it together. Miss Lady Croft, I added my name has Croft in it. All right, shout out to you, Miss Croft. You know what I mean? Shout out to you, Angelina. Above, below average. Can you milk a cat? Oh, and shout out the Meet the Parents. Shout out the Meet the Parents reference. All right, I love Meet the. I'm a comedy guy. Everybody knows that. So shout out the Meet the Parents reference. Can you milk a cat? They want to know. Tic Tac. Yeah, make sure to like and sub. D preach. If the Earth is flat, where are the ends? Who said the Earth has to have an end to it? CCC was good. CCC. CCC said, imagine being this delusional. Imagine coming in here with that body open. Aldo, I don't know what you're talking about, Aldo, but you seem upset. So watch your cheek. Oh, Kenai, there we go, Kenai. I didn't call you out. This MFer is definitely watch your cheek. Miss Robinson, I see you down there. Shout out Miss Robinson. Gerardo, what's good, Gerardo? I see you, Gerardo. I love you guys so much. I don't want to get out of here without shouting out everybody. All right. All right, let's see. Jay, ask me that if you're in here next time, all right? We're not going to devolve into a whole conversation about numerology. But I do think that numerology has some validity to it, all right? Numerology certainly has validity to it. Michael Thompson, spread the truth, my brother. Love what you're doing. Michael Thompson, I love you too, man. All right, thank you so much for tuning in. All right, I think I called Mr. I already called him out. Jay, yeah, Jay, if you're in here next time, we can open up the conversation about numerology. But if I go anywhere right now, then I'm gonna. My mind is like, that's why I can go this long without eating, because when my mind is working, I don't need food. So if I start talking about that, I'll probably be up here for another hour, and I need to eat so I can come back later. Gluber said, have a good night, man. Yeah, depending on what part of the world you're in, I'll be back later on tonight. If you are in, like, I don't know, Australia or something, then it might be tomorrow by the time I come back. I don't know. All right, I really don't. Jonathan said, fasting is power. I agree, Jonathan. I agree. Miss Lady said, I can't DM. It's closed. All right, I'll DM then. I'll DM you then, lady. Maybe that's why, you know what? Alexander said, what time is it over here? It is 6:13 p.m. So by the time I come back, it's going to be like 9:10 p.m., all right? It's going to be like 9:10 p.m. I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm going to relax. I'm going to watch some anime, and then I'm going to come back refreshed. Tic Tac said, happy and love. That is our motto up here. Happiness and love to everybody. Gluber said, have a good night. Oh, I already read that. Your mama said, real ones in the chat. Jason said, W. XRP said, well, shoot, my shower is over and you're still on. Well, not for long, buddy. I'm out of here, okay? I love you guys so much. Again, in 3 or 4 hours, I'll be back. If you don't catch me then, I'll be back the following day. So like the video. Again, what did we make it to? Almost 450 likes. We got 448 likes, guys. We almost made it to 450. I don't know if this is my top liked stream of all time, but it might be. It's definitely up there. You know what I mean? It's definitely up there. Miss Lady said, have a good evening. Miss Lady, why do you add double and triple X's to everything that you say? Are you trying to let us know that you're working or something? You know what? Let me stop. See, I can't help myself, all right? I gotta stop. Free my grandma. Oh, we made it to 453 that quick? Oh, thank you guys so much. Look at that. We made it to 450, guys. Look at that. We're at 453 likes. Your mama said, peace out. Free my grandma. Tic Tac. A West Coast guy knowing his East Coast accent. Oh, absolutely. Listen, man, I done traveled all around America. All right. Even though I'm from California, I'm never gonna leave California, but I love America. You know what I mean? I visit every single area of America. So I know my Pennsylvanian accents. I know when somebody is from Pennsylvania for sure. You know what I mean? It's a very specific accent. You know what I mean? And shout out Bam Margera. You know Bam Margera? You know, I used to watch Bam Margera's TV shows when I was a kid. So Bam Margera, he has that Philly, Pennsylvania accent, you know, when he talks. So when I hear people talking, they sound like Bam Margera, I assume they're from Pennsylvania, you know. It's not just that, but I'm saying like a lot of people from Pennsylvania, they all have that accent. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, shout out to you, Miss Lady Cross. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure. You know what I mean? Every now and then, you know, people try to come in here, you know, promoting their OF and stuff. You know, you just never know. You just never know. Yeah, shout out Bam. He's been going through some rough times, but I grew up watching Bam Margera. So, you know, this is why I say I love white people. I know y'all be thinking that I don't like white people because I talk about how America is a black country, but I really do love white people, man. Some of my favorite people, some of the funniest people on the planet are white, and you gotta love when somebody brings good comedy. I'm saying his last name wrong. What? Sorry. What? Majora? Okay, whatever. Gerald Saint said Bam is the homie. Motanu. What's good, Motanu? Any eye color conspiracies? No, sir. Bunny lover. Fishing. M.M. Martin. America is a white country. Wow. Watch your cheek. All right, I definitely think I called out everybody this time. All right, I didn't miss nobody. All right, yeah, we good. Red Panda, what's good, Red Panda? I gave you a shout out already. Do you just mock and harass people, and now you're saying, am I just ignoring you? You know what, Red Panda? Watch your cheek. All right, watch your cheek too. 187 said we was dragons. All right, Nick Jones. What's good, Nick Jones? Huge, chunky dragon. All right, for good this time. I'll see you guys in a little bit.